All right, I think it's 6:31. So I'd like to call this meeting to order. Welcome to our Mountain View City Council meeting for June 23rd, 2020. And thank you to the city clerk. We have a flag to do our Pledge of Allegiance to. So if everyone would please join me in the pledge. And I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation,
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And everybody froze. Okay. We got 3 live bodies and everybody else is gone.
Mayor, are you there? Oh. Mayor, you don't seem to have audio.
YouTube and on Comcast channel 26. As noted on the meeting agenda, members of the public may provide oral public comments online during the public comment period for any item by signing up at mountainview.gov/cc_speakers or by phone by dialing 669-900-9128 and entering webinar ID 963-0123-8081. Any emails received by 5 p.m. today were forwarded to the City Council. Emails received after 5 p.m. will not be read during the meeting, but will be entered into the record for the meeting. And most likely due to the length of this agenda with various items, I will be limiting public comment to 1.5 minutes per speaker. And all votes will be taken by roll call vote. And now I'd like to ask the city clerk to proceed with the roll call, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Clark.
Here.
Councilmember Hicks.
Here.
Councilmember Matichek.
Here.
Councilmember McAllister. Councilmember McAllister, you're on mute.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Ramirez.
Here.
Vice Mayor Kamei.
Here.
Mayor Abikoga.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. All members are present. We'll go on to item 3, our presentation 3.1 on COVID-19. We have an update by our city manager, Kimber McCarthy. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm going to share my screen now. Okay, tonight I'm going to provide a brief update on our COVID-19 efforts thus far, and I'm sorry if you can hear my printer printing in the background. I sent something a while ago and it's just now printing. So what I wanted to do tonight was provide some brief updates on some of the programs that we've been working on over the last several weeks, and also talk a little bit about the efforts that we've been working on for our operations and share some positive news with things that we've been able to reopen and start again this week. So in terms of our Together MV online donation portal, right now, to date, we have received $145,000, around $500. So we're really, every week, we're really happy that we continue to see those donations come in from our community. And you can see from the bottom that that's around $90,000 towards rent relief, and business relief is around $57,000. So I want to thank the community for being so generous and continuing to donate to this effort. It's really making a difference. I also wanted to provide an update on the rent relief program and share a little bit different data and information than what council has seen in prior weeks. So one of the things that we wanted to make sure that council and the public knew was that CSA has either made contact or attempted to make contact with pretty much every person who has put in an application. So as of Friday, there were around 2,100 applications that were submitted, and they have either contacted or attempted contact with at least 2,000 of those people, a little over 2,000 people. And they are currently in process with 457 applications. Of all of those applications of people that have applied, 166 people were not qualified. And so what CSA's done with those people are referring them to either another CSA program, so not necessarily our Together MV Rent Relief Fund, but another program that they have, or they've referred them to other agencies if possible. They've also had around 740 applications and people that have been non-responsive to CSA trying to contact them at least 3 times. So that is a significant number of the people that have put in applications. And so they continue to try and reach out and make sure that they are contacting everyone. But as you can see, there are quite a few people that they have not yet been able to maintain that contact with beyond the initial application that was put in. Then there are only 37 applications that haven't been contacted by a case manager. So the good news is that they have gotten through the first month of funding, and they've served a little over 700 people. And there are around 26 people that are still awaiting their check to be cut. And right now they have moved into the second month of funding. So of the amount that Mountain View has provided, the 2.6 million, they've gotten through at least 1.3 million of that. And the percent breakdown of the area median income continues to be around the same as we've seen the past several weeks. So most of the funding is going towards people who are at below the 30% level of the AMI, and about a quarter is between the 30 and 50% AMI level. In terms of our small business resiliency program, I'm happy to say that we have provided funding to 60 businesses, and there are 26 businesses in process right now working on their loan applications. There were quite a few who put in inquiries into the program and talked to Main Street Launch or talked to our city staff and decided not to apply for the microloan program. So right now it is looking like we may have funding left over from that. So staff will be continuing to meet weekly with Main Street Launch about that, and I will bring an update for City Council about that next week to decide what we want to do with that funding. Then in terms of our efforts for our homeless or unstably housed residents, I wanted to provide just some data on the averages and what we're seeing this month. So right now we're seeing an average of around 51 vehicles being served every week, and that number has continued to stay pretty consistent since May. And of those vehicles, that amounts to around 123 people that are staying in the lot. So there are more than one family member or person in each vehicle, and that's up about 12 people since May. And we have provided a lot of funding for this program, over 1.2 million. As I mentioned, and rent relief funds have been provided at least through our CSA program. And the city has also provided funding for grocery gift cards and mobile and hygiene sanitations. We're also working with Hope's Corner to provide meals. Over 2,000 meals have been provided in May alone, and those meals will continue. And you can see that just since April alone, that's almost more than 650 meals over the prior month. Then in terms of our testing that's taking place every day, I'm happy to say that yesterday was the first day that testing was available for anyone in the community. And testing is at the Shoreline Athletic Field right now. It is drive-through, and insurance and ID is encouraged, but it is not required. So anyone can drive up and receive testing. And that is open from 9 to noon and 1 to 4 on Monday through Wednesday. And then on Thursdays, it's just from 9 to noon only. And yesterday, there were almost 80 people who got tested on the first day, and I was told that there was already a line at 8 a.m. this morning, so an hour before testing even opened. So we're really pleased that we were able to partner with the county on this program through their community partner, Planned Parenthood, and provide this service to residents in Mountain View and also the North County area. Then I also wanted to provide an update on our library grab and go program, which also just launched. So just in the first 3 days alone, we served over 500 residents, and there were almost 2,900 items checked out in those 3 days. And there was a number of people that have come and just been so excited that we're doing this. And you can see from the data that the average number of items that are being checked out per day is almost 1,000. So those will continue to increase, I'm sure, as more people decide that they want to reserve their books online and then drive through in person to pick them up. So that service is available Tuesday through Saturday from 2 to 6 p.m. and you can go to mountainview.gov/library to reserve your books. Then I also wanted to provide a really brief update on our summer camps. Right now we have 56 participants in our summer camps participating through July 2nd, and registration opened today for our new camp program that starts from July 6th through August 14th. There are 64 courses to choose from that are around 1 to 3 weeks in length, and we are serving individuals from 4 years old to clear up until 15 years old. So we think that we have camps available for everyone, and I would encourage everyone to go on the Community Services homepage to look at those camps. And then just this week, I'm happy to announce that we have started our effort to close Castro Street, where the 100 to 400 blocks are going to be closed off to traffic so that we can move tables onto Castro Street so that people can enjoy eating and businesses and go to our businesses. And you'll see from this picture that the yellow circles have been stenciled in by staff, and it shows where the tables will be once the tables are put in. And if you look across the top of the screen, you'll see the branding that this program is called Castro Summer Streets. So EATS, and we had a number of staff that had been out there yesterday and today from so many of our different departments, stenciling, working on the bollard, setting up traffic cones, working with the VTA, really working so hard to plan this program over the last month and a half. And I just wanted to thank all of staff for their efforts and thank our Public Works Director, Don Cameron, and our Community Development Director, Arti Shrivastava, in helping shepherd this and spearhead this, because I really think that once this gets going for the summer, it's going to be something that I think our residents and members of the community can really look forward to. So it starts officially this Friday, and it's expected to last all through September. And I'll just conclude by saying that you can still sign up for our weekly briefing by texting MV COVID to 22828. And that is all that I have. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, City Manager. We have some questions from council members. Councilmember McAllister.
I had one question about the drive up. Is the reason the drive up is to manage social distancing, or why couldn't somebody just walk up?
Yes, I believe so, because if someone's walking up, they're not really able to maintain that distance, and the car presents some sort of kind of physical barrier between the people that are testing and the person that's getting tested. So, yes.
Is there options throughout north of, like in Mountain View, where people can walk in or ride a bike to? Or
there are other locations in Mountain View where testing is offered, and I'm happy to say that all medical facilities should now be doing testing. So El Camino Hospital is doing testing right now, and all of the other medical providers are also doing testing. So you can go to any of those testing locations and get tested by walking up.
Are they free also?
I'm not sure if all of them are free. I would ask if, I'm not sure if our community services director is on the call right now, but John Marchand, I'm not sure if he knows, but I can find out for you.
Okay, I'm just,
free.
if we have that information to share it later. Oh, there's John, or coming along.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
John, if somebody wanted to, well, first off, if they go to a medical like Kaiser or El Camino Hospital, do they also get a free charge for getting the testing? Whereas we know for sure if they go to Mountain View, they get it, but they don't have a car, so they need to walk in or ride a bike. So
yeah, understood. I am not sure if they will be asking for insurance at the other locations and that type of thing. So I would suggest calling ahead and seeing what their options are.
Okay, thank you.
I can interject. They do ask for your insurance, but you're guaranteed a test and it'll get paid for. So if you have insurance, they'd like to bill it if they can, but if you don't, then it'll get covered. Councilmember Hicks?
Well, I want to start by also thanking staff for all the hard work on everything responding to the pandemic, but today in particular on opening up the downtown. And I'm going to sort of do a comment question. I've been getting, and I imagine all council has been getting a lot of feedback on the downtown, a lot of positive feedback on opening up, but also a tremendous amount of advice on how to do it, how to tweak it here and there. And I just wanted to confirm with the city manager that this is a pilot program. So a lot of those, I just want to make sure that people know that a lot of their great advice, we may look at how it works out as it is now and maybe incorporate some input from running it and from comments from the public in the future. So I just want to confirm that that's true.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Hicks. That is the case. This is a pilot program, and we really are treating this kind of like everything that's happened. We're learning as we go. Every day we are taking suggestions that we're getting from the community. We're also seeing how things are on the ground. So our staff are going out there and really looking at what's working and what isn't working. So we are really approaching this as an opportunity to adapt and change as we go and do things differently. And yes, we are getting a lot of different feedback and information, and we'll be incorporating that in the days to come. And I'm not sure if Dawn Cameron, our Public Works Director, would like to add anything to that, but yeah, this is a pilot program, and I think that we'll just continue to change as we need to.
Great. We go on to Councilmember Ramirez.
Oh, I had one more.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Just on the other things regarding small businesses, if you don't know now, I'm wondering businesses that, well, what kind of businesses applied, and then the ones that decided not to apply. It seems like this happened with federal business, small business support as well, that sometimes things didn't work out for certain businesses. So if you know why that is, I'd like to know, or if you don't know right now, if you can bring that back to the next meeting, I think that would be helpful to hear who it's working for and who it's not working for.
Thank you, Councilmember Hicks. I don't know that detail. I don't know that level of detailed information. I can tell you that 22 businesses put in an initial application or inquiry and decided they actually haven't been responding to calls. And then 27 have just decided not to apply. And there are a number of federal, programs that businesses can apply for and work through. So we have received information that some of the businesses just don't need to participate in our program anymore. And I'm sure there's other factors, and I will look into that with staff and bring that back next week with an update.
Okay, thank you so much.
Great. Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of quick questions. So first on testing, the hours are fairly challenging for essential workers who are working during those times. And I've gotten this question a couple of times now. Is there any way we can provide testing on weekends or in evenings when the folks who we really need to get tested, the essential workers, are more likely and able to access the testing?
Thank you, Councilmember Ramirez. So this is something that we have discussed, and one of the ideas is to try and work with the county to bring the pop-up testing unit again to the downtown area, so that people who are working in essential employment downtown may be able to walk there, because our pop-up testing site before was at our aquatic center. So we are talking to the county about that. And in terms of nights and weekends, I think it really comes down to staffing and the availability of staff that are performing the test, but that is something that we can talk to them about and look into. I'm not sure just of their availability. And John Marchant, our Community Services Director, if you know anything more about the night and weekend, I would ask you to provide any input on that.
Yeah, we need to rely on our providers and their ability to meet the times that they are available. So we have, like the city manager said, had some discussions up front about alternatives. We continue to look at those alternatives, and if we are able to find a solution to that question, we'll let you know.
Great, thank you. I'm glad you're looking into it. And the other question is about the rent relief program. I'm concerned about the 740 non-responsive folks who submitted inquiries, and I'm wondering if there's anything the city can do to help spread the word. We've for instance, sent out a couple of mailers about the eviction moratorium. Is there anything we can do to make sure that folks who may benefit from the rent relief program are aware that, hey, if there's still some funding available. If you need help, here's the number to call. Here's the email address to contact. Have we been working with CSA to help make sure folks are aware of the program?
Yes, we do have our multilingual outreach program who is working on this, and also with our Spanish language ambassadors. And we can make sure that this is something that they're continuing to put out. And we're also working with different community agencies and partners that we have and trying to get the word out. But I think there's certainly more that we can always do. So we'll just continue to make sure that we're looking at different avenues and getting that information out and work with CSA on that.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Any other questions from council members? I just had one regarding our safe parking lots. Have we been able to rehouse any of the vehicle dwellers through case management?
At this time, I do not believe that any have been able to be rehoused, but it did just start. So I know that is the ultimate goal, and they are working on that. But I am not aware that there is anyone that actually has been rehoused at this point.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm going to go now to public comment. If there are any members of the public wishing to comment on the presentation, if you're in the attendee box on Zoom, please hit the raise hand button at the very bottom. And I have one hand, Bruce England. Welcome aboard. Let me unmute, or actually, if you can unmute yourself, that would be great.
I did. At least I think I did. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a couple of clarifying questions. So on the closure of Castro Street, Dawn responded to a question of mine. If she's there, maybe she can respond again so you all can hear it. But there's supposed to be a passageway allowed and enabled for pedestrians and bicyclists through it, but all the photos I've seen don't indicate that. So she did describe that to me, and I think it's worth your hearing about. And then the other question I have is about face mask distribution. My understanding is that at the last event, at least at the last event, only people who drove up were given masks, but I see that the police department is saying at the event on the 29th that they're going to allow all walk up, drive up, and bike up. And I hope that's going to be true for all future events for mask distribution, but I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wishing to comment? If you're in the attendee box, please raise your hand. I don't see any. City Clerk, do we have any other public comment that's come in?
No, Mayor, thank you.
Great. And would staff be willing to respond to the inquiry on the, or if you can explain the passage through the Castro Street closing, and then face mask events if all folks who show up in any mode of transportation will be able to receive a face mask.
This is Dawn Cameron, Public Works Director. I can respond to the Castle Street closure and the pedestrian bike path through. Instead of creating a path down the center of the road, which is fully exposed to the sun all day long, and also can kind of create a situation where bicycles or others on other devices might want to zoom through, what we did is we designed it to be the pathway on either side of the road. So there are portions of the road where it's on one side along the curb, and then it meanders over to the other side. And you'll see that when you see the circles along Castle Street, you'll see that they're grouped that way. And what this does is this allows the pedestrians a much more pleasant experience because they're mostly going to have tree shade along the full length of Castro as they walk along. Also, this meandering from side to side will give our storefronts on different sides of the street, direct pedestrian access and just create a much more vibrant, active feel to the street as you walk through the table areas. We also very carefully set it up to maintain social distancing for the pedestrians and the tables and so on.
Great, thank you. And anyone can respond to the face mask question? If not, we can get back to Mr. England with the answer on that. Okay, great. So with that, I will close this item and move on to, actually, I wanted to request moving up item 8.1, the resolution proclaiming Black Lives Matter, up to the next item. Do I have to take a vote on this, or City Attorney, or can I just?
Yes, majority of council would have to agree to that movement of the item.
Do I need a motion in a second then?
I'm not sure I understand.
Oh, sorry. Yes, you would.
Okay, great, thank you. Vice Mayor?
I'm happy to make the motion to move item 8.1 to now.
Thank you. Is there a second on that?
Sure. Whoever.
I say Councilmember Ramirez's hand, so I'll take his. Any other discussion on this? And then if not, can we get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Matichek.
Yes.
Councilmember McAllister.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kamei.
Yes.
Mayor Abikoga.
Aye.
Thank
so
you.
Carries 7-0, no abstentions. So we will move on to item 8.1. And get my little right up here. 8.1.
Do we just make a motion to pass the resolution?
We could. We had a presentation by Vice Mayor Kim,
Okay, I'm sorry.
prepared, but if
I didn't see one in my packet. That's why I just asked. So.
Oh, all right. Yeah, if we could give Vice Mayor Kim a few minutes to do the presentation.
Sure. I'll be very brief, Councilmember McAllister. First, I just wanted to thank my colleagues, all of you, for your unanimous support 2 weeks ago to bring forward tonight's Black Lives Matter proclamation. I think it's important for the city to say and affirm that all Black lives matter to our community. And I believe our council is committing to taking a look at racism and having the conversations necessary on how we operate as a city, as well as how we do things in the city, and that we stand in solidarity with our Black and African American community. And as such, I thought it was important to reach out to our Black and African American community. And in doing so, I reached out to the NAACP Silicon Valley chapter, the African American Community Services Agency and Family Resource Center, the Black Kitchen Cabinet of Silicon Valley, the Silicon Valley Black Chamber of Commerce, the Minority Business Consortium, as well as one of members of our community partners, Orlando White with LinkedIn, who's been a part of the My Brother's Keeper Rising as part of the San Francisco Host Committee. And I just wanted to share the letter that we did receive with the public from the Silicon Valley Black Chamber of Commerce, just briefly, which states, it's a great pleasure that the Silicon Valley Black Chamber of Commerce, its president and its board of directors do affirm Mountain View's resolution proclaiming Black Lives Matter. At a time when our country needs healing and restoration, Mountain View has chosen this weekend, a joyous weekend celebrating Juneteenth, commemorating the emancipation from slavery for all people proudly called African Americans today. No finer words can be remembered than our own Constitution saying, Black Lives Matter, and this day in Mountain View will forever commemorate it. We, the Silicon Valley Black Chamber of Commerce, stand with Mountain View, exhorting our brothers and sisters that all lives matter, and we will not stand for injustices ever again. Thank you, Mountain View, for your courage and this proclamation. And I believe we have a few others from our community, particularly Milan Valentine with the African American Community Services and Family Resource Center as part of public comment. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Are there any questions from council members on this item? I don't see any, so I will now go to public comment. Again, if you are in the attendee box and would like to make a comment on this item, please hit the raise hand button at the bottom of the box. And I see several names, so again, we'll do a minute and a half, and we'll start with Deneva Goines. And if you can unmute yourself, please. Let's see if I need to. Okay, you should be able to unmute yourself. There we go. Welcome aboard.
Thank you. I wanted to share my experiences here in Mountain View. I've been here since, so I wrote a letter that I sent in to your email, so I'm going to go ahead and just read it. I've been a resident and eventually a resident homeowner near the Target area since 2011. My child attends school in Los Altos. I'm delighted to be a part of this privileged community, its amenities, and I love the very small commute to my job. I did have high hopes given this area is considered diverse and progressive. I'm sharing these experiences with you because I'm hoping that my life and other people's Black lives matter enough to sustain measurable action and make the community stronger, to be more inclusive to Black people in particular. I've been on the receiving end of both overt and covert racism here for many years. Long before COVID, I can't tell you how many times our neighbors have gone out of their way to cross the street to avoid walking next to me, and unambiguously Black American. When my relatives visit, they comment on it, and it reminds me of what I felt when I first got here. Additionally, I won't be able to read my whole comment because it's not going to fit in this time period, but I'm basically asking if we can identify specific metrics and specific actions which we are going to take. And I'm asking that businesses that support Black Lives Matter place your signs in the window so we know which places to go.
Thank you. We'll go on now to John Lashley. And you should be able to unmute yourself.
Yes, hi.
There you go. Hi there.
So what I wanted to say is that Black Lives Matter, of course. This resolution is very important to pass. This resolution is, it's an intellectual exercise saying to which we commit and what we value as a community. But it's incumbent upon the council to take up not just our intellectual or moral position, but improve materially the lives of people of color and meet the demands of the Black Lives Movement in Mountain View. A crucial part of the demands of the Black Lives Movement in our community, our county, our state, etc., is the defunding of the police and meeting the problem of police brutality. So later on in this meeting of the council, you must take up the issue of police defunding or abolition in the budgetary process. So you can say Black Lives Matter now, and you should, but you should take up the material demands later. We see the op-ed that you're writing, Mayor. We don't believe you're taking the demands of the movement seriously, and we'll be watching your vote in the budgetary portion to see if your actions are aligned with your words here. Thanks, I'm done.
Thank you. We'll go on to Ellie Green. You should be able to unmute.
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, you're on.
Hi, Council. I just want to first of all start with saying thank you for addressing this issue, but you choosing to address issues with statements doesn't actually reflect in any of your actions. As you heard at the last City Council meeting, you heard massive outpouring of people calling to lower the police budget, which has already been increased by a fairly large margin, to review police spending, to review if the city really needed more and more weapons to attack people that we haven't, if we haven't even used the ones we have. You've heard again and again people calling for action, people calling for community-led reform. And yet none of your actions have actually reflected any of these calls. None of your actions have actually reflected the asks from your communities. Quite frankly, although I support this resolution and I will always stand by Black Lives Matter, you passing a resolution without backing it up with your actions does nothing. We're going to discuss the budget later tonight, and yet again we will see that you have done frankly nothing to actually address the massive police spending in Mountain View. When we're talking about Black Lives Matter, we're talking about tangible action. And unfortunately, as much as you seem to want to help the Black communities and Black members of our community, you don't. You simply sit there and issue statements without backing it up with action. You simply sit there and say, well, this is bad. Of course it's bad. We know it's bad. People getting killed is bad. But you not reviewing our police department, you allowing the police to review themselves is simply a poor reflection on your leadership and on your lack of commitment to this community. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you. We'll move on to Henry. You should be able to unmute, please. Henry?
Hello, City Council.
Hi there.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay. I have been a resident of Mountain View for nearly my entire life and speak on behalf of the Coalition for Police Reform and Accountability and everyone else who stands for more sensible policing. While I do love the city and I do appreciate this council's first step, it is but a very slight first step. I echo the call for material changes to policing in Mountain View. Since the previous City Council meeting, it has been abundantly clear that citizens not only know what policing is like in Mountain View, as in they know not only perhaps what it is important for, but also the way that it can truly hurt citizens in Mountain View. It seems clear that the goal now should be to put control in the hands of citizens, so they are the ones who are directing how policing works in Mountain View and can ultimately review it further. So although, again, it is true that Black Lives Matter, and we should always stand by that statement, I do think that the City Council ought to really, really evaluate what it is doing and ought to commit itself to taking more material action so that people who have experienced the worst of policing can be the ones who decide that, or who decide how the next steps should be taken. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. We'll go on to Milan Valentin. Welcome. Should be, let's see. Oh,
good evening, Mayor and City Council. We at the African American Community Service Agency definitely thank you for putting forward this agenda regarding Black Lives Matter, which is a global network providing that it builds power to bring justice, healing, and freedom to Black people across the globe. I think specifically when we talk about the city of Mountain View and the work that you are rolling, hopefully your sleeves up to get to regarding the recent ad hoc committee that you've created on race, equity, and inclusion, really listens to what the people are asking, what the people are trying to get and convey to our government officials in regards to defunding the police or reallocating funding, however you think of it in that way, and putting funding to where the people are asking. We really encourage you during this journey as we continue to dismantle oppression and white supremacy in the ways that have oppressed African Americans for over 400 years. While things do look okay and great, we now know that things are not as great as they seem, and we depend on the leaders of the city of Mountain View to stand with the Black community, stand with the citizens of Mountain View, and change the system. Thank you so much, and continue your great work.
Thank you. We'll go to Charlotte Quinn. You should be able to unmute.
I am a resident of Mountain View. This resolution is beautifully worded and it should be passed, but those words are hollow due to your lack of concrete action. Let deeds, not words, be your adorning. You are neither leading by example nor creating an equitable society, nor do you create a welcoming, safe, and inclusive community, to use your words. The stats show that Mountain View Police Department does not provide equitable treatment of all people. They disproportionately stop and detain Black and Brown community members. Black residents are stopped 11 times more than white residents. Increasing MVPD's funding instead of reallocating funds to significantly move public safety away from policing shows that Mountain View is not leading by example. By not significantly reducing MVPD's budget and scope of work, you're clearly not supporting Black lives in a tangible way. You clearly haven't been paying attention to the Black Lives Matter movement, which is specifically demanding defunding of the police and changing this system. Nobody's fooled by these hollow words. You have to pass this and then do real concrete work. You can't fail to take the basic tangible actions to support Black lives. We're not going to forget your empty words and this performative action. I yield my time.
Thank you. We'll go on to Tim McKenzie. You should be able to unmute.
Thank you. I want to start by saying Black Lives Matter, and it's good to see our society finally beginning to reckon with the structures of racism that have been the lived experience for Black Americans for their entire lives. And during this modern civil rights moment, you actually wield the levers of power and can have a concrete impact in our lives, in the lives of Black Americans, Black Mountain View residents. And it's nice to say this statement, it's necessary, but it's completely meaningless if it's not backed up with action. And the material demands of the Black Lives Movement is very clear. It's defund the police, move structures from duties from the police to other civil servants, people who are not carrying guns. You are talking about this later on. You have the ability to say and back up your words with action. Thank you. I yield my time.
Go now to Bright Lou. You should be able to unmute.
Okay. It's nice that you guys have issued a statement in support of the Black Lives Matter movement, but we're not seeing any actual action from you guys, considering the fact that you say that you stand with the movement and you believe their lives matter. The Black Lives Matter movement has repeatedly asked for either well, really it's focusing on defunding the police, but if you can't defund the police, at least investigate into what they have been doing, because when the police are not held accountable for their actions, they just turn into a group of people with a lot of authority that don't have their power checked. And in America, it's supposed to be a system of checks and balances, but for some reason we don't see that reflected in local areas. So it'd be really great if you guys could, instead of just saying that you want to help support the community, you want to help these organizations, instead of only doing these things, actually use your power as city council members to put committees into action. I yield my time.
Thank you. Let's go to Alex Brown. You should be able to unmute.
Words. I yield my time.
We'll go on to Dana Peedy. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. This is Dana Peedy. I'm a resident of Mountain View, and I want to say thank you so much for bringing this resolution to the top of the agenda. As others have mentioned, we have to recognize that this moment in our country is happening because of white supremacy and police brutality specifically. Policing in America needs scrutiny. Saying it happens elsewhere but not here in Mountain View no longer cuts it, and it never has. Mountain View residents are telling us that it does happen here, and I know that you have emails in your inbox that attest to that fact. So the idea that it doesn't happen here is no longer ignorant, but it's becoming a lie. We can't say that Black Lives Matter in Mountain View unless we are also willing to say that we need an independent commission of Mountain View residents to take a closer look at the policies and budget of the Mountain View Police Department. While we as a country need healing and restoration, most of all, we need justice. And justice is not achieved through words, but through actions. Thank you so much for your time.
Moving on to Elise Joshi. Please unmute yourself.
Hi. I wanted to first start off with telling you how wonderful it is to hear all these community members talking about their experiences. But as I listen to all these wonderful people, I look at your faces and I see a blank face of, it almost seems like you just want to get it over with. And I'm telling you, internalize what all these people are telling you. This is the second wave of the civil rights movement. And you can either be part of the problem or part of the solution. And it's really only two of those options. I came to a protest for the first time in Mountain View. And it was the first time when we blocked off streets and we truly had our voices spoken for the first time. And we see drones and helicopters in the sky. How much money are you truly spending on your police to need that unnecessary militarization of the police? It is completely unnecessary. What you guys are doing is you're telling us Black Lives Matter. You're saying you're Democrats, but you're just hiding behind your words. Internalize what these people are telling you. And I came here with an agenda and to tell you demilitarize the police, create a community commission team. But, I really want to tell you, just actually do something. Listen to what all these people are saying. I yield my time.
Thank you. We'll go on to Kelsey Josen. Please unmute yourself.
Hi. I'm really glad to hear you say that Black Lives Matter, and I'd really love to see what you're going to do to put action behind that, because you have to recall that Black Lives Matter has a platform and specific asks, and so far I've seen no evidence that the Mountain View City Council is moving to meet any of those asks. It's really easy to say the right thing, but it doesn't mean much of anything until you also do the right thing. And so far I haven't seen much evidence that you're willing to do that. It'll take a lot of work and require reallocating budgets in ways that might feel painful, like the police budget, and changing policies that will make Mountain View as progressive as we like to say we are. I look forward to the drastic and positive reforms that you surely intend, since you've proclaimed that you feel so strongly about the Black Lives Matter movement. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Alicia Hoffman. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Alicia. I'm a resident of Mountain View and member of Silicon Valley DSA. I don't know why people are saying thank you for introducing this resolution. It's literally the bare minimum and seems like you want us to be grateful for crumbs. If you're planning to adopt this resolution, I look forward to hearing your plans later tonight to defund the Mountain View Police Department, which targets our Black residents disproportionately. You cannot say you support Black lives and then continue to fund the people who harm them. Make your actions match your words. Defund and abolish the police. Black Lives Matter. I yield my time.
We'll go on to Anna Marie Morales. Please unmute yourself.
Hi there. I've been in Mountain View for nearly 40 years now, and I am asking that City Council make actual change and listen to our community voices in regards to Black Lives Matter. There is not equity in our community, and this must end. We should be reallocating funds from the police budget and have a citizen-led commission to give the police department actual accountability and reform. Please listen to our voices and help the Black community. Black Lives Matter, and while words supporting this movement are a start, the time for actual action is now. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. We'll go to Rohim Ghosh. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm going to keep it pretty brief here and just say you guys have all these empty words that, unless you guys actually put anything into serious action, mean absolutely nothing. So, if you actually are not going to lie and actually stand by these great sentiments that are held up in this resolution, there are two fairly simple asks. Have an independent commission, reassess how we do policing in Mountain View, and for goodness sake, get rid of all that exorbitant money we put into the police budget and put it towards services that actually help the community, not harassing the most vulnerable residents of this community. Thank you, and I yield the balance of my time.
We'll go on to Francisco Ochoa. Please unmute yourself. Let's see.
Good evening. Thank you very much for taking the time to speak with us. My comments tonight regarding the excesses by the MVPD cannot be covered in the 90 seconds. And for that reason, I will email this to the council tomorrow. I don't like to pull out the victim card, but with over half a dozen altercations with the MVPD, I have been embarrassed by being pulled over in the parking lot of the Shadows Apartments as we were moving from the Shadows to our new home on Farley Street. I've been pulled over simply for waving to the police, and just walking down the street got me thrown into jail, which included excessive force. This is occurring throughout our nation, and it is happening here. I am the face of someone who is the victim of where it's happening, how it's happening, and when it's happening. A complaint to the mayor's office at that time did not yield any results, so I implore the city council for action so that this does not occur to other innocents. An independent counsel is necessary. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. We'll go to Jessica Matthew. Please unmute yourself. Let's see. You should be on.
Hello.
Yep. Hi there.
Hi. So my name is Jessica Matthew. I'm a Silicon Valley DSA, and I was born and raised here in the South Bay. Black Lives Matter. That is true, and it's important to make statements affirming that you believe that. But like, a statement is basically nothing. The Black Lives Matter movement is asking for specific things here. They are calling for us to defund the police. In fact, here's what the Black Lives Matter website says. Quote, "We call for radical, sustainable solutions that affirm the prosperity of Black lives. We call for a national defunding of police. We demand investment in our communities and the resources to ensure Black people not only survive, but thrive." End quote. So if you're going to put out a statement saying that you stand in solidarity with the Black community, then you need to actually listen to what they are asking of you. Enough with the performative BS. We are demanding that you actually take real action here to improve the lives of your Black constituents. When we say defunding the police, there's no ambiguity there. We are asking you to defund the police and instead invest that money in the community. There's no confusion. And if you feel like you can't do something about this, then resign, and we'll find someone else who will actually listen to us and will actually take action. Black Lives Matter. I yield my time.
We'll go on to Sebastian. Please unmute yourself.
Hey, so my name is Sebastian, and I'm a resident of Old Mountain View. I'm a member of the Mountain View Coalition for Police Reform and Accountability, and I wholeheartedly agree with the others that say that we need real action. It's wonderful to say Black Lives Matter, but we need to make bigger changes to undo systematic racism and not just say something, but actually be upholding the status quo. So it's time to make Mountain View an equitable city, and I will remember your actions, not your words, for future elections. I yield my time.
Thank you. We'll go on to Yuan Liu. You should be unmuted. If you can unmute yourself, please.
Hello.
Hi there.
Yes, I agree that action speaks louder than speech. On the tail of taking action, I actually have several line items that council members you can take tonight That is the budget plan. The current proposed budget plan shows a skewed priority. Let's just review. There were $500 million allocated to adding 2 MVPD positions for communications and outreach. Let me just clarify. No other city departments, not the public service, not community service, has any single outreach or communications officer. And police department has 3. And these 2 added positions cost more than $500,000. Please consider take the action of removing these uses. Let me give you another thing here. For more than $250,000, this position focuses on improving the effectiveness of police departments' handling of community concerns and issues related to vulnerable populations, including the homeless and mentally ill. Study after study has shown that issues related to these things are best resolved by experts in these fields, not someone waving a gun. So please take action.
Thank you. We'll go on to Eva Tang. Please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Okay, thank you. I agree that it is important that we do proclaim that Black Lives Matter. This is just way too little and way too late. I think that Matichak and McAllister's assessment of the police last city council meeting was inaccurate, and it really dismissed the disparities that our Black neighbors face. I'm just going to remind you that Mountain View Police Department has recorded that it stops Black people at 5 times the rate of white people and also arrests them at 9 times the rate of white people. Putting out a statement doesn't mean that you are done. And judging from last council meeting, you have a lot of work and a lot of learning to do. So I'm once again recommending White Fragility by Robin DiAngelo and Why I'm No Longer Talking to White People About Race by Remy Edo Lodge. They're available by ebook, e-audiobook, and grab and go through our library. Thank you for that, Kimbra. Our Black community is disappearing. I've seen that at Mountain View High School, there are so few African American students that they don't even get a color on the dashboard. So please, the age-old adage goes, put your money where your mouth is. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go on to Connor. Connor O'Brien, please unmute yourself.
Thank you. So my name is Connor O'Brien. I'm a Mountain View resident and member of Silicon Valley DSA, and I want to say it is important for the council to affirm that you believe Black Lives Matter, but it's even more important that you show that you believe that with your actions. Don't forget that a core plank of the Movement for Black Lives platform is to divest from the police in order to invest in communities. This shouldn't be news to any of you, by the way, because it's been in the platform for 5 years. Mayor Abekoga, you heard from speaker after speaker at the last meeting that the MVPD targets Black residents incredibly disproportionately, and then days later came out with a joint op-ed with the police chief bragging that the police department stands for human rights. So absolutely, you should all pass this resolution and affirm that Black Lives Matter. But after that, you need to start listening to the actual content and demands of the Black Lives Matter movement. Thank you.
Thank you. Go on to Megan Fraley. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, council members. Thank you for taking the time to hear us on all of these people on this item. I just want to say over the past 2+ weeks, I have been so incredibly moved to see the wise leaders that are emerging in our community. I am really just blown away both by this moment in the nation and in our city. And I would like to attest just to the tremendous wealth of insight that these people who are coming to speak with you have. I have talked with them and they are fantastic. I really appreciated the comment that one person made about what it can be like to watch the faces as we speak. I know each of you personally, and I know everyone has a good heart, but this is a different time and politics is changing and we truly have revolution. So when we look back historically, please be on the right side of the civil rights movement. Stop worrying about politics and trying to get ahead of appearances. Stop with the politics, and please, please, please join the people. Really, really, please join us. I understand it can be hard not to be defensive when people are coming at you with such clear requests, but that is your role as a representative to hear. We don't want dialogue. We want heart-to-heart true movement all together, because if we stand together, I yield my time.
You will go on to David Peters. Please unmute yourself, David. Uh-oh, did I lose you? Oh, there you are. David, can you unmute?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is David Peters. I am a recent graduate from Mountain View High School, and I've lived in Mountain View my whole life. I would just like to say that I would like my hometown, I would like Mountain View to be a model for the rest of the nation, and I really think we can be. And I think the only way of it being that model is by establishing an independent citizen-led commission to examine the systemic issues with discrimination, and particularly in policing in Mountain View. I think, as people have said in the past, that the subcommittee on race, equity, and inclusion is not sufficient, and the real way to get real change is to establish an independent citizen-led commission. And I really want that in our community so that we can lead the way for everyone else in this nation as extreme change is upon us. I yield my time.
Thank you. We'll go to Ashley Kai, CAI. Can you unmute yourself, please? Let's see, make sure. Can you unmute? Ashley, can you try unmuting? Oh, there you go. I think, Ashley, I'm sorry, can you try again?
Hello?
There we go.
Sorry, I don't know why this keeps muting me. Hi, I'm Ashley. I'm a resident of Los Altos Hills. I went to school in Mountain View for 4 years, and I'm a member of the Mountain View Coalition for Police Reform, and I just don't know how you can go publicly and say that you stand for Black Lives Matter, without making significant change in your own community, because that's ridiculously performative. And if you actually truly believe in making these changes, like, I beg you to not cling to the status quo and just hope and wait for things to return to normal, because they're never going to return to normal, because things actually have to change. Police officers are being asked to root out anybody that looks suspicious in their neighborhoods and with unconscious biases. That looks a lot like Black and brown people in Mountain View. That's why they pull over Black people at 5 times the rate as white people. And those numbers are not acceptable in any form, and no amount of performative action or implicit bias training or reform is actually going to change that. The demands that we're making are not really that radical, that we defund the police, that we invest in more things other than militant things, that we invest in areas that actually help our vulnerable communities. Because right now the city's budget indicates that our priorities lie closer with protecting rich people with militant forces rather than helping actual vulnerable populations that need that help. And I'm just going to end with this, that Martin Luther King was demonized by white moderates. He only had 34% approval when he was assassinated. And in order for us to be on the right side of history, we need to actually make progressive change. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Okay, we go to Johannes Munzel. Can you unmute yourself, please?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm calling in to demand that Mountain View City Council not only adopt the language of the Black Lives Matter movement, but the concrete demands, as others have pointed out. The resolution that you're voting on, which is well written, contains inaccuracies. It says that the City of Mountain View does not tolerate discrimination, racial injustice, or police brutality, but that's exactly what you tolerate at this moment by letting the police continue to act differently towards people based on their race. The police is inherently a white supremacist institution. What you need to do is wind down policing and reinvest in the community. There's a housing crisis, right? There's so many gaps in the provision of services. I yield my time.
We'll go to Janya Sundar. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm Janya, and I go to Mountain View High School. It's great to see that the city stands in solidarity with the Black Lives Matter movement, but what clearly seems to be lacking here is action. You guys have the power to create change. You actively sought positions that gave you these positions of power, so why aren't you using it for good? This is the next wave of the civil rights movement, and you guys are standing by complacent. You are the white moderates that MLK said was the biggest detriment to the civil rights movement. If we as a city pride ourselves on being progressive and we value human rights, then why does your inaction, despite all of these calls to action by our community members, your actions show your true colors? I hope to see significant changes in the budget later tonight. We need to defund the police and invest in community resources. We need to invest in resources that go towards helping the homeless, helping people with mental health problems, and more. Thank you. I yield my time.
You will go to Nina Trousseau. Please unmute yourself.
Hi. Black Lives Matter means defund the police. You can't have one without the other. I yield my time.
We'll go to Salim. Please unmute yourself, Salim.
Right. Yeah. So I think the idea of saying that Black Lives Matter is obviously a good idea, right? That should be like the baseline. That every city agrees that Black Lives Matter. And as everyone's noted, the question then is, what do you do about it? So I think one thing that might be missing from the proclamation or the resolution that could be added would be like a specific recognition of structural racism that exists in Mountain View. The way it's worded currently, it's acknowledging that, there are these national issues, and we just need to double check that it's not in Mountain View. And it's not in Mountain View's police department. So at the last city council meeting, quite a few council members, I think McAllister, Matichek, Mayor Koga, said that they knew police officers personally and could vouch that, their hearts were good. So, if they don't think that there's anything wrong in the Mountain View Police Department, what's the point of this resolution? If you don't think that there's structural racism in Mountain View, what does it matter that you think Black Lives Matter if you're not going to do anything to stop structural racism in Mountain View? So I think an acknowledgement of specific harms that exist or specific structural racism that exists in Mountain View is necessary. One elephant in the room, Mountain View is less than 2% African American. That's why the city council has no African American person on it. And it ends up distorting the conversations that are had. So I don't, unless we do something about the segregation created through our housing policy, one of the most obvious instances of structural racism in Mountain View won't be addressed.
Thank you. Your time is up. Any other members of the public wishing to speak? If you're in the attendee box, please hit the raise hand button. I don't see any other hands going up, so I'll take it to city clerk. Do we have any other public comment? There we go.
No, I do not, Mayor. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So we'll bring it back to council then. Any other comments? I'm happy to entertain a motion. Let's see, let me make sure I'm in the, oh, here we go, Councilmember Hicks.
So I will make a motion to pass the resolution at hand. I also wanted to thank everyone who came tonight. And I was hoping that we would do more than just pass the resolution. I also wanted to, I believe that our council meeting may, for some people, our last council meeting may have been cut off. That's what some people watching told me. But in the end, we did cut the police budget to some degree, and we cut some of the items out that many people who had emailed us had suggested. In my opinion, that's a first step. And I think that we are, like many speakers have said, at a point when it's a good time to rethink public safety. And I think that the police were also had a contract for rethinking how they would probably grow over the next several years as the city grows. And I think they suspended that contract, and I think that's a good opportunity for us all to really seriously entertain the subject of rethinking public safety and thinking how our police department changes as Mountain View changes. So with that, I will make the motion to pass the resolution.
Thank you, Vice President. Oh, I'm sorry.
If I could just make a suggestion to read the title of the resolution in your motion, Councilmember Hicks, it would be adopt a resolution proclaiming Black Lives Matter.
Okay, I make a resolution to make a motion to adopt a resolution claiming Black Lives Matter.
Is there a second, Vice Mayor Kamei?
Yes, that's a second, Mayor, and I do want to thank the Black-led organizations that I reached out to who came today, those who spoke and those who didn't, those who sent in public comment in support, and look forward to continuing to work with them as we move forward as a community. Thank you.
All right, any other council members? There's a motion by Councilmember Hicks and a second by Vice Mayor Kamei. Any other discussion on this item? I think I forgot to lower your hand earlier, Councilmember Hicks. So if not, we'll go to roll call vote, please, City Clerk.
Thank you. Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Matichak.
Yes.
Councilmember McAllister.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kamei.
Yes.
Mayor Abikoga.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0 with no abstentions. So we will move back now up to item 4, the consent calendar. And these items will be approved by one motion unless any member of the council wishes to remove an item for discussion. The reading of the full text of resolutions will be waived unless a council member requests otherwise. Would any council member like to pull an item? Councilmember McAllister?
4.3.
4.3. Any other council members wishing to pull an item? No. Great. Then I will move to public comment. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak on any of the consent items? If so, please raise your hand if you're in the attendee box. And if you're on the phone, you hit *9. Eva Tang? Can you unmute yourself, please? There you go.
Yeah, I think Lisa had some slides that I had ready for you all.
Is this on the consent calendar or is it on oral communications?
Oh, I'm sorry. I am commenting on the wrong thing. Thank you.
No problem. Any other members? So this is the consent calendar, item 4. If you have any comments on any of those items. I don't see any hands, so I'll bring it back to council. And Councilmember McAllister.
Yeah. Okay, I pulled. Are we going to take a vote on the others? Then come back to 4.3.
Yes, that's what I wanted to do. If there's a motion on the balance of the consent calendar, I know we have to read some of those items. Would you like to make that motion, Councilmember McAllister?
Sure. I make the motion that we adopt consent items 4.1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And that.
Can you read the, we have to read 4.2, 4.7,
okay.
8, 10, please.
On 4.2, adopt an ordinance amending sections of Chapter 36 zoning ordinance of the City Code to update home-based child care regulations to align with new state regulations and modifications to planned community permit regulations to be read in title only. Further reading waives attachment 1 to the council report. On 4.7, adopt a resolution approving the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services Form 130 designation of applicant's agent resolution authorizing the City of Mountain View positions of city manager or finance and administrative service director or purchasing and service support manager as designated agents to execute for and on behalf of the City of Mountain View for the purposes of obtaining certain federal financial assistance under Public Law 92-22288 as amended by the Robert T. Stafford Disaster Relief and Emergency Service Act of 1988, and or state financial assistance under California Disaster Assistance Act to be read in title only. Further reading waive. Attachment 1 to the council report. On 4.8, adopt a resolution authorizing the application for and receipt of local early action planning grants program funds, and authorize the city manager or designee to execute a grant funding agreement with the state of California for purposes thereof, to be read in title only. Further reading waive. Attachment 1 to the council report. On 4.10, adopt a resolution awarding a construction contract to Bellingham Marine Industries, Inc. to make repair deemed to be of urgent necessity to the Sailing Lake Boat Dock Project 20-36 in the amount of $128,000 as authorized by the Mountain View City Charter, Section 1107, to be read in title only. Further reading waive. Attachment 1 to the council report. And on 4.10, 5 votes are required.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Clark, for your second. Any other discussion on the consent calendar? If not, can we get a roll call vote, please, City Clerk?
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Matichak.
Yes.
Councilmember McAllister.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kamei.
Yes.
Mayor Abikoga.
Aye. Thank you. Motion carries 7-0 with no abstentions. We go then to item 4.3. Councilmember McAllister, would you like to start us off?
Yes, I would. Thank you very much, Mayor. I pulled this particular item because I want to put things in perspective for my fellow council members from what I saw when I read this report. Mountain View is spending quite a bit of money on pedestrian bike ped improvements, as we should, but money is not infinite, and so we always need to be judicial in how we spend it and the projects we look at. And I happened to look across this one particular item in the staff report, and they broke down the historic inbound morning peak hour mode split comparisons. And they also did one for the afternoon. And it did it by percentages. And starting in spring of 2014, we'll just take bike pedestrians, and this is for inbound traffic on all 3 entrances, San Antonio, Ringsdorf, and Shoreline. And how many people, and there was various modes, single occupancy vehicle, high occupancy vehicle, transit, bike, ped, and those were the categories. So starting in spring of 2014, 3% of the people going to North Bayshore use bikes. As we go through the spring of 2015, it got popular. It became 6% of the people going to North Bayshore were on bikes. Same for 15, 6%. Spring of 2016, 5%. Spring of 2016, 6%. Spring of 2017, 6%. Then we get to the fall of 2017. It goes down to 3%. Spring of 18, 3%. Fall of 18, 3%. Spring of 19, down to 2%. Fall of 2019, 4%. And spring of 3%. So you're saying, whoa, it sounds low. Well, when you look at the actual numbers, when you take that 3% and you put it into actual bicycle riders, as I'm due on table 2, on page 4 of the staff report, and just alone on Shoreline Boulevard, 3%, there's 3,100 people. That's 95 riders use Shoreline to get into North Bayshore. And a total of 229 for all of North Bayshore in the two-way peak hour gateway into North Bayshore. 229. In the evening, again, 95 people on bikes left Shoreline Boulevard from North Bayshore and Shoreline for a total of 202 for all 3 gateways. So you have some projects in front of you that are millions of dollars to handle 95 people in 1 hour, 95 another, and it's 202. And so what I'm trying to say is, when these projects come up, are we spending our transit dollars, which are very scarce, wisely, and putting them in particular places? I know on Shoreline, I've always said that we got 2 bike tracks on both sides. One side would do. Do we need certain bridges? Yes. But are they going to be the numbers that you hear some people say there's going to be hundreds of thousands or thousands of people are going to be taking these transportation, they're using their bikes into North Bayshore? And the reality is the numbers don't indicate that there's a lot of people using their bikes to get into North Bayshore. So I'm just showing you the data. I want you to make your opinions, you'll make your own opinions or what's important to you. But you need to look at this. And when you make those decisions with the dollars and transportation that will be coming into North Bayshore, consider how many people you're doing. And there's a phrase, rate of return on investment. I mean, are you getting the most for your money on these projects based on the data? Now the data may change, but you need to follow that to use that to make those type of decisions going forward. And that's why I pull this aside, because I always look at data, and data percentages are one thing, but actual people that are riding their bikes is a number. So that's what I pulled apart. And if I wanted to let you guys know, if no one has comments, I'd be glad to make a motion. But if anybody would like to, I'll leave it up for you guys to make a comment.
Councilmember Hicks, you have comments, please?
Sorry, it always takes me a moment to unmute. Yeah, John, basically I agree with you that we have to, I mean, I'm a huge proponent of biking and pedestrianism, but I do think we have to look around. We're spending a lot of money. We have to look around and see if there are places we're duplicating, make sure we're spending the money well. I think this, of course, is about North Bayshore and getting in and out of there, but I think also, when we look at biking and walking and putting money into it, a lot of it is also more and more of what we're seeing as recreational. And I would hate that we're duplicating a bunch of transit routes. And if what a lot of people really want is, for their own health in a pandemic like this, and afterwards to keep us healthy. I think recreational biking and linear parks and so forth, and shade trees so that people can actually use them are important as well. So I totally agree with you. Look over the budget. It's a lot of money, and make sure we're not duplicating and we're spending money well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments? I would just add that we've looked at this for several years now, and I think when we did the original study, the estimate, the projections was about a 10 to 11% use of cyclists into North Bayshore, and clearly we have not achieved that. But that's not to say we shouldn't try to achieve that. And I'll say as somewhat bicyclist, I think we still have to make a lot more improvements to make it feel safe for folks to want to bike around the town. And we see more folks on bikes right now or walking, and part of that I think has to do with less traffic congestion. So there's a correlation there. And so I think that we should continue to make better bike improvements. If you go to other cities in the country, other cities in the world, there's some really advanced bicycle infrastructure. I've mentioned my experience in Toronto. I hear Vancouver is even better. They have separated bike lanes with bollards and whatnot all over, and we're just barely touching scraping the surface, is how I look at it in terms of bike infrastructure. So, I do hope, and I have a vision that we will become a much more bike-friendly city and region, because we just can't put any more cars on the road. I was in a call, and we're talking about commute-free work. And the experts, have said our roads are at capacity. We cannot add any more cars to our freeways and whatnot. So we really have to be more aggressive in trying to get folks to shift their mode of transportation. So I understand all of these are really expensive, just like that transit bridge we looked at was $70 million. So I do, I understand that we have to be mindful of our funding, but I do think we need to continue to try to make it a safer place for folks to not drive cars and take other modes of transportation. So with that, I do have some members of the public wishing to speak. So let's see, Bruce England, if you can unmute yourself, please.
Okay, you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Well, Mayor, you just really took the words out of my mouth. That's what I was going to say, that you have to have both sides of the equation. You look at how much is being budgeted for various projects, but you also need to build the infrastructure that invites people to use the infrastructure and that they feel adequately safe and comfortable doing so. I know that when I was on the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee, we were presented with data about how, the levels at which people felt safe and comfortable. And it was broken down by, male, female, age groups and things like that. And, offhand, I can't tell you where that was, but it was interesting information. And maybe Dawn and Rhea can locate that and share it with John and others on council who are interested. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ellie Green, please unmute yourself.
Hi, yeah, I really just wanted to emphasize the need for access to kind of other forms of transportation, as many people don't have access to cars. And I also just wanted to quickly come on and question the council as to why, after multiple people pointed out the council's facial reactions, they then switched to a speaker-only view so people could not observe those reactions, and if that could be then changed back so people could actually see the council's reactions to various issues that are going to be addressed in this meeting.
Yeah, I didn't realize we switched views, so we can I can ask our IT folks to switch us back. Thank you. Let's go to Cliff Chambers. Can you please unmute yourself?
Yes, I agree with Councilmember McAllister and Hicks in general. But when I look at these numbers, what's most concerning to me is the lack of progress getting to the 45% single occupancy vehicle rate. And there's been a lot of talk about the importance of the Transportation Management Association and Google's efforts, and they're not paying off. The trend is not getting there to the 45%, and that ultimately is really what makes all this work on North Bayshore really work. And so hopefully at some point council can have some discussions with the Transportation Management Association and find out why there's not that trend line towards achieving the 45% goal. Thank you.
Thank you. Go to Yuan Lu. Please unmute yourself.
Yes, I want to second the mayor and Bruce's interesting point about the dynamics between investment and divestment. So there have been study, and you guys are in the US, you know best that when the US divested from public transportation and trains in particular, the highways get congested. So do not think just we are spending money now and we are not seeing immediate result. Investment needs time. That's all.
Thank you. And April Webster, please unmute yourself.
Hello.
Hi there.
I'm April Webster. I just wanted to pop in and echo what you had to say with respect to biking infrastructure and whatnot. I'm from Vancouver originally. I have been a resident of Mountain View for quite a few years, though. But I would say it's sometimes a case of build it and they will come. There was a lot of opposition at first to biking infrastructure in Vancouver, and it was quite unsafe. And just one move by the mayor of opening up a lane on their Broad Bridge, which is one of the major arteries into the downtown core, resulted in such significant and amazing changes in the city and the biking culture. And there was a change. It turned from the city, like the businesses in the downtown core being in opposition to biking, and it took a 180. And at that point, so many people were biking downtown to enjoy what the downtown had to offer, and that they at that point became supporters. I yield my time.
Thank you. We'll go to Alex Brown. Please unmute yourself.
Hey. As a resident of North Bayshore, yeah, our traffic situation is complicated. I think the $70 million bike ped bridge is not going to help and is probably just going to be a waste of resources. But also, I can't pass up the opportunity. Yes, trains. I want trains. Please bring me trains. Having some kind of automated public transit system that goes throughout Mountain View would be amazing. More trains. Thank you. I yield my time.
All right, let's go to Joshua. Uh-oh. We had Joshua. Hold on. I'm sorry. I think I lost him. Oh, Joshua Palacios? Palacios. Sorry to
It's cool. It's Paselius. No worries. Thanks for having me on. I just wanted to second the notion that I think we should be still prioritizing safety of people who ride bikes, because if we just continue to invest in the infrastructure for it, more people will come. I know I've started riding my bike a lot more around Mountain View, and I do appreciate all the extra places where the bike paths are. I feel much safer on the road compared to when there aren't designated spots on the street for the bikes. I really feel that if you continue to invest in it, then it'll just be more beneficial to the community and will encourage more members to get out and try to reduce their carbon footprint by biking around more often. Thanks.
Thank you. And Kelsey Josen, please unmute yourself.
I'm a Mountain View resident and I commute by bike every single day. Currently my bike commute, well, I guess I don't right now because everyone's locked down, but when we're not locked down, I'm going into the office and commuting by bike. My current office is great because I can get there safely, but I've had other jobs in the area where it was a lot sketchier to commute by bike, and they've actually turned down a job because I didn't think I could get there safely. I'm sure there are people who feel the same way, so we should definitely be making it safer for people to commute by bike. A lot of my coworkers wish they could commute by bike, but there's not infrastructure for them to do that. So that's some anecdotal evidence of like 15 people who've said they would if they could. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wishing to comment on this item? If not, I'll bring it back to council for more other comments, and if not, a motion.
I'll go ahead.
Thank you. Councilmember McAllister?
Yeah, but I just wanted to follow up. I want to make sure people understand that I do advocate for safety, and maybe as we saw, a lot of people are riding their bikes on the south side of 101. I'm just saying, just be aware of it that you make when you make your decisions. It wasn't pro or con. It was just be aware of how the dollars are, where they're going, and is that the best to go. So, with that being said, I make a motion that we, that's where it is. Accept the North Bay trip count report and authorize the city manager to enter into a contract with Fair and Pierce for an amount not to exceed $155,000 for North Bay Shore District Transportation Monitoring for fiscal year 2020-21. And I do like to make a comment in the staff report that they are going to delay, if I understand correctly, that they're going to delay their study until things get a little back to normal, which makes absolute sense. And I hope the city manager follows up on that.
Thank you. And Councilmember Hicks, give a second.
Yeah, I'm going to second that motion.
Great, thank you. Any other discussion on this item? If not, could we get a roll call vote, please, City Clerk?
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Matichak.
Yes.
Councilmember McAllister.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kamei.
Yes.
Mayor Abikoga.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0 with no abstentions. We will now move on to item 5, oral communications. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on any matter not on the agenda. Speakers are allowed to speak on any topic up to, we're doing 1.5 minutes today. State law prohibits the council from acting on non-agenda items. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on an item that is not on the agenda? If so, please, again, click the raise hand button if you're in the attendee box. And if you are on the phone, it's *9. And the city clerk will display the timer on the screen. And we can start with Pei-Ying Lee. If you can unmute yourself, please.
Hello.
Hello. Hi.
Okay, great. Okay, so hi, City Council. Thank you and the city staff for all the work that you've been doing during this time. I appreciate especially the dedication to protecting and providing for the vulnerable populations in the community. So in the time of COVID-19, we are facing overlapping challenges: global public health crisis, ongoing climate change threats, and social and systemic injustices. And these risks and impact do affect us differently. We see that they burden residents who have the most needs and least resources to respond. However, I believe a silver lining is being able to reflect and stand for what really matters to us now and in the future, which is everyone's health and well-being. Thus, as we move forward, I hope that the council considers expanding funding in Mountain View's urban forest and urban environment to enhance our public health. I'll quote a recent study about combating health inequities during and after COVID-19. Quote, access to safe, nearby nature must be prioritized as a critical public health infrastructure and not just as an amenity for a few, end quote. Urban trees are Mountain View's greatest natural assets. In addition to improving air and water quality, trees help reduce stress, enhance mood, bring mental calm, improve respiratory and cardiovascular health. So I hope through targeted investments in health enhancing programs like urban forestry, we can advance social equity, environmental protections, and the physical and mental health for all who work and reside in Mountain View. I suggest we start with implementing outreach programs to diverse stakeholders and increase overall funding to protect existing trees, and investing in streets and parks with lower tree canopy coverage, which oftentimes is in low-income neighborhoods, rental properties, and new development projects. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Eva Tang. Please unmute yourself.
Okay, now I believe is the time that I have some prepared slides.
Yes, just one moment. Mayor, they had requested in advance to provide comment, and 5 members were going to yield their time. And so Eva is going to have 5 minutes for the presentation, and I do see the 5 members, Roheen Ghosh, Caitlin Davis, Esther Fitchenholtz, Allison Kermsey, and Daya Mandyam are on the line. And so I will go ahead and share my screen. I won't be able to display the timer at the same time, but if it's okay with you, I'll set a timer, and I can let the speaker know when 5 minutes is up.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just one moment to share my screen. Okay.
All right. Thanks for your time, and thanks to those who yielded their time so I could speak tonight. My name is Eva Tang. I'm a 3-year Mountain View resident, and I hope to be a resident for much longer than that. I'm also a high school science educator and an active member of the community. So I wanted to talk to you today about our coalition. If you can move on to the next slide. So many have been curious. We are the Mountain View Coalition for Police Reform and Accountability, or MVCPRA for short. We are a bunch of Mountain View residents of a variety of ages coming together, united in one cause. We've got a lot of different backgrounds. We've got educators and engineers, everyone in between, new residents to lifelong residents, as well as a variety of neighborhoods. I want to emphasize that we are a member-driven coalition focused on police reform. Next slide, please. Our ask is for an independent, citizen-led commission to be run through the Human Relations Commission in order to review the police policy and budget. Next slide, please. We wanted to address the press release that you put out yesterday, and the direct text from the press release is on the left. We did want to address some of the action items that you were putting out, and we did want to say that items 1 and 3, the creation of the Race, Equity, and Inclusion Subcommittee, as well as the roundtable on unconscious bias, they're not sufficient to address concerns about policing in Mountain View. We have heard a lot about dialogue. I think from the last city council meeting, you all have heard a lot of dialogue, and what we need is action, and the public is calling for action and not dialogue. A review of policing policies for alignment with best practice through the police department, as well as the review of alternative service delivery models. That's great, but it needs to be led by the independent citizen-led commission, and it also must address the police budget. It's a little absurd to ask the police department to be accountable for the police department. Next slide, please. So we have a proposal for a community-led process. We're going to utilize the Human Relations Commission for its intended purpose. They would accept and review applications from members of the community, and then 5 Mountain View residents would be chosen. So the Human Relations Commission and those 5 members, altogether those 10 people, with an independent legal counsel, would conduct a more focused and in-depth review process in order to revise, review, and audit the police policies, as well as the recommendations for the budget for the next year, or the next fiscal year. I want to emphasize that this commission would be dedicated solely to police reform. Next slide, please. And so many may be wondering, we just made the subcommittee, why don't we just hand it over to the Race, Equity, and Inclusion Subcommittee? Well, we have a few reasons. We have a lack of trust. There's not a great track record of addressing community concerns. We have Measure D as that example. There's a lack of diversity. There's no representation from Black residents and residents who are most impacted by the negative experiences with police. And there's also a lack of specificity. We don't know the scope of the work of the Race, Equity, and Inclusion Subcommittee. Is very broad. It does not guarantee specific attention to reviewing policing, and action to review policing is something that the public is calling for, if you will recall. Next slide, please. Thanks for taking the time to listen to me. Many people have been curious about us. So we have our Instagram and our Twitter handles out here. We are working on a website, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll go on to Albert James. If you can unmute yourself, Albert. Oh, Albert? Oh, thanks. Here, is that you, Albert?
Yeah.
There we go. Albert? You should be on.
Do you think you're going to talk more?
Maybe not.
Someone else is on. Let's see. Let me make sure I'm. Okay. Albert, are you there? Could you? Oh, there you are. I see you. Can you? I think you're on. Could you speak? Try speaking, Albert. Albert? Okay, I'm going to come back to you, Albert. Let me go to the next speaker. We'll figure out what's going on with your speaker. Oh, are you back, Albert? No. Okay. We'll go to Ellie Green. Can you unmute yourself, Ellie?
Hi, Council. Can you hear me? Hi, my name is Ellie Green, and I'm with the Mountain View Coalition for Police Reform. As you already heard our presenter speak on this, I really want to emphasize the need for community-led reform. I know that the council has come forward with a subcommittee, and we really feel this is an inadequate response, and it feels like a rush job on a very important issue. I really want to emphasize the fact that the city council in this case doesn't need to be rushing to make themselves look good. They don't need to be rushing to check a box about diversity and about addressing Black Lives Matter. This is not a box to check. This is people's lives at stake. We are asking you for a commission because we want a group of people who are dedicated, working with legal counsel, working with the community to fully review all aspects of the police regulations. In your press release, you mentioned that the police were going to go back and review the current regulations. The police have had the power to go back and review all of their regulations for as long as they've existed. If they really wanted to address these issues, they could have done it 5 years ago. They could have done it 2 months ago. They could have done it in any span of time, but they haven't. And therefore, I don't know if they should really be the ones trusted to go through and review this. I really want to urge the council to think about who's actually being affected here. We are talking about people's lives. We are asking you to go to the community, to use an organization, to use a commission that you frequently ignore, and actually utilize them to do their job, to work with the community, and to put together a report for you all to make change, to impact change, to listen to your people. Thank you so much, and I yield my time.
Okay, I'm going to try Albert again. Albert, are you able to unmute yourself? It's showing that you're unmuted, Albert. If you could maybe try calling in, that might be another option. So in the meantime, I'm going to go to Bright Lou.
Hi.
There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, I am with the Mountain View Coalition for Police Reform and Accountability, and it'd be very great if you guys could take more action on making a committee to hold these police accountable for their actions and to check in on where their money is going, especially because that the police budget increase does not, unlike what Ms. Callister said, is not a result of the cost of living adjustment, because teachers with over 10 years of experience in the same city, Mountain View, are paid like half as much. Well, not half as much, but they're not paid anywhere near as much as a rookie police officer. And these teachers not only have to live off of this money, they also have to use their money to buy us supplies. They are providing for our community. They are some of the leaders who are supposed to help children learn and create a safe space for them in schools. Yet somehow you guys find it more important to fund the police and increase their budget year after year instead of giving these pillars of society more money so they can help people in need. I yield my time.
Thank you. So if you were speaking about any budget items, and that includes the police department, that is on our item later on in the evening. So this is for non-agendized items. So please limit your comments to non-agenda items. And I'm going to ask, see if we can get Albert James back on. Albert, are you on? No. All right. Maybe Albert, if you could try to call back in and see if we can get you heard. I'll go to Dana Petey. Please unmute yourself.
Hi there. Thank you so much. You heard from me a little bit earlier. I'm a member of MVCPRA and a resident of Mountain View. I'd like to thank the council for taking the initial steps as listed in yesterday's press release, while also reiterating that they are not yet sufficient for the reasons that you heard earlier from Eva in her presentation. I want to express a specific comment about item 4 in the media release, which refers to a review of alternative service delivery models to address community needs like homelessness, mental health, and substance abuse. I think this is a really important idea and something that could be really powerful for the community, but ultimately it means nothing if it doesn't happen hand in hand with a thorough audit of the police department's policies and budgets so that homelessness, mental health crises, and substance abuse are no longer criminalized. The measures in items 2 and 4 must be led by an independent commission of citizens organized through the HRC. An independent commission would allow for residents from our targeted communities to lead the conversation. Listening sessions in town halls where they get a minute or two of public comment are not sufficient, and they don't actually cede power to the folks whose voices need to be most meaningfully amplified. We need to be listening to them as leaders, not just as public commenters. Furthermore, an independent commission can do a very necessary deeper dive and spend more attention on it. You city council members already juggle so many other issues that it would be hard for a subcommittee to give this issue the time and the scrutiny that it deserves. Thank you so much for your time.
I'm sorry, David Peters, please unmute yourself. I was muted.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
My name is David Peters, and I am also with MVCPRA. I am also advocating for an independent citizen-led commission to be run through the HRC for police reform and accountability. And the reason I believe that an independent commission is necessary is because, as Eva stated in their presentation, there are some serious flaws with the subcommittee that has been created. The subcommittee may very well be well suited to certain problems, but its broad focus on race, equity, and inclusion as a general category means that it's, from appearances at least, ill suited to the specific task of police reform. And additionally, as others have stated, giving police accountability to the hands of the police officers themselves does not spark much confidence in significant change and important change that needs to happen that hasn't happened in the past. And so for these reasons, I believe that an independent, citizen-led commission is necessary because it's the only way to ensure that important voices are heard and not silenced by competing interests. Thank you very much. I cede my time.
You'll go to Lara PD. Lara, please unmute yourself.
Hi there. This is Lara Petey. I'm a Mountain View resident and a member of MVCPRA. I am here in solidarity with Mountain View residents, calling for council to authorize the HRC to create an independent, citizen-led commission to review MVPD policies and budget. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'm going to go try again. Albert James, are you with us? No. Okay, we'll try again in a bit. Let's go to April Webster. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, April Webster again. This is the real reason I wanted to attend the meeting today. I wanted to say that I am really excited and fully in support of the Summer Streets program, and from what I've seen, I'm not the only one. Castro Street is hopping. I'd like to, however, request 3 improvements that could make it just a bit more bike-friendly. One, with respect to the various arteries bicyclists use to get to Castro Street, consider ways to make those safer. For example, designating some of those streets, maybe improving signage and awareness, maybe a map showing these safer routes would help. 2, more bicycle parking at the entry points. Now that some of the cars parking spots have been removed and the restaurants are moving out onto the sidewalks and the streets, some of the parking that was previously available is becoming lost. And 3rd, I'm not sure if this makes sense because it's unclear to me if bicyclists will be permitted on Castro once Summer Streets goes into full flow. But if they are, consider widening the entry points between the cement barriers just to make it a bit easier for people to get in. Particularly for families with bike trailers and children on bikes. There's a surprising number of families and youth getting around by bike right now. Thank you. I yield my time.
We'll go to Kelsey Josen. Please unmute yourself. Kelsey?
Sorry, it wasn't letting
No worries. You're on now.
I'm sorry if I don't trust the police to audit themselves and don't trust the subcommittee to recommend meaningful reforms, given that it has so many police-backed council members. We're not right now in a place where small token reforms or empty words or anything close to enough. I'm very concerned that that's all the current steps the council has proposed are going to get us. Police policies in America are out of control, and Mountain View is not an exception, no matter how much the editorial in the Mountain View Voice and all the false ally statements I've heard claim that it is. We're asking for a citizen-led commission to review all policies that will lead to real, meaningful change. We must do more than listen to those most impacted by these issues. We must empower them. We must let them lead the way. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to try Albert again. Albert, are you there? You should be able to speak. Albert? All right, we'll go back to Salim. Salim, please unmute yourself.
Hi, Council. Yeah, so I'm a resident of Mountain View. I don't have any requests for Council as a body to do anything, but I would like the Council members to personally read the lawsuit against Chief Bazell, where he was accused of sexual harassment and retaliating against a former employee. There are two things in the lawsuit that are beyond factual dispute. So one is that Bazell made multiple romantic advances towards a subordinate. There's a reason why HR departments tell you not to do this. So after the person Bazell made romantic advances towards turned him down and he demoted her, it made him look not objective anymore, to say the least, which created the lawsuit, which seems like poor judgment. And then the second thing that's beyond factual dispute, Bazell ran a SWAT team that had a very deeply broken culture. I'd like to quote some of the court documents. So, quote, throughout his tenure on the SWAT team from 1997 to 2007, defendant Bazell participated in conversations regarding hazing new members and actively encouraged the sexually inappropriate conduct. For example, at a SWAT party in approximately 1999 or 2000, a team member brought a blow-up doll which was used to simulate various sexual acts. Defendant Bazell encouraged and participated in this inappropriate conduct. At another event, defendant Bazell simulated groping a female dispatcher while giving her a kiss, end quote. And then start quote, the sexually inappropriate behavior within SWAT continued throughout plaintiff's membership on the team. Ellipses, defendant Bazell received at least one report of a female volunteer complaining that she had been groped by a male SWAT team member during a training exercise, and certain SWAT members would force others.
Thank you. Your time is up. We're going to go to Megan Fraley. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you. I'm actually a little shaken up hearing that, so I almost have to actually get recentered because it's just really horrifying to hear these stories. And woo, okay, sorry, that's quite the comment to have to follow, I guess. Okay, so my comment was going to be about just democracy and process, and just to name how challenging it is to have, my dog is now crying because when I get upset, then she's upset. Wow, I maybe I should just not even say anything at this point. We are in a moment in our country where things can change. And it requires all of us to be introspective and to really listen, not have a town hall, not nod or look down at your phone. I'm sorry. Like, this requires every single one of us to truly be introspective and see what we need to revolutionize within ourselves so that we can actually meet this moment and create real change. So I guess I'm just begging each and every one of you to do that, because you have a lot of power, and I know sometimes it doesn't feel like it, but you have so much power over our lives. So sorry that this was probably my most rambling of comments, but please feel the impact of this moment and that people are really, really, really talking about people's lives and their dignity. Thank you.
Thank you. Albert James, I'm going to try you again. Are you available? Are you on, Albert? No. Okay.
Mayor, he should be on by phone now. I asked him to raise his hand, but I'm not seeing a phone number with a raised hand right now.
Oh, there's a 650620 is the last three numbers. Do you think? Oh, let me try that one. Albert, is that?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yay! Yes.
All right. I'm calling in by phone. I don't know what the problem was this time. My screen shows that I'm unmuted, and anyways, okay, I have a presentation and I have my own timer.
Alrighty, thanks.
If Lisa could please share the screen.
Yes, I'll be right there sharing my screen. Just one moment.
Fortunately, there are plenty of other people to talk. Great. Okay, I'll start my timer. As you know, you're going to be reviewing the 1001 North Shoreline development next week. And me and my neighbors have met with many of you, and I'm sure you're meeting with the applicant. So I wanted to share a couple of other pieces of information that I think might be helpful. Next slide, please. Previously, I showed this photo, which was a composite photo I put together using a building that's going on at Warren Station. But I later found out that this is actually incorrect. And the building is further from the shown here, it's further than the street than it should be. So I redid the photo. Next slide, please. This is the view I'm looking at across the street from Terabella at the site. And if you add the building, next slide, please. This is what it will actually look like. It's a 7-story building. The only other 7-story residence I know about, well, there's a couple, but the biggest one is the Dean at San Antonio. But San Antonio is 100 feet wide. Terabella is only 50, so you're going to get the full impact of the 7 stories. And next slide, please. The applicant will tell you that they've made modifications to the frontage to make it less imposing. But if you look at their actual plans, this is from page 33 of their project plan set, you'll see that the frontage goes straight up from Terabella. You can see where the arrow points on the right side on both of those. And so I urge you to question the applicant about that when you get a chance, and also go look at the site and use my photo as a guide to what you can imagine being there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm glad we got you on, Albert. We'll go on to Deneva Goins. Please unmute yourself. I lose you, Deneva. I think I lost Deneva. Oh, there you are, Deneva. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, I wanted to make a comment about a couple of things. So I agree with all the other commenters who are suggesting an independent citizen-led commission to increase accountability. The police are absolutely unqualified to evaluate themselves. As another person mentioned, they knew their stats a long time ago, and they've chosen not to do anything about this for many years. So obviously Black lives do not matter in Mountain View. At the beginning of this school year, the school called the police on my son, who is on the autism spectrum, 9 years old. How is this appropriate? Please hold the schools accountable for throwing special needs kids under the bus. Additionally, in the last 3 weeks, our Mexican-American janitorial vendor did not feel comfortable calling the police when he discovered that there were people who basically moved into our cabana, broke in, moved in, and set up all the materials, and he couldn't clean in there. So he came to my house, and I didn't really want to call the police either, because I'm like, what are they going to do? I was afraid, they're going to see a Black woman, and, I don't know what's going to happen. So, when the police arrived, they discovered that, yes, these people were there. They lied about what they were doing. They lied about many things. They found drugs. They found weapons. And then the police told me that I was making a citizen's arrest. I don't understand that. I really don't understand that. There is no way that the police in Mountain View are qualified to police themselves. That's the end of my comment.
Thank you. Alex Brown, can you unmute yourself? You're next.
Yeah, I can try to unmute myself. Hi.
Hi.
Yeah. You guys know I'm a regular here. I was kind of hoping that Albert James would come to us with another City Skylines presentation showing us beautiful traffic modeling, but his slides were also cool. I just wanted to note that I'm really happy and proud to see all of these residents of Mountain View stepping up and speaking. And I just wonder where your supporters are. Where are the people who are calling for the things that you're actually voting on? Why is every voice speaking out in a concerted cry for help. And everyone that you guys seem to talk to between meetings to back up your policies are absent. Where'd they go? I yield my time.
We'll go to Yuan Liu. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm here with Mountain View Coalition for Public Police Reform and Accountability. As I listened to Eva's presentation, one point struck me as very interesting, that 2 of the 3 member subcommittee has heavy police union backing in their campaigns. This does have the appearance of conflict of interest. So therefore, I support an independent commission. That's all.
Thank you. We'll go to Anna Z. Please unmute yourself.
Hello, my name is Anna, and I've lived in Mountain View since 2004. I'm part of the MVCPRA. Eva outlined our demands well. I wish we could make eye contact right now. We both know that words are just a show unless there are actions behind them. I yield my time.
We'll go to Francisco Ochoa. Please unmute yourself. Let's see. Francisco, are you there? I lost you. Uh-oh. Oh, Francisco, yes. Are you able to unmute?
There it was. I finally saw it pop up.
Okay. Yes.
Thanks. Yes, I don't know if I mentioned before that aside from being a 38-year resident of Mountain View, as well as a small business owner here, I am also a veteran of the U.S. Armed Forces. It was a long time ago. I would like to emphasize and reiterate what my fellow MVPRC colleagues have stated. An outside agency not affiliated with the city, such as HRC, needs to be included in the oversight of MVPD. I'm sure there are many of Mountain View's finest who are honorable men and women who are committed to doing the right thing. Police are running amok, and it's still occurring even after the senseless murder of George Floyd. Let's put a stop to police brutality and the Blue Shield. Police have unions, which will always look out for police behavior, which has not been known too well until Rodney King. Video cams, and now cell phones, which allow us all to capture police action, which otherwise would fall to the word of the citizen, known as a defendant in court, against the word of a police officer, sworn to protect and serve. We need to assure justice is served in a fair manner for all, not just the privileged few. As was mentioned, for all the previous reasons which have been expressed by other folks, MVPD cannot be counted on to police themselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I don't see any other hands in the attendee box. So, there's one more. Galvin Fiore, please unmute yourself. Let's see. Oh,
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Welcome.
Hello.
Hi there. You're on.
Sorry, I think there was an issue with my earbud. All right, I can hear you better now. Okay, hi, I'm Gowan Fiore. I'm with MVCPRA. Bottom line is really that Mountain View needs an independent, citizen-led commission for police reform and accountability. Your elected offices exist to serve the citizens of Mountain View and improve their lives. To that effect, overhauling the police department is the most effective action that you can take. And doing that effectively without direct input from the citizens you serve is impossible. The MVCPRA's proposal in Eva's presentation gives you a clear path forward to make that happen. We're here to make it easy for you. So join us, take action, and be on the right side of history. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wishing to speak? I don't see any more hands, so I will close oral communications and let's see, why don't we take a break? It's been over 2 hours now, so let's take can we do a 10-minute break and be back at, I'll just say 8:50. Everyone. I think I'm not sure who's on and who's not, but we'll go ahead and start. Let's see, we go to item 6, unfinished business, 6.1, the citywide school strategy. And we have a staff presentation by our principal planner, Eric Anderson. Welcome, Eric.
Thank you very much, Mayor Abikoga. I hope you can hear me. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Well, thank you again, Mayor Abikoga, Vice Mayor Kamei, and City Council. This is the citywide school strategy. My name is Eric Anderson, and I'm joined by Artisha Vastava, our Assistant City Manager and Community Development Director. Schools are very important to the city of Mountain View, and they're a key element of the city's quality of life. The city shares the school district's concern about adequate facilities to accommodate planned population growth. As a result, the city has worked with the school districts over the last several months to years to develop an unprecedented school strategy program. It's one of the many ways that the city works with the local school districts, including maintenance, school resource officers, and after-school programs, which have amounted to $6.5 million of funding last fiscal year. The Shoreline Regional Park Community Joint Powers Agreement, which has amounted to about $51 million since 2006. And a recent teacher housing opportunity enabled through a general plan amendment and rezoning. The big picture of the school strategy is starting with the school district's growth assumptions and identified needs based on the long-term growth of the city. We take that and we look at opportunities that the city has to reduce costs. This is what we call our land strategy, and I'll get into a little more detail of that later on. In addition, there is a school share that acknowledges their resources from the state, bonding, and other opportunities. And there's a shared, and ultimately a shared understanding of a funding gap, recognizing that the school resources are not adequate and the city opportunities may not be completely adequate to cover all the infrastructure that the school districts need. So a shared understanding of a funding gap, which can help inform voluntary developer contributions. This is a good opportunity to remind the City Council of the city's legal constraints. Under state law, the city cannot deny or condition developments based on school capacity mitigation. In effect, schools cannot be part of the city's land use deliberation. And stated more simply, the City Council cannot use compliance with the school strategy in one way or another to evaluate projects and must treat them the same whether they provide additional funds, land, or other resources or not. So without that out of the way, we'll go on to the direction that we received from the City Council back in October. Council provided direction endorsing the land strategy. This includes shared open space, transfers of development rights, and incentives for land dedication. In addition, Council was presented with school district share and voluntary developer contribution assumption options. And Council's direction was to continue to study voluntary developer contributions with an assumption that residential should be on the order of $6.30 to $13.16 per square foot based on the feasibility of that development. And office feasibility could support a higher contribution amount. So the first recommendation for Council today is the city policy, which we're presenting, which includes the land strategy tools that Council endorsed back in October. The shared open space, the opportunities for the city and the school districts to develop shared open space using the city's parkland dedication funding. Off-site transfers of development rights. This is an opportunity for the school district to acquire land that has significant value based on its zoning capacity. and then the school districts could then sell off that zoning capacity and acquire some of that value back and help them pay for either the acquisition of the land or the improvements needed on that land. And lastly, incentives for developers to voluntarily dedicate land. This is similar to what was done for the Dean project on San Antonio, which you can see a schematic of here, where the city can offer a kind of a no loss of development capacity in cases where developers wish to dedicate land to the schools. And in addition, potential exceptions to some development standards to also help facilitate that. Of course, school districts must have already worked with the developer to identify the area and the need. The city may need to review the effect on the project. For example, its effect on character, traffic, other issues, as well as on development feasibility. And of course, there may also be other city needs, such as parks, that may drive dedication of land for specific projects. In addition to the 3 points mentioned before, the policy also includes guidance for long-term collaboration with the school districts. The key outstanding item from the council meeting back in October was this identified funding gap. The purpose, as I said, is to create a shared understanding between the city, school districts, and developers of what the school district need is over the next 30 to 50 years, taking the school district's growth assumptions and some assumptions related to school share and the amount of development and the fees that they could provide. These assumptions, these school share assumptions and the funding gap result are based in part on council direction back in October, and also based on viable school funding sources, as well as development economic feasibility. So based on our feasibility studies that we've done before, we found that there may be capacity in some developments pro formas to accommodate this voluntary contribution at the funding gap level identified. So to convert the funding gap to a voluntary contribution amount, this shows the calculation. The feasibility input to this conversation creates more certainty that this funding can be voluntarily provided by development. The residential amount is consistent with both the East Wisman Precise Plan and community benefit analyses, as well as council direction. And the total amount is can be shown here to add up to the total funding gap from the previous slide. This analysis is in effect the last element of the school strategy project. It brings together the city actions, economically feasible voluntary developer contributions, and other opportunities available to schools into a single viable program to achieve the school's self-identified need. Again, I'll note the line at the bottom of this slide, the funding gap voluntary contributions are not community benefits. So of course, outside the school strategy, there are many opportunities for the city to support the school districts, including direct funding through collected community benefit funds and other sources. The city can base this funding on immediate school district needs or projected school district needs, their specific improvement plans, other funding opportunities that the school districts may have or that may be available to the city at the time, opportunities to fill timing gaps or to take advantage of reimbursement agreements. And then, of course, it also gives the city an opportunity to weigh other city priorities, such as transportation improvements or open space improvements that might be used or that community benefits might be used for. So this gives the city maximum future flexibility to tap available resources and the greatest future certainty that the funding will be used as needed. Council asked staff a couple of months ago to bring back discussion of the school portion of the Summerhill project on Middlefield, their community benefits with this item. If the City Council is interested in doing so, that could be agendized to a future date after more analysis is done of process, agreements, and alternatives. Staff does not recommend in the future a development by development community benefits contribution. So it's not recommending a contribution based on Summerhill's action at this time. So that concludes staff's presentation. Here are the recommendations by staff. We are open to any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anderson. City Council members, do you have any questions? Please raise your hand. I don't see any. So if not, I will move on. Oh, here we go. We have the full view. Any questions from council members? Okay, so I will move on to public comments. If there's any member of the public wishing to speak on this item, please raise your hand, click the button at the bottom if you're in the attendee box. And I have Fiona Walter. Please unmute yourself. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Just an enormous thank you to all of you, to council and to staff. Sorry, I should identify myself, Fiona Walter, MBLA trustee. As Eric mentioned, tonight is the culmination of a couple of years of work on from both of our teams. And I want to just note for everybody else listening in, Mountain View is one of only a handful of cities working with their schools to help mitigate the impacts of housing growth. And for this, we are just truly grateful. So thank you for your time tonight and for all the hours leading into staff's recommendation tonight. Your partnership is very much appreciated, and just can't thank you guys enough.
Thank you. And we'll go to Ayende Rudolph. Please unmute yourself.
Ayende Rudolph, Superintendent of Mountain View Western School District. I just wanted to echo Fiona's comments and thank Eric and RT and Christian and Kimbra and everybody else who has been working on this for quite some time. Unfortunately, I'm the last of the group, along with Eric, who has been working on this over the last couple of years. But I really appreciate, on behalf of our trustees, the creativeness that staff has come up with, considering the limitations that exist. Obviously, we hope that there can be other funding strategies for our communities like ours, which are very high priced compared to other places. But we do appreciate that staff has taken a very unique approach to making this come to fruition. So thank you on behalf of Mountain View Western School District.
Thank you. And we'll go to Dennis Martin. Please unmute yourself.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Dennis Martin, speaking on behalf of the Building Industry Association of the Bay Area. BIA respectfully submits our comments tonight as follow-up to our May 1st letters, June 9th letter, and comments at prior hearings. BIA appreciates that the city acknowledges the staff report, in its staff report to the City Council, that controlling state law has preempted the field of school facilities adequacy and mitigation measures. The staff report correctly concludes that under these statutes, local governments are prohibited from denying or withholding the approval of housing projects based on a refusal to provide school facility mitigation measures beyond that expressly authorized and limited by statute, and importantly, that the maximum fee amounts specified in the state statute are, as a matter of law, deemed to provide adequate school facilities. However, we remain concerned that this policy, the proposed policy describing so-called voluntary contributions, is very problematic because it could be interpreted as tacitly inviting council, staff, and even the public to suggest, solicit, or expect a voluntary or charitable school contribution, thereby creating a de facto expectation that conflicts with state law. If the city were to show a pattern of favoring projects that provide voluntary school contributions of those that do not, that practice could face the same scrutiny as a formal policy, and the city would bear the risk, not the school district. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wishing to speak? If you can click the raise hand button. I don't see any, so I will close public comment on this item and bring it back to council for further discussion, and I will entertain a motion. Any council members making a comment or a motion? Yes, Councilmember Clark.
I guess if no one else wants to speak, I just I want to thank the trustees and both superintendents for working with us on this to get to this stage. And I think we've come up with a really solid plan that balances a lot of needs that are in place. And thank you very much to staff for all the work that you did on this and all the intricacies that are involved in this, especially some of the legal intricacies. So with that, I'll move that we adopt a resolution to adopt a council policy for a citywide school strategy to be read in title only for the reading waived attachment 1 to the council report.
Thank you. And is there a second? Councilmember Hicks?
I'm sorry to interrupt. There's also a second component to the recommended action about amendments to the precise plans.
Sorry, yeah, so the motion is to adopt the staff recommendation, both items, and then I read the title of the resolution.
Thank you.
Great. And Councilmember Hicks?
Well, I will be happy to second. I was actually going to make comments, but technical difficulties, I could not find the raise hand button, so sorry. I will second. I just wanted to say, I did want to thank particularly Eric and everybody else who's worked on this, because I know there were a lot of details. And just my additional comments, I do really hope we don't I appreciated the part about not doing development by development community benefit decisions. I really think it's important that the communities that the developments are going into get those benefits. And I'm hoping that if we I'm hoping that this strategy will provide adequate money for the schools, and that if we need additional money, the shoreline community might provide some funding as well, as it has in the past. My background in city planning, one of the things we learned is that tax increment financing should give some money back to the school. So that would be my preference. And I guess the very last thing I'll say is, although I strongly support the ongoing shared park schoolyard strategy, I really want to make sure that the parks that we create through that really serve all residents well. I've worked a little in the past with schoolyards through the living classroom, and I learned through that work that our schools are not really lavished with money to do landscaping and develop their schoolyards. So I want to make sure that in the process of, that those shared agreements can work really well, but I want to make sure that we're also allowing using the schoolyards, maybe adding a little extra money so that we can make, like I said, the schoolyards / parks meet the needs of all residents. There's a kind of growing movement to make sure that parks meet the needs of people from 8 to 80. So as we develop the schoolyard parks, I'd like to make sure that we also think of, toddlers, frail elders, everybody in between, and make sure that we're making them true parks as we do that. And with that, I would be happy to second.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. So I also appreciate all the work that has been done on the school strategy. I know it's been challenging, and I thank staff for doing this. And I thank the school districts for working with us on this. It's good to have us all working together. I share Councilmember Hicks' comments about the property that is shared between schools and the city. It is important to have at least a portion of that feel more like a park than, say, a field, because residents are using it or want to use it more like a park, although some are using it as fields. So I think we need to keep that in mind as we develop them and make sure, as Councilmember Hicks said, that they work for all residents. But I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on this item? So I wanted to, I will support the motion, and thank you to staff and for our school district, our representatives for working on this collaboratively over quite a while. I think we've had some twists and turns and new information that we've discovered along the way, and so it took maybe a little longer than expected, but I'm glad that we're here. So I do support the motion. I'm not sure if maybe I'll try, but I do feel strongly that when we talked about the Summerhill project, the East Wisman project, and there was the community benefit issue there, that I think it's $2.5 million over the school contribution. At that time, there's some of us who wanted to make a decision on whether there should be more of that funding to go to the schools, but I recall that we chose to defer that to a different time. And so I know that, and I support not doing project by project going forward, but I do feel that there was at least for me, a commitment that was made, or at least some kind of expectation that was created from our discussion that evening to at least discuss that East Wisman project. And so I just want to honor that, and I was going to ask for a friendly amendment to include bringing back that Summerhill project community benefit discussion to a later council meeting date. If Councilmember Clark and Hicks would be open to that amendment request.
Yeah, I think based on the staff presentation, that would just need to come back to us for an appropriation decision. So I don't mind bringing it back, or just giving that direction to bring it back whenever the time's appropriate.
Yes, great, thank you. Councilmember Hicks, are you okay with that that amendment?
Yes, we can bring it back.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Ramirez?
Thank you, Mayor. Just really quickly on that point, I feel like there are a lot of considerations in making that appropriation, and I guess a question for staff: will there be? So, just for instance, I feel pretty strongly that community benefits that are generated from development should benefit the neighborhood that the development is constructed in. And I would want to make sure that there's some, for lack of a better word, nexus between the use of that funding and the benefit of the neighborhood that the development comes in. So, and that, if a majority of the council is supportive of that parameter, is that something that, we would have to codify in some kind of agreement? What exactly will staff come back with when we consider this appropriation?
I'll try to answer a little bit, and maybe Eric can fill in. The community benefits were expected to fund many improvements, including infrastructure as well as traffic and transportation improvements. So what staff will bring back would be some of those expectations and those projects, so that the council can review all the items that would likely compete for those funds and make a determination of how much they may want to give to the schools. And then we can certainly, based on some of the parameters, work on an agreement based on council's principles, and then bring that back for maybe a consent item or so. But I might want Christian to chime in on the agreement piece.
Yes, that sounds like a reasonable approach, and it may require that next step to formalize that. The next step with an agreement, yeah.
Okay, and then would the council have an opportunity to provide input on that agreement, or is that something that city staff will negotiate with the school districts?
Well, at the meeting that the council decides whether or not to provide the money to the schools, we would want them to give us some direction on the basic parameters, which would allow us then to go and create an agreement. And then typically these come back on consent, and the council can review and comment additionally on those as well, on the agreement.
Got it. Okay, no, that's helpful. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Matichak?
Yes, I guess I had a follow-on question to Councilmember Ramirez's comments or questions. If this comes back, in addition to having information on, say, competing projects, would we sort of be able to estimate the amount of community benefits we might generate in, say, the East Wisman area and the total dollar value of the projects that would be competing? So we would know if there are projects that would not be able to get done, or if there's more resources than we expected that, you know, it's easier to share. Would we have that would we be able to estimate that whole picture?
I might have to ask Eric to speak to this, and then we might have to talk to Public Works, but I think that was the general idea.
Yeah, so the East Wisman Precise Plan already includes a list of proposed improvements. We are actually going to start work fairly soon on the Nexus study for kind of getting cost estimates of some of those improvements and how much of those improvements might be attributable to new development. And so that could also fill out the picture of what the Councilmember Matichak is asking about total costs and trade-offs, although that may be several months out, and we'd have to look at the timing of when that information is coming in.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hicks?
So I think we're basically going in the direction Councilmember Matichak took us in the direction I was going to go. I just don't want to make a community benefit decision to when we have, I think, other choices like the shoreline community funds eventually available. I don't want to make decisions that are shorting communities of things, the actual community of things they may need. But I think the things that we've been discussing, bringing into the discussion, I think that we've covered enough of those items so that we can make a smart decision. So thanks.
All right, any other discussion on this item? If not, could we take a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember.
Yes.
Councilmember Matichak.
Yes.
Councilmember McAllister.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kamei.
Yes.
Mayor Abikoga.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carries 7-0 with no abstentions. Thank you very much. We'll move on to item 6.2, this voters initiative charter amendment ballot measure for the November 3rd election. And our staff presentation is by our city clerk, Lisa Natush. Welcome.
Thank you. Yes, so the item before you this evening includes actions relating to submitting to the voters the Mountain View Homeowner, Renter, and Taxpayer Protection Initiative Charter Amendment, which was put forth by proponents John Inks and Brian Danforth. This measure would amend the city's charter to modify the Community Stabilization and Fair Rent Act adopted by the voters in November of 2016. This item was continued from the June 9th City Council meeting. In accordance with the election code provisions governing the placement of a charter amendment on the ballot by an initiative petition, procedural requirements have been satisfied. To briefly summarize, the initiative petition was circulated for signature beginning in April 2018, and after verification from the County Registrar of Voters in November 2018, was found to contain 5,723 valid signatures satisfying the requirement that 15% of registered voters must have signed the petition for it to qualify for the ballot. The City Council accepted the certification of sufficiency of the petition in November of 2018. Once an initiative measure is found to have the requisite number of valid signatures to qualify for the ballot, the Council has the ministerial duty to take various actions to place it on the ballot. On November 12th, 2019, the City Council took action to place a city-initiated charter amendment related to the CSFRA on the March 3rd, 2020 ballot, Measure D, and also considered placement of the initiative measure on the March 3rd or November 3rd ballot at that time. The Council did not take action to place the initiative measure on the ballot at that time, and therefore must take action to do so at this time. The 75-word ballot question is proposed in the staff report, and I can share the ballot on my screen if Council desires. I'll note that it was modified from the June 9th staff report for additional clarity upon further review. In addition to adopting a resolution to submit the measure to the voters with the final ballot question language, the other actions before Council this evening are to direct the City Attorney to prepare an impartial analysis of the measure, determine whether or not Council wishes to submit an argument or authorize any member or members of the Council to submit an argument related to the measure, and to determine whether to print the full text of the measure in the County Voter Information Guide. This concludes my report, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you, City Clerk. Any questions from Council members? I don't see any hands, so then I'll go to public comment. And going to the attendee box, if you have a comment, please click the raise hand button at the bottom. And if you're on the phone, it's *9, I believe. And we'll start with Joan Brodowski. Oh, Joan, where did you go? There you go, Joan. Let's see. Let me see if I can. There you go. Please unmute yourself.
I think I'm unmuted. Do you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. I'm Joan Brodowski. I'm speaking on behalf of the Mountain View Housing Justice Coalition. We worry about how you will choose whether or not to write the November ballot statement against the California Apartment Association initiative, which I just heard was sponsored in part by John Inks. The defeat of Measure D last March showed that Mountain View voters continue to support meaningful protection for renters. The Apartment Association landlords will try to make us think their initiative will benefit renters. In reality, it would end our hard-gained renter protections. The vacancy rate in Mountain View has swung between 3% and 4% for years. That's our normal. The landlord initiative, with just a 3% vacancy, would trigger and would suspend rent stabilization. The opposition ballot statement must make that clear, that passing the initiative effectively erases our Community Stabilization and Fair Rent Act. Our community remains housed because of rent stabilization. So do you, City Council members, really support our rent stabilization law? Are you aware that our vacancy rate is normally greater than the trigger? We think you should write the opposition ballot only if you can answer yes.
Thank you.
Mountain View needs that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move on to Roheen Ghosh. Please unmute yourself.
Hey, good evening, Council. Rent stabilization is extremely important to the people of Mountain View. It is the reason why our community retains its diverse character to this day. This ballot measure that is being put up is the sneaky repeal of rent control. It ends rent stabilization and tenant protections in Mountain View as we know them. If you as a council are prepared to write the ballot statement honestly, with the word sneaky repeal and stating clearly that this ballot measure ends rent control, go ahead. But do not by any means lie to the voters of Mountain View and use disingenuous language that does not paint the full nature of the implications of this ballot measure. if you are not willing and able to clearly write how this ballot measure will impact the residents of Mountain View, your constituents, there are plenty of great activists and groups willing to write that ballot statement honestly. Please be honest with your constituents. Use the words sneaky repeal and use the phrase end rent control in your ballot statement, or let people who will be honest write the statement. Thank you, and I yield my time.
We'll go to Ellie Green. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, Council. Can you hear me? Okay, great. I just really wanted to speak and echo Rohin's statements, as well as statements from the Mountain View Housing Justice Coalition. Is that if you're going to write this statement, write it correctly. Reflect the true intent of this legislation. Reflect the intent to remove rent control, to expose your most vulnerable populations to the tyranny of landlords. I urge you to, if you are going to stand with the people, stand with them. Use the correct language. Acknowledge this as a sneaky repeal of rent control. Acknowledge this as endangering your citizens, and call it what it is in the ballot. If you're unable to do that, leave it to the people who can. Leave it to the people who can accurately express the harm that comes from this. And I really urge you to just consider whether or not you can speak on this honestly. And if you can't speak on this honestly, then you shouldn't really be speaking at all. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next, John Lashley. Please unmute yourself.
Yeah, hi. My name is John Lashley. I'm a resident of Mountain View and a member of Silicon Valley DSA. To the majority on the city council, nobody trusts you on the housing issue. The majority of the council opposed the CSFRA. The majority of the council tried to weaken the CSFRA with Measure D. You lied about how Measure D would weaken rent control. Some of you are so out of touch with Mountain View residents that you probably don't know this, but Measure D was a huge electoral failure. Voters saw Measure D for what it was, your attempted giveaway to the California Apartment Association. Face facts. Sneaky repeal is even worse than Measure D, and it's going to lose even worse than Measure D did. Mountain View voters are going to organize to defeat sneaky repeal because we like rent control. And we haven't forgotten that some of you were for sneaky repeal before you were against it. Mayor, you were on video saying that rent control is too expensive. Apologize to Mountain View voters for pushing Measure D on us. If you can't strongly support the CSFRA and oppose sneaky repeal, get out of the way and let us in DSA write the ballot argument against sneaky repeal. You should go to the voters and apologize for what you've done. You've wasted our time and our money with Measure D. Don't waste it again. Get out of the way and say you're sorry. I'm done.
We'll go to Alex Brown. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, this is not Alex Brown. I think you unmuted the wrong person.
Mayor, you're muted.
Is it Johannes?
Yeah, should I go, or are we going to Alex Brown?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Sure. Mayor Abakoga, back in early 2018, you were featured in an ad supporting the sneaky repeal of rent control. Let me quote what you said at the time. These are your exact words. Our strict rent control policy is costing us $2.5 million a year to implement, and those funds could be better used to help folks in need right away. A sneaky ad for a sneaky ballot measure. Measure V pays for itself. It always has. So, do I think that you and City Council should write the ballot statement against the sneaky repeal? No. You should resign. You don't have any credibility on this issue or any other issue. Yeah. I yield my time.
All right, let's go to Alex Brown now. Alex,
Hi, this is not Johannes.
Yes, it's Alex, right?
Yep. I'm here to thank you all for all the work you've done to protect the vulnerable residents of Mountain View's mobile home communities. Thanks to your haste and diligence in including us under the aegis of the CSFRA, our neighbors and friends, many of whom are elderly, disabled, or veterans, are finally safe from rent shocks that might otherwise drive them out of their homes and likely out of the area. I'm especially impressed with how we were able to do this while also helping the unstably housed and other renters who are exposed to the danger of predatory rent increases. Wait, wrong timeline. You're about to put an attempt to repeal what little protections the voters were able to get past you without your help in 2016. My bad. I'm sorry. I yield my time.
We'll go to Steve Chesson. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you, Mayor Abakoga and council members and members of the public. My name is Steve Chesson. I live on Lloyd Way, not too far from the Baskin Robbins on El Camino. I would urge each of you individually to oppose the sneaky repeal charter amendment, but I don't trust you to write the ballot argument against it, especially since you were the ones that drafted and voted to put Measure D on the March ballot. In fact, Mayor Abakoga and Councilmember Clark signed the argument in favor of Measure D, and Councilmember McAllister signed the rebuttal to the argument against it. Councilmember Clark also signed the argument against the Community Stabilization and Fair Rent Act that the voters adopted in 2016. Let the folks who conducted the successful campaign against Measure D write the argument against the sneaky repeal. Thank you very much.
We'll go to Charlotte Quinn. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Charlotte. I'm a resident of Mountain View. This is a repeal of rent control, and it will make the existing and disgusting pricing out of community members even worse. The citizens of Mountain View want to keep rent control. That's what we've been saying. And this was proven with the massive failure of Measure D. I'm calling in today to say that City Council should not write the against argument for the ballot because we know that you do not support rent control. You do not support renters, and you will not be honest that this is a repeal of rent control. We haven't forgotten, clearly, as you just heard, we haven't forgotten that Mayor Abakoga was against Measure V. We haven't forgotten the gutting of affordable housing projects to give money to landlords instead of enacting emergency price control to actually help renters during this ongoing pandemic. You need to have supporters of rent control write the against argument for the ballot so that voters aren't duped into repealing something they do want to retain. I yield my time.
We'll go to Anna Marie Morales. Please unmute yourself.
Hi there. I've lived in Mountain View for nearly 40 years and Sahara Mobile Village since 2014. How are renters supposed to rely on a city council that has historically opposed rent control to begin with? This council lied to voters about how Measure D would help renters, when in fact it was made to weaken rent stabilization. Thankfully, voters ensured this measure did not pass. I asked council, what will they be saying in regard to this sneaky repeal? Will you support renters, or will you follow the money trail and support the California Apartment Association? Will you allow renters to write the ballot statement? This council says they want to keep a diverse Mountain View, but your actions are in direct opposition to this. Council, how do you expect to have a diverse community when you are doing nothing to protect vulnerable renters? Mayor Abakoga, Vice Mayor Kamei, Council Members Clark, McAllister, and Matichek, how do you listen to all these comments and continue to not take any real action to help renters and mobile home residents? You were elected to act out when Mountain View residents really wanted, but instead you ignore our comments and do whatever serves your own agendas. I am disgusted by the actions and inactions of this council when it comes to preserving a diverse Mountain View. Do better. There has been a displacement epidemic and this council does not care. This council and the RHC has repeatedly failed the mobile home community and renters at large. I yield my time.
Go to Tim McKenzie. Please unmute yourself. Let's see.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thanks. I remember in 2006 being excited and grateful that I was going to be able to vote for rent control in Mountain View. Although it was a little bit confusing that there was Measure V and Measure W. Luckily, there were some concerned citizens who came to my door and knocked on my door and talked to me, told me about Measure V being the strong rent control that we needed in Mountain View. I was very happy to have that. And then in just this past year, the City Council has put Measure D on the ballot because of this upcoming sneaky repeal of rent control. You've said it was going too far, so clearly you can't be in favor of the upcoming ballot measure. But all of your actions have been to weaken rent control. And it's just, you cannot make a good faith argument either for or against this upcoming ballot measure. And I urge you as a council to listen to all the people who have commented today and listen to the residents of Mountain View that we need and want rent control. I think we showed that with the resounding defeat of Measure D, and support it as a council, but allow other people to write the ballot measure, because you just cannot in good faith write it in either direction. And I yield my time.
All right, let's go to Connor O'Brien. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm Connor O'Brien. I'm a Mountain View resident and a member of Silicon Valley DSA. Mountain View voters deserve to know the truth about the sneaky repeal measure. The against argument needs to recognize rent control in Mountain View as the success it is and accurately tell voters that this measure would take it away. Most of you have been against rent control from the beginning. Most of you voted to weaken it via Measure D earlier this year, which the people of Mountain View overwhelmingly rejected. And as this public comment should make pretty clear, we have not forgotten that some of you joined forces with the CAA and campaigned for this measure we're talking about now a couple of years ago. So you should all individually oppose this measure, but you should leave the ballot arguments to folks who have been wholeheartedly defending rent control this whole time. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Dana Peaty. Please unmute yourself.
There, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you so much. Dana Peaty again, Mountain View resident. I just want to briefly share my concern that the truth about the sneaky repeal could be hidden from the voters. When I was voting in Mountain View for the first time on the Measure D issue, it was really hard for me to find the information that I needed. And I just want to say Mountain View voters have a right to know in no uncertain terms that this is a sneaky repeal that would end rent control as we know it. Please allow the community to write the against argument in order to clearly inform their neighbors that this would end rent control rather than further deceiving voters. The significant failure of Measure D has clearly already plunged this council into a crisis of credibility regarding protection for renters. If you yourselves write the against argument, Mountain View residents will have no reason to trust you on housing issues like this or other things perhaps ever again. Please take this opportunity to regain any amount of trust and credibility by letting the community take the lead and allowing someone else to write an honest argument against the ballot measure. Thank you for your time.
All right, we'll go to B. Hansen. Please unmute yourself.
I know.
Hi, I just want to, I don't think it's better than most of the folks who have already spoken on this. Anna Marie, neighbor, blew me away. The Mountain View Mobile Home Alliance has been and trying to stick it out and wait for our neighbors to be protected with the possibility of that happening, apparently. Now, I just want to you all, you know that we know that this ballot initiative it was written as a lie. Is even the title is a lie. You are about to go on the record for the voters in November, those of you who are up for re-election, plus exactly how you feel about getting the SFRA, dissolving the rental housing. That's going if voters fully accept this deceptive initiative and pass. You know that's true. So please, if you write against argument, make it useful, use the sneaky repeal, understand that you know.
Thank you. We'll go to Sebastian. Please unmute yourself.
Hey, Sebastian here. So I now live in Old Mountain View, and I lived in Shoreline West when I first moved here. And when I moved to Mountain View, I thought, great, we have rent control here. That was pretty cool. But little did I know that the city council would be actively working to undermine and repeal it. And that for some reason, it doesn't apply to mobile homes. This is pretty confusing because rent control needs to be upheld and applied to all residents. Luckily, I can afford to live here, at least for now. But we all know that many longtime Bay Area residents are being priced out. We want to retain, not push out our poorer residents. Just look at the results of Measure D. No sneaky repeal. Be honest, that is all.
All right, and Eva Tang? Should be, oh, there you go. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. So we've talked about Black Lives Mattering, and I want to let you know that there has been a Black flight in the Bay Area, largely due to the unaffordable cost of living. And another thing is that one of the barriers to voting is that people have no idea what they're voting for in the first place. So I need you to call this what it is, say that this is a sneaky repeal, say that this ends rent control, and if you can't say that, let renters write the ballot statement. Do Black Lives Matter to you? I don't know. Thank you.
All right. Are there any other members of the public wishing to speak? I don't see any other hands, so I'll bring it back to council. And I have Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. So my thinking on this is fairly simple. The voters collected enough signatures to place Measure B on the ballot and approved it. The proponents of this measure collected enough valid signatures to place this measure on the ballot. It's really a discussion that needs to occur within by the voters. It's not really an issue that I think the council needs to weigh in on, aside from our legal obligation to place the measure on the ballot because enough valid signatures were collected. There may be other perspectives on this, but I don't see a lot of value add in the council drafting any of the ballot arguments. I'll go ahead and make a motion to adopt a resolution calling for the holding of a general municipal election on Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020, and requesting the Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Clara to consolidate the general municipal election with a statewide election to be held on that date pursuant to Section 10403 of the Elections Code for the purpose of submitting to the voters a proposed initiative charter amendment and related actions to be read in title only, further reading waived, and then to take actions 2 and 4, so to direct the city attorney to prepare an impartial analysis, and then for 3 and 4, to not have the council submit an argument or to authorize members of the council to submit an argument, and also to not print the full text of the measure in the county voter information guide.
All right, thank you for the motion, Councilmember Ramirez. Councilmember Matichak, and I am looking for a second.
Well, I was going to make the motion, but Councilmember Ramirez did it, so I will second it because that's the exact motion I was going to make.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor, did you have comments or? No. You're just going to make the second. Okay. Any other comments from council members? Any other discussion? If not, City Clerk, can we take a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Matichak.
Yes.
Councilmember McAllister.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kamei.
Yes.
Mayor Abikoga.
Aye. Thank you. Motion carries 7-0 with no abstentions. And shall we keep going? We will go on to item 7, public hearings. 7.1, the Downtown Parking Maintenance and Operations Assessment District for fiscal year 2020-21. And we have our staff presentation. Tiffany Chu? Business Development Specialist. Are you on this? I don't see you in our.
Yeah, I'm getting an error, and I have to apologize for my delay in moving her over. I was distracted by my item. Let me see if I can. It looks like there was an error when trying to make her a panelist, and I am not seeing her.
It is, her hand is raised in the attendee box. Are you able to move her?
Let's see if I can. Okay. It doesn't seem to be moving her over. There we go.
Great, I see her. Tiffany, welcome. Are you?
Yes.
Oh,
Thank you.
There you are.
Good evening, City and Council. Tonight, we are holding a public hearing regarding the annual renewal of the Downtown Parking Maintenance and Operations Assessment District for fiscal year 2021. This is the second of two meetings. The district supports the overall maintenance and operations of the downtown public parking system. Tonight, City Council will be asked to adopt a motion waiving the reading of the engineer's statement and adopt a resolution approving the engineer's report and authorizing the delivery of the assessments to the County of Santa Clara. This concludes staff presentation. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Are there any questions from council members on this item? Yes, let's see. I have Councilmember Clark.
I think we take public comment after this per the agenda flow. So I'll move that we waive the reading of the statement of the engineer of record.
Thank you. And Vice Mayor Kamei?
I just had a quick question that occurred to me when we were going over the COVID-19 presentation. And so I was just curious, so for some of the small businesses, if they have any financial hardship, would they be able to maybe qualify for some of that relief to pay for what they owe, or has there been any thought about that? Or
these assessments are paid through the property owners, and it's the district is a limited area within the downtown, so it's really focused on the 100-300 block. So
it wouldn't be utilized.
So I'm not aware of any of the loans being used for this purpose.
Okay. Thank you.
So Councilmember Clark made a motion to waive the reading. I'll go ahead and second that. And then do I need to take public comment on the waiving of the reading? Or can I take public comment on the entire item?
Actually, so for now, the first step is to waive the reading, and then there's a brief statement that I will read, and then we'll go ahead and have public comment at that time.
Okay, great. So may I get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Matichek.
Yes.
Councilmember McAllister.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kamei.
Yes.
Mayor Abe-Koga.
Aye. So the motion carries 7-0 with no abstentions. And then City Clerk, do you have a statement?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Notices have been posted, published, and mailed as required by the Mountain View City Code for this public hearing. Affidavits and certificates for posting, publishing, and mailing are on file in the City Clerk's office. A copy of the engineer's report for the assessment district, which the Public Works Director has caused to be prepared, was made available on the city's website for public inspection. This report consists of the 2020-2021 Parking Maintenance and Operation Assessment District budget, including an itemized listing of direct costs and expenses, the assessment roll computed in accordance with benefits, and a description of the assessment formula and the assessment rules. Thank you.
Thank you. And then my statement. This is a time and place set for the public hearing on the adoption of the annual engineer's report for the Downtown Parking Maintenance and Operation Assessment District for fiscal year 2020-2021. All written protests to be computed in the protest percentage should have been filed with the city clerk by postal mail or email by 6:30 on Tuesday, June 23rd, 2020. The council may consider all protests, including oral protests, presented at this hearing in arriving at its determination relating to this assessment district. Protests or endorsements may be made by any person interested, but only written protests filed by the owners of the property may be considered in determining the percentage of protests. It will now be in order for the hearing to be declared open. You are asked to clearly identify yourself, your property assessment number, assessor's parcel number, or property address. And so at this time, I will ask if there are any members of the public on the line who would like to provide comment on this item. Again, if you're in the attendee box, please raise your hand. And if you're on the phone, please press *9. And I do not see any hands raised. So I will close public comment and bring it back to council. And I have Councilmember Clark.
I move that we adopt a resolution adopting the engineer's report for the downtown parking maintenance and operation assessment district for fiscal year 2020-21 and authorizing its delivery to Santa Clara County.
Thank you. And Councilmember McAllister?
Yes, I'd like to second it, but I just want to let Chris know that I will not bring this topic up ever again, so you can relax. He appreciates it more than anybody else.
Great. Well, thank you, Councilmember Clark, for the motion and the second by Councilmember McAllister. Are there any other comments, deliberation on this item? I don't see any hands. So with that, could we get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Matichek.
Yes.
Councilmember McAllister.
I mean, there's no fees we can raise, Chris? It's a yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kamei.
Yes.
Mayor Abikoga.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0 with no abstentions. Let's move on to item 7.2, the Google Landings Office Development Project. And our staff presentation today is from our Planning Manager, Zoning Administrator, Stephanie Williams. Welcome, Stephanie.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Sorry, I'm having a little bit of a technical difficulty. One moment. Okay, sorry about that. And good evening. I'm Stephanie Williams. I'm the Planning Manager, Zoning Administrator, and Ed Arango, who is the Assistant Public Works Director, will be my co-presenter this evening. The item before you tonight is the Google Landings project, and the approximately 41-acre project site consists of multiple properties and includes a new office building and a separate 4-level parking garage. The office building is located on Landings Drive, south of Charleston Road, west of Permanente Creek, and north of Highway 101. And the parking garage is at a separate location between Alta Avenue and Huff Avenue, mid-block between Charleston Road and Plymouth Street. A new pedestrian and bicycle path would connect the two sites, bridging over Permanente Creek. The project also includes other site improvements such as habitat enhancements to Permanente Creek, parking lot improvements to the properties located at 1851 to 1875 Charleston Road, and a new frontage road along US 101. The proposed 5-story office building includes approximately 799,482 square feet of office and associated amenity space above one level of underground parking. The ground level of the building includes entry lobbies, workspaces, employee cafes, and amenities, while the upper floors are office areas. The design includes a series of repeating building segments at graduating heights, where the center of the building at the ground floor is lifted to create a large open space patio beneath the building. The building facade is comprised primarily of bird-friendly fritted glass and is accented by variegated metal panels. The landscaped area surrounding the office building includes private outdoor office amenity areas, as well as publicly accessible landscaped areas and pedestrian and bicycle pathways. A portion of the outdoor area is located on the property leased by Google, located at 1851 Charleston Road, and site modifications to this property to move the parking from it to the adjacent property at 1875 Charleston Road are also proposed as part of the project. Proposed widening and habitat restoration improvements are proposed to a portion of a Permanente Creek between Charleston Road and Highway 101, as well as a new east-west pedestrian bicycle bridge over the creek, which would extend the green loop between the office project and the Huff Garage. Additionally, 414 heritage trees and 644 non-heritage trees are proposed to be removed due to poor health and conflicts with the proposed buildings, utilities, and site improvements. And approximately 1,279 California native and region-appropriate trees are proposed to be planted to replace the heritage and non-heritage trees to be removed throughout the project site and at off-site locations. The Huff parking garage is proposed to serve as a district parking facility for the Landings and Charleston East office buildings. The garage includes 4 levels of parking with 1,709 parking spaces and approximately 10,500 square feet of publicly accessible retail space on the ground floor. The design of the garage includes a kinetic facade comprised of a series of colored panels arranged in a landscape design, which is meant to provide an attractive skin to the structure and screen the parking decks behind it. The pedestrian entrances to the garage provide breaks in the massing of and are designed with vertical wood elements and awnings to complement the remainder of the facade and provide further building articulation. And now I'm going to hand it over to Ed, who will be presenting.
Great, thank you, Stephanie, and Honorable Mayor and Council members. As Stephanie mentioned, I'm Ed Arango, Assistant Public Works Director, and I'll be going over the transportation components, including the traffic and gateway analysis. So a site-specific transportation analysis was done to identify the localized traffic impacts and operational improvements not addressed with the North Bayshore Precise Plan Priority Transportation Improvement Projects, where 2 intersections were identified needing operational improvements. Next slide, please. So the first intersection is the Charleston-Ranksdorf Amphitheater and Garcia intersection, shown here abbreviated as the Crag intersection for short, and highlighted in orange. It's located approximately a quarter-mile north of the project site. This intersection is part of the larger Charleston Corridor Priority Improvement Project, where the project proposes to implement the Precise Plan standards with cycle tracks, sidewalks, and a dedicated transit lane. When the additional traffic is added from the Landings project, the results showed that additional turning lanes are needed at this intersection. For the inbound movement, an additional right turn lane from northbound Ranksdorf to Charleston, and for the outbound movement, an additional left turn lane from Charleston to Ranksdorf. You can see that in the blue highlight there. Next slide, please. The second intersection is a Shoreline-Plymouth intersection. This intersection is also a priority transportation improvement in the North Bayshore Precise Plan, where it's proposed to realign Plymouth Street with Space Parkway, highlighted again here in the exhibit. With the addition of the Huff Garage, an additional turning lane on Shoreline to Plymouth, as well as additional lanes on Plymouth, are needed to accommodate the garage traffic. As a result of the identified improvements at both this and the Crag intersection, conditions of approval are included to implement these improvements with the Landings project, and Google would fund the cost for those lanes. Next slide, please. A gateway analysis was done to determine the incremental trips to the gateways and capacity for those trips. The results showed that there was capacity at both the San Antonio and Shoreline gateways. For the Rengsdorf gateway, with the previously approved projects and adding the landings development, the gateway capacity is exceeded by approximately 200 trips in the AM peak hour. To accommodate the project and stay within Rengsdorf's gateway trip capacity, a condition of approval was included to implement an interim trip reduction plan that would reduce the trips to the Rengsdorf gateway by 200 trips for up to 6 years after occupancy. This would be above and beyond the condition for Google to meet their TDM measures requiring the project to have a 45% single occupant vehicle rate. That concludes the presentation. We can answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Any questions from council members? I can see everyone. Oh, Councilmember Ramirez?
Thank you, Mayor. I've got a small number, hopefully. So the first is some clarification from regarding some of the written responses to council questions submitted in advance of the meeting. So staff had mentioned that if we were to convert the garage to an office building, it would require bonus FAR because of the mass of the building is large enough that you would need bonus FAR to do a wholesale conversion. But if only a portion of the garage were to be converted, so for instance you maintained a certain amount of parking within the structure, and some smaller portion of the garage were to be converted, because if memory serves, parking structure is not included as part of the FAR calculation for commercial projects. Could it be possible for a portion of the parking garage to be converted into a base FAR commercial development that would not require council approval?
Yes, that is correct. If the portion of the garage that was converted to office fell below 0.45 FAR.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. The other thing that surprised me was if so we're sort of having two separate projects here with this entitlement. There could just be a scenario. There could be a scenario in which only the Huff garage is actually constructed. And if that occurs, staff had mentioned that there would be a reduction in the number of spaces, right? So from 1,700 roughly to, I think it was, what was it? 1,300, 1,200, something along those lines. We would know that relatively quickly, right? Because the applicant needs this parking for Charleston East. As soon as they pull a building permit for the Huff garage, if they determine, if they only pull it for a structure with 1,200, 1,300 spaces, we would know then that they're not proceeding with the landings office project, right? Presumably.
I could try to answer that, Councilmember Ramirez. So the garage itself and the spaces are a combination of building and actual spaces in the building and stackers. So they're using special stackers to increase the capacity of each parking space. So depending on their phasing plan, they could move forward and build the building. But if they wanted to move forward and also put the stackers in, that's when you would know exactly how many spaces they intend to create. So it's a more nuanced discussion, but we're maybe I haven't answered it in the way you want. We're happy to add to the discussion.
No, that's helpful. I guess what I was getting at is we're allocating bonus FAR to the site. And I think maybe I had misinterpreted staff's comments. So I had envisioned that there would be a physically smaller parking structure with the parking reduction. And that would mean that as soon as we found out exactly what type of garage they were planning to build, we would know, even if the applicant weren't saying, we would know whether the landings office project would proceed. If they went, in my thinking, if they had proceeded with a smaller parking structure, that would guarantee that they weren't planning to proceed with landings because it would be physically impossible to provide the parking that they need. But it sounds like that's not the case. They could proceed with the Huff garage, and they could determine that they want to proceed with the landings office project at a later date, and there would be no physical constraint within the parking structure because they could always add stackers. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, the building itself accommodates fewer than the 1,700 spaces, and the rest would be made up with stackers. So they would proceed with the building based on the size, is our understanding. But Google is here to make a presentation, and maybe some of those questions are better posed to them. We're making assumptions as staff.
Okay. Last question related to that. So if Google does not proceed with the landings office project, do they retain the bonus FAR until the expiration of the entitlement for that project? Or, once we have some assurance that they're not going to proceed, does it go back into the ether where, it could be competitively allocated in a different process?
They would retain it until the entitlements expired. That's our typical process, and that's 2 years with another 2-year extension.
Okay, thank you. Some higher level questions, I guess. Can staff share when roughly the Gateway site and the Shorebird master plan will be brought back to council? Is that something that's going to happen this year? Are we looking into next year? Do you have a rough sense?
We are depending in some way before bringing the Shorebird master plan on when they plan to submit. So I would defer that question to Google, but we did plan to bring the Gateway master plan, I believe, early next year, because we wanted to make sure that the council reviewed and adopted the findings in the North Bayshore circulation feasibility study before that went forward. And the idea was to bring a study session on the Shorebird and the Joaquin master plans, and then bring the final Gateway master plan. But I don't know when Google intends to apply specifically for the master plan, and that's a question that they can answer.
Okay. I have one more question for the applicant, but I guess I'll wait until after their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McAllister?
Yeah, I just want to have clarity on one of the questions that Lucas asked you about. So the entitlement is 2 years, but they have to get permission. It's not an automatic 2 years. So
no, I believe they have to show some progress towards getting the building permit, and it does go to the zoning administrator.
And I think Councilmember Matichek might help me out, because at one time we were looking at the responsibilities of the various requests from developers, and some could go to the zoning, but some had to go to the council members. And so I'm not sure if this was one of them that was. So I just need somebody to clarify that for me down the road a little bit, because she's a very smart woman. She'll know what I'm talking about. The other question I had, I just wanted, if the community benefits only get paid when Google submits requests building permits, or is there a time frame between entitlement and the submission for a building permit? When's the timing on that?
typically the fees and the cash items get paid with the issuance of a building permit. That means when the applicant picks up the building permit from the building department. And some of the other items are construction projects, and they would come based on the construction timelines.
Okay. Now I have the other questions. And the proposed community benefits, those are proposed. Those, we're not voting on those tonight. They're just examples of how the money could be used.
That is the proposal at this time, and the council can make revisions to that. Google has told us that they made some proposals based on what they heard from speaking to council members and members of the community, but it would be up to the council to delegate to which items the community benefits could go to.
So we could just,
the cash contributions.
With the cash contributions, okay. Would that be part of a motion or just given direction?
We understand that would be part of the project approval, so we could follow through on which funding pots they would go to when the building permits were issued. So it would be included in the council motion.
Tonight. So if we've said, let's defer the allocations at this time for more further study, that would be part of the motion?
That could be, is my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hicks.
So this is a related question to some previous questions. Because of the changing building environment, so my understanding is that usually if a project is not built in time, it's a ministerial extension. But I'm wondering if could we instead do an entitlement with an expiration, say, where it would come back to council within 2 years, so that we could review it because of the changing nature of development now. I'm wondering if that's something that we could do instead if we so chose.
Typically, if it's the same project and it gets extended, it tends to be a simpler process. But if they make changes to the project, then those would follow the process in the precise plan. I guess you're asking the question about whether the extension could come back to the council?
Yeah, I'm wondering, as we think through this, I'm wondering if that's something we might want to do. We may not, but I'm just wondering if it's possible.
I don't know that we've ever done it, but we could look at that. Maybe Stephanie could help me out.
Yeah, so the extension process outlined in the zoning code does require an administrative zoning hearing and an action by the zoning administrator. But I could always defer or basically kick up any decision to the council. So if that's something that council desired, I could certainly do that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from council members? So I had a follow-up to the Councilmember Hicks question. I recall a project in East Wisman that had expired, and I thought that it had to come to council for an extension. Do you recall? I'm trying to remember the name. I think it was, but yeah, so I guess my understanding was that it would come to council for the extension, but is that not the case?
No, it's not the case. It could have been a development agreement, maybe, in which case it would come to council.
I think you're right. Yeah. All right. Thank you. And then the other question I had was, it's along the same lines I think you've heard from other council members, as well as the questions that were submitted. But I understand that the landings office building is being treated separately from the Huff garage. But in essence, the garage, the way I looked at it, is the garage is needed for landings to satisfy their parking requirements, as well as for Charleston. And so in a typical project, where the parking would be included in the office building, maybe underground. How is this different from that? Like, shouldn't and I guess my question goes to the community benefits. If it were a typical project, as soon as they start building, regardless of, and usually it starts with the parking underground, that triggers, I believe that triggers the community benefit piece. But why is that not being the same procedure for this project?
Well, essentially, they're separate buildings. So if you're pulling separate building permits, then it will be linked to the permit that provides the bonus FAR. You see this typically with master plans, for example. In this case, I guess the Huff Garage is a district plan, and it has parking for more than one building. In a master plan process, you might have a series of buildings that are served by one or two parking garages. And so the process for that is when the buildings themselves have permits pulled, that's when they would pay the fees, not at the time that the parking for those buildings are built. And sometimes a parking garage has to be built in order to accommodate a building, but it might also include parking for another building, which is the case here. The Huff Garage includes parking for Charleston East, which of course pulled the building permits and paid the fees. And so in this case, the Landings project will pay the fees when they pull their permits. So we don't link them to the parking garage itself. In the case where you have one single building and one single permit, then you would pay for all of it at one time.
And yes, and I guess that's where I'm trying to, I guess I understand they're physically different buildings, but in essence, it's really one project is how I look at it, because you can't do the office without the parking, right? And so even if it's if the Huff Garage is separate, it's still, to me, I look at it as part of this project as a whole. So I guess I just, I can't really, I can't quite acknowledge that it's two separate projects. So that's my challenge with this. And then if it were a district parking facility, then why not require more spaces for future parking needs and other office development that might occur down the road?
Right. That was a very, very good question, and I asked that question myself. The precise plan actually has a maximum parking requirement, and so you're not allowed to build more parking than you have projects for it. So in this case, the maximum parking they can build includes the projects that they have currently under review or built, which is Charleston East and the Landings. And the idea is if they don't build the Landings, then we wouldn't authorize the additional stackers that would expand the garage and the parking spaces.
Or I guess the other way I was looking at it is we I know it's not set yet, but we have some idea that there are other office buildings in the works like Shorebird and Joaquin. So knowing that and knowing that there are some parking structures attached to those projects, couldn't we try to offset some of that parking with this Huff Garage to really make it a district parking structure?
In this case, we don't have the buildings being proposed yet, and so we couldn't include that as part of the approval. But we do estimate that when they do come forward at some time with the master plan, you might see a longer term master plan. So I could just say that we don't have a proposal right now to apply to the Huff Garage. And so there's no way to review the maximum parking requirement if we don't have a building associated with it. We would need to have an actual building before we could say it complied with the precise plan. It's kind of chicken and egg at this point.
And it's not like we haven't or we've seen the plans for Shorebird and whatnot, right? So it's I feel like we're pretending it's not there, but it really is there. So that's my whole challenge with this. But
it would have been nice to be included. The reason it's called district parking is because the precise plan actually calls any off-site parking structure as district parking. This off-site parking structure serves Charleston East, and even if it were only for Charleston East, it would still be called district parking and require a master plan. It's a specific nomenclature in the precise plan for an off-site parking garage.
Okay, and I thought district parking meant centralized parking for a structure for a number of different office buildings.
You wouldn't be mistaken if you thought that, but I think the precise plan calls it, has a very specific definition.
All right, thank you. Okay, any other questions from council members? If not, I will go to public comment, and why don't I start with the representatives from Google, if you have a presentation you would like to make. Is there anyone from Google?
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and move that over. Mr. Timeoff is on.
Yes, Mr. Timeoff, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. Apologies for that. I was just booted out of Zoom and then joined back in. So thank you all for your time this evening. My name is Michael Timeoff. I'm the District Development Director for Google, overseeing all of our development activities from ground up to master plans in Mountain View. And before I turn it over to Drew, I just wanted to say thank you to council and to staff for all the hard work and effort that you all have put into landings and working with us more broadly in North Bayshore and East Wistman over the past several years, and in particular, the efforts that RT and her team, Dawn and her team, have really rallied to keep this date and to work through some complex issues. And really just the spirit of partnership and collaboration has been fantastic from our standpoint. So I wanted to acknowledge that. Also, a lot of good questions so far, and Drew will speak to a number of them in his presentations. But as it relates to housing and our commitments in North Bayshore and East Wistman, I just wanted to make a note that Google remains committed to being a long-term partner and part of the housing solution in Mountain View. Mountain View is our home. It's been our home for 20 years, and we're here for the long haul. We have been in conversations with staff over the past several months about what the next steps look like in East Wistman and North Bayshore, particularly around Shorebird in the Gateway. We are currently undergoing internal reviews of master plans both in North Bayshore and East Wistman, and hope to have something for conversation with staff and council in the coming months. We understand that staff is proposing study sessions on each district later this year, and so really looking forward to engaging in those conversations on the larger master planning efforts. So with that, I will turn it over to Drew for his presentation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, council members, city staff, and the public for the opportunity to be back in front of you this evening. I am looking for the screen share. There we go. Staff's presentation was very comprehensive, and I will do my best not to be repetitive as we proceed here. Again, my name is Drew Wenzel. I'm the development executive with Google on Landings and Hubs. We are excited to be back in front of you this evening to discuss these projects and To reorient you, as staff did, the project is these two components here. The landings project, roughly 800,000 square feet between 101 Permanente Creek and Charleston Road. And then the Huff Garage, which, as we've covered already, will accommodate some overflow from the underground parking at landings, as well as reparking the Charleston East cars by the end of 2025. The Huff component will also include the extension of the Green Loop, as staff discussed, which will extend from where it ends today at the end of Alta and connect to the existing Permanente Creek Trail. Diving into Huff specifically, as was covered, this is a 4-story structure. There are 2 ground floor retail spaces, each a little over 5,000 square feet, that are adjacent to and will activate the Green Loop. The rest of the structure is for parking. And to answer Councilmember Ramirez's question earlier, about 910 spaces are kind of ground floor parking, and the rest would be made up with stackers. The roof of the structure here, per council's direction, has about 1 megawatt of solar panels installed on top. And as we worked with DRC, we set them back from the edge of the building so that the sight lines were a little bit more pleasing from those on the ground. As has been mentioned already, and we talked about in the last study session last October, we've spent a considerable amount of effort making sure that this building is not a single-purpose structure. This is engineered structurally to be converted to office or residential at some point. 4-to-4 heights work for those cases. Egress has been already sized. Our hope is that this is a really great case study for how we build structures that are not just torn down when we're done with them, and help us move from our car-dependent culture now to a new future. We have also worked very carefully with an artist who has studied the color palettes of the local plant and animal species and developed this great landscape, which has been an abstract landscape, which has been applied to the facade, this kinetic facade, as was mentioned, and will move a bit in the wind. And it's a really great story that is of this place. We're excited to be able to share it with everybody who's using this public route through North Bayshore. So moving over to the landing site on the other side of Permanente Creek today, this is 9 very disconnected buildings surrounded by a sea of parking. Our intent is to take that parking and stick it underground and build something that is a whole lot more connected and usable on top of it. We wanted to start with the right building form that was not just easy to build, but worked well with the environment in this region, and it still provided the access to nature and views and connectivity that we feel is really important for the teams in these spaces. So what we end up with, and what you've seen before, is this series of cascading sheds that rise and fall across the length of 101 here. As was mentioned, the typology of this building, it is an office building with amenities. The net new area of 554,000 square feet was allocated during the 2015 bonus FAR process, bringing the total area to just shy of 800,000 square feet as we built to 1.0 FAR. The sustainability story of the building itself is really quite impressive. I mean, at this FAR level, we are building to LEED Platinum, though we would probably be doing this on our own volition. This is still a 100% electric building, which is aligning with some of the outcomes of the city's Climate Action Plan Committee and really putting us all on the right path to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The water story, we're going to be connecting and using as much water from the city's recycled water system as possible. In addition to that, collecting and reusing all the rainwater we can from on-site is going to help us reduce our water consumption by about 7.7 million gallons per year when compared to a standard building. And again, a significant portion of that also is due to our advanced systems and geothermal heat rejection, which also gives back a lot of space on site since we won't need cooling towers. Again, starting with the right building form, this south-facing roof is the right orientation for a 2.4 megawatt solar array that is going to produce just shy of 30% of the whole building's energy demand. The story of the site is equally compelling, and today this stretch of Permanente Creek is very channelized. It's functional from a flood control perspective, but our hope is to create a much more usable habitat by softening the edges of these creek, by meandering it. I think Commissioner Cranston at the EPC said, this is giving the creek room to breathe and creating not just more meaningful habitat, but also creating a really amazing experience for those in this area. When you land on site, we have access to a number of different publicly accessible paths running north-south as the green loop continues, and east-west, creating connectivity across the site that really just doesn't exist today. And again, these are all the publicly accessible routes that are highlighted. In order to get to this new landscape, we will necessarily be removing a number of trees on site, a significant number of trees on site. But per council's direction, we worked with community services to identify a number of projects in North Bayshore that would allow us to plant about 326 trees before we removed any of the ones on site. And by the end of the project, we would be replacing more trees than we started with, and would certainly be in compliance with the 2-to-1 heritage tree replacement ratio requirement. And equally as important, recovering the canopy loss within a 10-year time frame. By the time these trees reach maturity, we're looking at 13 to 14 acres in total. Community benefits in total, this package that we're offering is $44.6 million, as was determined at the last council study session. Per staff's guidance, we've separated these into two major buckets. This fixed component is delivered as part of the project itself, part as components of the project, and we've talked a little bit already about the Permanente Creek enhancements in the adjacent open space, as well as the zero net water components. For the other piece of this, the community benefits that are cash contributions to the city, these fall into one of three categories. Contributions generally to the city for disadvantaged communities programs. This is for case management and food assistance for those experiencing homelessness, temporary shelters and beds, and mental and physical health services. This community services contribution, the intention has been for this to go to the Magical Bridge Foundation and their proposed playground at Rangsdorf Park. Our timelines are, we'll see if we can make those line up, but certainly our intention to keep working with them and community services to see if we can make that work. If it doesn't, then this is $900,000 that community services will use for some need within the city. And the final piece of this is Public Works contribution of $20.4 million for transportation infrastructure and TDM measures. I'll actually switch to this slide so we can lay this out a little bit more clearly. This transportation funding falls into one of three categories. The required mitigations that Ed Arango walked through earlier in the presentation, the physical improvements to the Crag and Plymouth Space Park realignment, and the operational requirements to reduce peak car traffic during the AM and PM hours. The transportation impact fees is $16.4 million, again, separate bucket here, determined by the Nexus study and to be used for the identified priority transportation projects in the precise plan. And then this $20.4 million is above and beyond that 16.4, and to be used in staff and council's discretion for projects or additional TDM measures as they see fit. I'll just end quickly here with a few renderings. We're looking from Landings Drive into the site itself. This is close to Charleston Road, but looking down this restored stretch of Permanente Creek, and you can see the new bike ped bridge in the distance there. This is if you just come over that bridge and are now looking north along the extension of the Green Loop. And then working with DRC, we made sure this public drop-off area at the front of the building was a very kind of welcoming environment and had plenty of seating and made people coming to visit the site feel welcome. Again, also working with DRC, we spent a lot of time developing this soffit design, this radial wood pattern, which at the end of the day we think is just incredible. And that's the end of the project here, and we look forward to answering any of your questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And I know there were some council member questions. I'm going to go back to the council if anyone had questions too. ask our applicant, and I do see Councilmember Hicks.
I do have two questions. We had some residents email and ask about trees, that with the heritage trees coming down and the new native trees going up, how that would affect the tree canopy when you're walking around. And I actually hadn't asked you that before. They wanted to make sure that, you know, as the trees maybe would not be as tall, how would it affect the sidewalks and bike paths so that they're comfortable to use?
So the trees that we'll be replanting are a range of box sizes, from 24 to, I think the biggest ones we have are 60. And I believe our landscape design team has worked very carefully to make sure that the layout and ability to access these trees for maintenance is going to be easy to do and won't be conflicting with these publicly accessible routes. We also gave some careful consideration to the types of trees that were selected so that we're not dropping, you know, fruit or other, you know, parts of the tree that would be hard to clean from these paths as well. Is that what you were driving at, Councilmember?
Well, I think what the resident was asking, I think they were asking whether there would be shade. So I mean, I appreciate that there won't be things you'd be tripping over, but you know, that there wouldn't be, I mean, I understand there's time for growing and so forth, but that the aim would still be to have, I think when a lot of non-native species have been planted, the aim has been to have a tree canopy, and they were wondering whether that was no longer going to be the case or whether the sidewalks would still be comfortable to walk on.
There are 81 trees that are remaining, and a number of those are on the perimeters where we have a lot of the publicly accessible sidewalks and spaces. And after we spoke previously, we made sure that we updated the HUF rendering to show the existing trees that were remaining and will actually be providing a substantial amount of shade along the green loop at that site. I think we can, the specific, how long it takes for additional shade to come back over some of those accessible areas or some of the paths, I could look into that answer for you a little bit more closely, but there are areas for respite on some of those publicly accessible trails that go into the trees and areas themselves and provide seating, so that if somebody is looking in that early period while those trees are growing and providing additional shade, they can get into an area that does have natural shade. And if necessary, there are ways to bring umbrellas and other structures out to provide more shade in the meantime.
Yeah. Anyway, I do share that resident, and I want to make sure that the trees are, you know, that they're for the general habitat, but also that people, you know, still they found the area pretty good to walk around, and I want to make sure that that's still true. And then my other question is about the parking garage. The parking garages in the downtown, I've noticed, are often not, even before COVID, they're often not used, and yet at the same time, members of the public who want to come and use our restaurants and so forth can't find parking spaces. So that's still, so I'm wondering whether there's flexibility if the need, you know, for public visitors versus office users, need changes. Is there a way to change the parking garage so that I mean, I know it can be changed to office and housing. Can the amount accessible to the public versus office users, is that flexible as well? Or could it be made so?
There are 50 spaces on the ground floor that are dedicated to the retail in the building itself, and those are accessible to the public during the business hours for those retail lease. That is the intention at this time. The upper floors are separated by security for employee parking. You know, as we were talking about, as council was talking with staff earlier, the first step here is just getting the structure built. And we've tried to design something that is very flexible depending upon the direction North Bayshore takes. And so there could be a scenario in the future if there are projects and additional kind of development as the precise plan gets built out, where we could have those conversations. It's just not the plan at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember McAllister?
Thank you. Drew, I had an ask of you about the bridge, that maybe you are in a happy mood because you have brought this project for entitlement tonight. And certainty is always good. So what about, had you given some thought to my proposal that you donate $900,000 to the Magic Bridge and let them move forward with it, and we would not include that as a community benefits, but that as the good nature of Google to keep that project moving because there's uncertainty about what's happening with landings?
I appreciate the question, council member. And you know, at this time, we have business approval to get through entitlements and to create a set of permittable documents so that if and when we get that green light, we are ready to go and build this project. So at this time, we don't have the approval to forward that funding. What I can say is that when we get that go ahead internally, there is a conversation that we could have about the advancing of that funding before receipt of building permits. And between now and then, a commitment to making sure that we are staying in constant communication with Magical Bridge and CSE to see if we can make that alignment happen.
Well, I was just hoping that you would just, independent of the project, donate the $900,000, and that would be certainty for them.
I know.
We talked about it briefly the other day, and I was just asking you if you considered it. So,
Google.org did make a $100K donation to Magical Bridge, and I think that if we were in a position we could, but that's not what we have approval to do at this time.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to follow up on that.
Great. Councilmember Ramirez?
Thank you, Mayor. Just following up on the last question, I think I asked of staff, and they sort of deferred to you. So do you have a sense of timing for when the Shorebird Master Plan will be submitted, and when we'll have an opportunity to weigh in on the housing component of framework?
Michael, are you still on, or do you want me to attempt this? Okay.
Yeah, I'm here. Happy to take that. And in my introductory remarks, Councilmember Ramirez, in the brief time that I had, I just tried to provide a high-level overview. But as you know, back in 2018, Google submitted a bonus FAR requalification request to the city, which included a master plan for Shorebird. And there's a lot of history in there that I think many of us have lived through, and a great deal of uncertainty as it relates to the gateway. However, we have been in very close conversations with staff about how to move forward on Shorebird, and we're internally reviewing a number of different scenarios and would hope to bring something forward in the coming months. Also, as I mentioned, it's our understanding that staff is planning to hold 2 separate study sessions I believe later this year. I'm not sure exactly when, both on East Wistman and North Bayshore, so that we can discuss those. But I don't have an exact date for you.
Okay, no problem. That's helpful. I guess going even higher level than that, we did receive a little bit of correspondence about housing and letter from the Mountain View Coalition for Sustainable Planning. I guess if I were to distill it into a key question, it would be, how can you provide assurance to the community that you are committed to delivering housing? What are some things that we can do to demonstrate the commitment to building the housing that I think we're all interested in seeing in North Bayshore?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. I mean, I think over the years, and this goes back way beyond my time, Google has demonstrated a deep commitment to housing and being a partner with the city to identify viable economic solutions to deliver that much needed housing. And that started with our own advocacy to include housing in the precise plan when it was updated in 2017, through the submittal of the master plan in 2018, and our ongoing conversations and dialogue on North Bayshore with staff, as well as our participation in the Gateway. And then in East Wistman, we were very much involved in providing comments and feedback to staff and council in the study session about the East Wistman precise plan, so that when we put forward a master plan, we would be assured, and the city would be assured, that we could comply with that plan, including the jobs housing ratio that's called out for in that plan. So I think our commitment has been demonstrated in past actions, and all I can give you tonight is our word that we'll continue to partner with the city to realize the promise of those two precise plans.
And I'll also add to that as part of this project, we did advance about $5 million of our housing impact fees at the end of last year to ensure that an affordable housing project in Mountain View would be going forward. Finding ways to do what we can with the resources and projects we have right now to move housing along in parallel.
Thank you. Those are all of my questions.
Vice Mayor?
Great, thank you. Councilor Ramirez asked all my questions about housing. So I just have a quick question that I actually had emailed over to Drew and Michael earlier today, and I thought it was helpful, and so hoping to ask it again so that my colleagues can hear it. So I think one of the things we've been talking about in North Bayshore is, a complete community, and one of those is creating circulation and connectivity. And so my question had been about the green path between Landings and Huff, and kind of the different phasing and the timelines on both of those, and how those would integrate into kind of the greater footprint that Google has within North Bayshore. And so you could just maybe expand on the response that I got. I think it was pretty helpful. Thank you.
Certainly. So the connection that you're talking about, the Green Loop extension from Huff, would in its entirety go across 900 Alta, connect with the Permanente Creek Trail, cross that new bike pedestrian bridge, and connect with the new publicly accessible paths on the west side of the creek. Huff will deliver, as part of the scope of that project, not just the Green Loop on that site, but also the 900 Alta piece that will connect and integrate with the Permanente Creek Trail as it exists today, and make sure that those connections work smoothly and safely, which should enhance both the Creek Trail and the use of the Green Loop on that side of the creek. For Landings, the bridge and the creek improvements and the publicly accessible paths are also very integrated as part of a single design. They all go together as a single package. And so if we get that green light to move forward with Landings, all that comes along with it. But so that's how the two are separated, and there's still some really good use associated with getting a fully designed and uncompromised green loop to connect to Permanente Creek Trail as part of the Huff project. Is that what you were looking for, Councilmember or Vice Mayor?
Right, and I think also the connection, that point that it'll get with Charleston East and the extension that will happen there in terms of the green loop and kind of like breaking up those mega blocks with that, correct?
Right. So this would be one of the last remaining pieces of the green loop would be this Huff piece to Permanente Creek and the landings piece, making and there are a few pieces over in Shorebird that will come a little bit later, but the vision of a separate bike and pedestrian circulation route throughout North Bayshore is very close to being fully realized.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions for our applicant from council members? If not, I will go back to public comment. Thank you for your patience. All right, let me go back to the attendee box. So we will go to Alex Brown. Please unmute yourself.
Hey, Alex Brown, Santiago Villa Neighborhood Association. I don't know who that other guy was. Seemed mean. Yeah, I wanted to commend Google for reaching out to the neighborhoods up here in North Bayshore and seeking our input and working with us through the planning phases for this. I think it's a really exciting project. I like the idea of extended green loop. The ground floor retail, if it takes off, would be nice to have up here. I'd love to be able to walk to businesses, not take the 2 hours it gets to it's less than 2 hours, like 45 minutes to get to Castro. Yeah, and also the extra wildlife portion would be incredible. I think a focus on wildlife and the ecosystem as a whole is something we're lacking in our planning. And tree cover is nice, but we need things that pollinate those trees and live in them. And part of that is having a connected set of habitats that are a mix of aquatic, riparian, like arboreal. Like we need a lot. We need more nature. Okay, now back to classic me. I like that you guys are always asking us, you council, are so frequently asking us to trust you and like, oh yeah, no, we're going to work through this. It's going to take time, and but trust us. Stuff will come later. But then, as soon as a developer comes before you with a good and ambitious plan, you assume bad faith and want every contingency covered before you will proceed at all. But with us, it's just a matter of trust, and we'll get to that. Yeah, no, just trust us. Yeah, I yield my time.
We'll go to Cliff Chambers. Please unmute yourself, Cliff.
Yeah, thank you very much. Cliff Chambers, representing the Mountain View Coalition for Sustainable Planning. We sent in a letter that goes into quite a bit of detail on our position. We've been strong proponents of the North Bayshore Precise Plan with the goal of developing 9,850 housing units with 20% affordable units, which is extremely important. I really do appreciate Google's efforts. I participated in the Google Framework Plan. It's an award-winning plan as a city planner. I don't think I've ever seen such a well-thought-out plan. But the bottom line is we cannot continue to approve massive office developments in North Bayshore without a corresponding increase in housing. And I think it's just recognized generally that's what we all want. It's our position that both the City Council and Google should commit to move forward with the Shorebird Master Plan before the landing projects is approved. I think there's a lot of pieces of the puzzle. That's a very important one. I think part of this, the City of Mountain View, Google, and SciWest really need to come to terms with the bonus FIR allocation in the Gateway area, and discussions with Google's and other. This really seems to be the major barrier to having substantial housing development moving forward in North Bayshore. The Huff parking garage, I think, is a urban design monstrosity. I'd like to see rethinking of that, and I think Google has control over telecommuting, and I'd really like to think about a different TDM plan. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Linda Ruthruff. Linda, if you could unmute yourself, please. Oh, sorry if I just.
Okay, I think I did it.
There we go. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Linda Ruthreff. I'm the Volunteer Conservation Chair for the local chapter of the. I'm sorry, I'm hearing an echo.
Linda? Linda, can you hear us? Can you try speaking again? Linda?
Okay. I'm Linda Ruthreff. I'm the Volunteer Conservation Chair for the local chapter of the California Native Plant Society. Usually when I speak to a governing body, I speak against a project. Usually the project in question is going to be destructive to what little habitat is left in the very developed landscape we call home. This project is different. This project proposes to create habitat where almost none exists. Google proposes to turn what is basically a ditch and concrete flood walls into a thriving riparian and upland habitat. They have been working with a professional company that specializes in designing and restoring wildlife habitat. They have also collaborated with us, the California Native Plant Society, throughout the design process. They have listened to our feedback and incorporated our suggestions as they demonstrate by their actions that they intend to create a thriving habitat. People need to have nature around them where they work and spend their days. There's a huge literature documenting the benefits of interacting with nature. I hope that this effort to create a beautiful stream and upland habitat for the public to enjoy is able to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is B. Hansen. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, I've been involved with this for quite a long time. I was involved on the short plan as well, and I really would like to see these forward as a total improvement of Bayshore, especially the Permanente Creek part, the loop part. I'm in that area every single day because I bike through North Bayshore every day. And I'd really like to see improvement in what is kind of now an eyesore in that area. What we're really concerned about, and thank you, Councilmember Ramirez, for bringing it up, and for Cliff Chambers for do this problem and get some to be built. It takes a long time to realize these plans, and it's kind of frustrating to realize that nothing is even started yet. So I'd like to express support for the plan and that it goes forward.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wishing to speak on this item? I don't see any more hands, so I will close public comment and bring it back to the council. And I have Councilmember McAllister.
Yes. Make a couple of comments, and then I'd like to make a motion. For Chris and I, this project goes back to 2015. I think when this first was brought to us, that was our first quote beauty pageant that we were talking about, projects to come to us. And a lot has changed in expectations from the community about projects in North Bayshore, the emphasis on trying to get that housing work balance. And I did approach Google quite a few times, say, hey, that parking garage could be great to have some housing on top of it, that mixed use. But that was hopefully will happen with the next project that we go forward with. I wanted to thank the Sierra Club and the Audubon Club and Google working together to make this Permanente Trail or Creek the best it can be, and a lot of input from the community. So it will be making it something that people can enjoy for a lifetime. So, and for staff hanging in there, and I'm surprised, you know, Drew and Michael, let's see, who was the John Igo? was first brought that along. He was the one that we started talking with. And Margaret might remember him, and Chris remembers that. So it's been a long road to get to this. And I'm glad that we're not moving anywhere. We're just still, you haven't committed to building it yet. You're still saying, we may or may not. So hopefully you'll get some motivation going there by 2025. So I'm going to make a motion, and I'm going to add a few items to it. So item 1, approve an initial study of environmental significance for the Google landing project pursuant to sections 15168 of the California Environmental Quality Act, attachment 1 to the council report. 2, adopt a resolution conditionally approving a master plan for district parking, planned community permit, and development review permit to construct a 5-story, 799,482 square foot office building above 1 level of underground parking, a 4-level parking garage, and site improvements associated with the development, and a heritage tree removal permit to remove 414 heritage trees at 1860 to 2159 Landing Drive, to be read in title only. Further reading waive attachment 2 to the council report. Adopt a resolution approving a vested preliminary parcel map to dedicated easements and area for city right-of-way at 1860 to 2159 Landings Drive, to be read in title only. Further reading waive attachment 3 to the council report. 4, adopt a resolution ordering the vacation of public easements of 1860 to 2159 Landings Drive, to be read in title only. Further reading waives attachment 4 to council report. Item 5, that if Google does not pull permits within the 2 years, it will come back to council for reconsideration. Item 6 would be that on community benefits, 1 through 4 would be included, and items 5 and 6 would be left for the discretion of council. So that means the Magic Bridge playground at Ringstorff Park and the homeless initiatives would be decided at another time for those dollar amounts. That's my motion.
Thank you. And Councilmember Matichak, do you have a second on that or comments?
Well, I had comments, but now that I've heard the whole motion, I will second it. I do want to disclose that I met with the applicant probably several times over several years, both on the council and maybe even on the EPC. And a couple of comments about this. I do appreciate the architecture. I like this one a whole lot more than I like Charleston East. I actually appreciate the design of the Huff parking structure. You know, I don't think we want a whole lot of parking structures, but if we're going to have some, I think it's nice that they are nicer looking. I think I've been saying that for 10 years now. And thank you for actually making it nice looking. But what I appreciate the most, actually there's 2 things I appreciate the most about this development. And the first one is the rehabilitation of the Permanente Creek area. I've always said I think it's nice to preserve nature, but it's even better if you can enhance it and expand it. And that's what's happening here. So I really appreciate that aspect of this development. And the second one I also appreciate are all the elements that you've included to make this a LEED Platinum and maybe beyond. So all the sustainability elements that have been included, this really, I think, sets the bar for others. And I appreciate that. I am concerned that given the uncertainty and the conversations I've had with the folks at Google about, you know, is this going to get built or not? I appreciate Councilmember McAllister's, the part of his motion about holding off on how we allocate the 2.5 million and the 900,000. You know, I think it could be that things change enough that maybe we want to revisit that. So I do support that coming back to council for a discussion about, is that the right place to put the money? but what I would like to see if Councilmember McAllister would include in his motion is that we allocate some of the city's parkland funds to Magical Bridge, and hopefully we can sort of repay the parkland fund if this project goes forward, or if other projects out in North Bayshore go forward and have community benefits that could sort of backfill that amount. Would you be open to that?
When we authorized $1 million to Magic Bridge initially, they asked for donations, and the city gave them $1 million and asked them to raise the other funds. And I understand that they have enough funds to build a project now. So it would sort of go back on what the prior council had decided on and the agreement with us. So I'm a little hesitant to do that right now, to allocate park funds that we know are scarce right now. So let me hear others, but I'm a little cautious on that point right now.
We could also just separate that out from this motion and talk about it, separately.
Okay.
If folks are okay with that. I do feel like I have confidence that Google does want to move forward with the housing in North Bayshore. Based upon the discussions I feel like I've had and their statements here tonight, I actually feel like maybe the housing is more certain than the landings office building. So I am okay with moving forward with this one tonight. So yes, I do second Councilmember McAllister's motion. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments from council members? Yes, Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess a few preliminary thoughts. So I think there's a lot that's very attractive about the project. I think the reality is, even if you're not terribly enthusiastic about office space, the North Bayshore Precise Plan allows for a significant increase in office. One of the worst case scenarios I'm concerned about is, and I asked a question about this that staff answered in the written remarks, if we weren't to allocate the bonus FAR, how much office development could occur up to the base FAR, and it sounds like, based on staff's estimate, a significant amount. And that would be, a significant amount of office space without the benefit of the community benefit obligations or the requirements for environmentally sustainable buildings. So even though office is not a use I'm terribly enthusiastic about, I would rather see this project with all of the benefits for the city and for the community than a scenario in which we just see, Google use their ability to just build up to the base FAR the way that Microsoft has. I am also concerned about a scenario in which only the parking garage proceeds. It feels a little deflating to know that there's it sounds like maybe a fairly non-trivial possibility that Google doesn't proceed with the landings office, and so we're stuck with a lot of parking. And I understand that its value, but it sounds like this isn't like a parking structure that we would likely approve if it were a standalone project. That would be my guess. If Google were to approach us and say we want to build 12 or 1,300 spaces in a garage in this area in this way, as I understood it from staff's responses to our questions, that would be something that would require council approval. And for that to be the outcome, a possible outcome, is immensely dissatisfying. And sort of complicating that is the possibility that there is a means by which Google can convert a portion of the parking garage into office space without council approval. So one amendment I would request of the maker of the motion is to include a condition of approval that if Google were to convert any amount of the parking structure into office space, even if it were only going up to the base FAR, that it would require council approval. So Councilmember McAllister, would you be comfortable with including that as a condition?
Well, Lucas, don't you remember that they're building that parking garage because they're required to under Charleston East, that parking is primarily used for that, and it's not just going to be sitting there for general parking. So they are required to put in 1,300 parking spots for Charleston East. So I don't see, and they're going to be the other 400, Drew helped me out, was going to be stackers. So they're required to put that initial thing in. So when you're saying they're going to convert it, that parking garage is conditional of approval for Charleston East. So help me understand when you're saying it may become housing when it's already dedicated as a project and required.
So I think the applicant has made it very clear that the structure is designed in such a way that at some point down the road, it could be converted into either additional office or into housing. I'm not concerned about the housing because that would require a general plan amendment and would have to come back to council. But the reason I asked all of the questions about converting to office is it appears that there's a scenario in which some portion of the parking structure could be converted into office space up to the base FAR, meaning it wouldn't require council approval under the process provided in the North Bayshore Precise Plan. So it might be it's I'll concede it's speculative, but because there is that scenario, I would feel more comfortable with this if there's any intention of converting any amount of this parking structure into office space, which is entirely possible because of the design, that would first come to council for approval.
Well, where would they do the parking then that's required under Charleston East, part of their occupancy requirements and building permits?
I don't know.
I mean, you're stretching, help me understand, because it's required, so they can't just say, hey, all you cars go somewhere. So, I mean.
If it's a concern you don't share, that's fine.
I'm trying to, yes, I'd rather know it too. But that's part of their requirement for that project. And so the only way the scenario would be that they eliminate cars altogether, because that's a lot of people parking there. So we haven't got to that scenario yet. So if they don't come back in 2 years, you got to, okay, but that's
sorry, but not to belabor the point, but okay. It wouldn't have to convert the entire structure into office. It may be possible, based on the design, to convert a portion of it into office space. So you could still have the bulk of it serve as parking for Charleston East, and also have some amount that's available for office space in the future. And again, maybe it's not a realistic or likely scenario, but as staff had explained, it sounds like it is possible. And I'd rather not have any of it convert into office space unless the council approves that.
So, Artie, could you speak up? So, would they, in theory, if they came back and said, hey, we don't need all that parking, we could convert it into, would it come back to council for whatever reasons, if that was proposed?
I might have to check with Stephanie, who may know this process better, but it's my understanding that if they want to change the district parking plan that was originally approved by council, a district parking plan needs to go to the EPC and council. So in a normal scenario, Councilmember Ramirez, a base FAR project may not have to come to council, but because this involves district parking or a change to that, it would need council authorization. And Stephanie, you can correct me if I'm mistaken.
I mean, there's a lot of scenarios and different paths we could go down, but another kind of way to look at it is that could be considered a major modification to an approved project, which major modifications to council approved projects typically do need to return to the council for approval.
Okay.
So because this is a parking garage that was approved as a district parking garage, it would be a major modification, whereas a completely standalone base FAR building would have a different process.
You feel more comfortable?
Yes, I do. If it has to return to council anyway, then I'm comfortable with that. One other point, and then I'll stop. There was, I think, a helpful response provided by staff about the status of the Magical Bridge Foundation, and I just wanted to better understand. So it sounds like, if John is available or somebody, it sounds like they're not fully funded, right? So there's a reduced scope possibility, which we haven't discussed, I guess. But if there isn't the certainty of that, the funding to make up the gap, we would have to potentially evaluate a reduced scope project. Can staff share what the differences may be if we don't have the full funding available for this project? And right now, it sounds like there isn't enough funding for the project as it has been, evaluated. So what may be sacrificed? How it would work if there isn't that funding available to get to where Magical Bridge says they need to be?
Good evening. Once again, John Marchant, Community Services Director. The current delta for the current design for Magical Bridge is over $600,000. And that was based on the original concept of utilizing the space in Rangsdorf Park starting back in 2018. So the design has a number of elements similar to Palo Alto's Magical Bridge, where there's different play areas for different types of play. So whether it's spinning, swinging, based on the delta that we foresee right now, it could be a reduction in specific equipment, and it could be up to a reduction of one of those specific pods of a play area that could be removed from the current design that was reviewed by our PRC earlier this month.
Thank you. That's helpful. When is the latest practical deadline for the city and for Magical Bridge to determine which project to proceed with? So if the motion on the floor right now doesn't explicitly allocate the funding, the $900,000 to Magical Bridge, and right now there isn't a meeting scheduled for the council to allocate any additional funding, so that gap exists. When does Magical Bridge and when does the city need to know for sure whether the original concept will be built out, or we have to proceed with this reduced scope alternative?
So currently we have enough funding to get through the continuation of design. That design is actually going to be coming to council in the fall. So that design will require council's approval. At that time, we could further evaluate where Magical Bridge is with their fundraising and bring to council what some of those alternatives may be related to whether that funding is currently where it is or if they've increased the amount of fundraising that they've completed. And then we can look at what that delta is and how far we need to look to fill that gap if that is what council would like to do.
Okay, so final question on this. So is staff already planning to return to council with the question of whether we want to make up that difference, or is that something we have to direct tonight?
The purpose of coming back to City Council was specific to the design. However, we would have a fiscal impact statement for you, and that is something that you could look at, or you could provide us some direction tonight. I think it can go either way.
Okay. So for whatever it's worth, I like the idea of certainty. I don't really have a good sense of whether this gap has any impact in the development of the design of the project. If it has the impact of ensuring that we're going to end up with a reduced scope project, then that's helpful for us to know. But if we want to at least entertain the possibility of a full, or like the original concept, I guess, then that may be something that we would want to direct tonight. The only other thing I'll say is the 2.5 million that is proposed for the disadvantaged communities is important to me, and because it's fairly nebulous to begin with, I'm comfortable with your recommendation, Councilmember McAllister, to look at that at another time, because the needs of the community will change. But I would like to keep it kind of within a high level, the scope of helping folks who need it. And I don't know what the needs of the community will be then, but if we can sort of at least anticipate a use that's consistent with the intention. We don't need to figure out the specifics now, but that would be my strong preference. Thank you.
Lucas, that was my concern too, is that we don't know. Things are pretty movable, and so this just gives us more flexibility. But I concur with your intent, yes.
Councilmember Hicks?
Just a brief question about the scope of the magical bridge. I had heard through the grapevine, and I don't even remember where, that reducing it would also reduce some of the integration with Rengstorff Park as it exists now in terms of trees and softer fencing. Is that one of the elements that, I wonder if John knows if that's one of the elements that might be taken out, because I am concerned about how it integrates with the rest of the park.
So there's going to be some trade-offs as we look at the design. What you are referencing is what a recommendation from the Parks and Recreation Commission was. And so that would be in addition to the existing design, or we look at making some trade-offs with other elements of the park in order to make that happen. So again, this is the initial design that PRC reviewed, and we will be bringing that to you in the fall. And we'll have a better idea of cost estimates, and we can even show what may be add alternates based on design and where we are in the current fundraising.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments from council members? I'll just go ahead and add my few comments. So I wanted to disclose I also have met with the applicant over the years on this project. Also have spoken with the Sierra Club, and I guess it's mainly the Sierra Club. And I plan to support the project. I think there are some benefits to it. Councilmember Matichak had mentioned some of them. I actually am excited that this will be an all-electric building, and that comes from my Silicon Valley Clean Energy hat, as we now require all new buildings to be all electric. This will be a good model of that, I believe. I do like the design. I agree with Councilmember Matichak much more than the Charleston East project. And I think the creek improvements will be very beneficial. So definitely think there are good benefits. Retail too, adding some retail to North Bayshore. I know the residents there have been looking forward to that, so I look forward to that as well. I definitely have had some questions, challenges around the Huff Garage and being treated as two different buildings, and the community benefits attached to this project. And I'm disappointed that we will have to wait for the building permits for landings to see any of the benefits materializing. I think these are just some of the issues that are coming up as we see projects through with the North Bayshore Precise Plan, and there definitely there's always unintended consequences, and I think this is one of them. But in regards to the garage, my interest actually is in this concept of a centralized parking district, parking structure. A long time ago when we started North Bayshore Precise Plan, we had briefly talked about a receptor parking structure at the entrance of one of the entrances into North Bayshore to collect the cars, and then folks getting out of the cars and using other modes of transportation to get to their various office buildings. And I know one of my former colleagues, Councilmember Macias, at one point had even suggested no cars in North Bayshore. And at that time, it was such quite a I think is seen as an extreme concept. It didn't get a lot of traction, but now, 10 years or so later, I think there's some reality to reality to that concept. And that is my hope, is that with this Huff Garage, whether landings gets built or not, my hope is that those extra spaces then could be used for any other buildings, future office buildings that Google plans to build in other neighborhoods. I mean, everything in this area is pretty walkable, pretty close. So I think that this could be a centralized parking structure for future office buildings if landings doesn't happen. I also did ask Google earlier today about the ability to expand spaces if we wanted to, really centralize parking, and it sounds like with stackers that's doable. So my hope is that as we look at the future master plans, concepts, proposals, we can really look at ways to reduce parking elsewhere, and whatever parking is needed, try to locate it as much as possible at this Huff Garage. So, I appreciate the Sustainable Planning Coalition and their comments. I definitely share some of the concerns. To be frank, I think, this was a project that happened in 2015. I know 2 of our members were there. The rest of us were not. And in hindsight, I would say that if there was real interest in having housing, a housing requirement was not included in this project, and in hindsight, there could have been a hold on that bonus FAR giveaway night. Not all the projects needed to be given away that night, and there could have been a wait to see with housing done at that time. But in light of those precedents that were set before our time, I feel that we need to move forward with this now. So with that, I do see Vice Mayor Kane's hand up as well.
Great, thank you. I also wanted to disclose I know with the applicant, and then for Councilmember McAllister, could you just clarify what the motion is now with all of its amendments?
Okay, well, there was 2 amendments. One, that if landings is not built in 2 years, that they come back for reapproval is one of them to councils. So council would be the one that would reapprove the project. This number 6 would be that the $2.5 million and the $900,000 would not be decided tonight. It would be deferred for future discussion and to make sure that it's still relevant at that time. So and that just allows the council a little more flexibility because we don't know if it's going to get built. So you don't want to allocate some money that you don't know you're going to get. So it's not taking it away, it's just deferring that decision to you. But the first 4 would be required at this time.
Got it. Thank you. So appreciate that review and clarification. So I will be supporting the motion. I think, not to belabor points that have already been made by my colleagues, but I think I see this as one of the pieces that works to unlock North Bayshore, whether that be for the transportation improvements that were reviewed and mentioned, or the Green Loop path. I really see that as part of it and appreciate Google's commitment to pursuing housing. I know that that's something that they feel strongly about, and so I feel comfortable going forward. I do think that though it is a parking garage, is an innovative design on the flexibility of future uses. I think it shows us that. And one thing I would like to note is the collaboration with the City Water District and Google on the nearly 1.5 acre creek improvements. I think as we continue to develop more in our region, these kind of innovative public-private partnerships are going to be really critical for being able to do something like what we're seeing with this project. And so I just want to kind of note the innovative concept and say that that's something that I support and that I'm hopeful that we as a city, many of the people giving public comment spoke about the restoration efforts, the preservation of the habitat, and I'd really like us to be able to work with the Water District and future developers on making sure that happens, because where space is getting more limited. So thank you.
Thank you. City Attorney, did you have some comments?
Yes, I just want to be crystal clear about Councilmember McAllister's motion. It's clear about recommendations 1 through 4, and he doesn't need to reread those. But I did notice when he just restated the additional motions 5 and 6, I believe, I think the intent was if Landings is not pulling permits within 2 years, it has to come back to council. I believe you might have said built within 2 years, but I just want to make sure I heard that correctly.
Oh yeah, it is. The technical term, I guess, is if they haven't pulled building permits within 2 years.
Very good. And then just to, that's fine. That's clear now. And then 6, just to be clear for the record, so there's no confusion, the community benefits 1 through 4 on table 3 of page 19 in the staff report are allocated as described, but community benefits 5 and 6, 5 being Magical Bridge for $900,000 and 6 being the homelessness initiatives for $2.5 million, will not be decided or allocated tonight, but will return to council at a future date for determination.
Correct.
Okay, that's clear.
Great. So with that, we have a motion and a second. The motion was Councilmember McAllister. Second was Councilmember Matichak. It was so long ago. I think I just might have forgotten, but it looks like yes, Councilmember Matichak was the second. Any other discussion? If not, could we get a roll call vote, please?
Thank you. Councilmember Clark?
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks?
I'm voting yes enthusiastically, and I hope it becomes a model of habitat restoration in the region.
Councilmember Matichak?
Yes.
Councilmember McAllister?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kamei?
Yes.
Mayor Abeykoga?
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carries 7-0 with no abstentions. Thank you very much. I do believe I need a motion to continue. And actually, Councilmember Matichak, did you have a comment?
I did. So I appreciate what Mr. Marchant said about Magical Bridge. And I'm feeling like I'd like more certainty for them. If we're just going to discuss it when the design comes back, I'm worried that they might scale back the design because they can't really count on so far the $900,000. And I would like to provide more certainty. If it's, I make a motion to say we fund that out of park fees and try to backfill at a later date, either from this project or another one, or, some sort of, we encourage them to design to the larger playground. I shouldn't say assuming, but, design to the larger playground, and we'll talk about it when it comes back to us, the funding for that, because I can appreciate that they might be able to raise funds from other sources between now and then, but I do feel like I want to have a little bit more certainty around this one.
So this is Dawn, and John, if I misspeak, go ahead and speak up, but since it's our two departments working on this together, when we come to the council in the fall, we can be sure to bring the option of the full funding design, as well as what it would mean that if not full funding would be obtained, and it would be a design that would cut out $600,000 if that's what the shortfall is. So we can still leave all these options on the table and bring them forward in the fall for council's consideration and discussion.
And I concur with Dawn's assessment to allow us to come back in the fall and bring you the full picture.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. So that concludes that item. I do need a motion to continue. Councilmember Clark?
Yeah, I'll move that we continue past 10 p.m. to the remaining items.
Thank you. And Councilmember McAllister?
Yeah, I can't support that, but I'd like to know from the city manager the anticipated timeline, because we have a tendency to go short, thinking we're going to go shorter, and then it goes to 2 o'clock in the morning, and we just don't do our best work when we're that late into it. We're already 5.5 hours into this, and I'm concerned that from a legal, well, let me, city manager, is there a legal requirement that we have to have this budget passed in June?
The last regular meeting, but I'll let the city manager.
Yes, so thank you, Councilmember Clark and Councilmember McAllister. There is one more meeting. The budget does have to be passed by July 1st, and this is the last regular meeting in June.
So the meeting on the 30th would not constitute a regular meeting?
It is a special meeting.
And can you pass the budget at a special meeting?
Not that I am aware of, but I would defer to our city attorney to let us know about that.
I have pulled up the charter, and the charter sections 1103, 4, and 5 speak to the adoption of the budget. There's actually no requirement that it be adopted on a regular meeting, so it could be adopted on June 30th. There's actually no special, no regular meeting requirement.
Okay.
So, does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Was there other comment by staff?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I would just say the presentation I have is very short, and so in terms of timing, from the staff perspective, we can get through it fast, and it would obviously depend on how long the comment or discussion is.
I'm going to go ahead and second Councilmember Clark's motion to continue. So is there any discussion on that motion? If not, could I get a roll call vote, please, City Clerk? Oh, Councilman Mattercheck, did you have comments before I start?
I do. So, I feel like in addition to the budget, it's also got some other aspects or other topics sort of contained within it in terms of the council subcommittee. And I personally would prefer to have that discussion maybe separate from the budget next week. Because I do want to make sure we give it careful consideration. And as Councilmember McAllister said, we've been going at this since 6 o'clock. And I'd rather have it first thing on the agenda than last thing when we've already spent so much time. I think it deserves more attention than it might get tonight.
Any other discussion on this? I would just say that we do have some big items next week as well. And so, it's the last 2 meetings before our summer break. It's always this way. We've gone much later in the past. It's before midnight right now. So I would like to just go ahead and finish this up this evening. So if there's no other comment, could I take a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks.
No.
Councilmember Matacek.
No.
Councilmember McAllister.
No.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kamei.
Yes.
Mayor Abikoga.
Aye. Motion carries 4-3 with no abstentions. So we will continue. Why don't we take a quick bio break for 5 minutes? And let's say we'll be back at 11:45. Thanks. if the other council members are back on, but let's go ahead and start. Item 7.3, the adoption of fiscal year 2020-21 budgets, appropriation limits, fee modifications, and funding for fiscal year 2020-21 capital improvement projects. And we have our staff presentation by our city manager, Kimber McCarthy, and our finance and administrative services director, Jetsi Takahashi. Welcome to both of you.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you see my screen? Okay, great. So tonight, the council is presented with adoption of the proposed fiscal year 2020-21 budget on June 9th. Staff presented the budget to council and discussed all of the details of the budget, including the different funds and the amounts and all of the recommendations. And so tonight, I just want to give a very quick overview of what that budget is and also give the recommendation. So just really quickly, in terms of a budget overview, the budget is not developed in a vacuum. It is not a fast process. It starts back in the November-December timeframe, and development happens with a lot of discussions with the departments and really having a thoughtful and strategic process that takes about 7 months that culminates in the adoption of the budget in June. And right now, the 2021 proposed budget is structurally balanced, as I mentioned on June 9th, and essentially the budget is status quo, which means that we have existing service levels like we have this year that are essentially rolling over into next year. And as we mentioned on the 9th, we will be bringing budget updates to council every quarter, just because there's so much uncertainty now with the economy and what the effects of the shelter-in-place order are going to be. So staff will be constantly monitoring our revenues and our impacts to bring that to council each quarter this next fiscal year. We also talked briefly about the projected or potential budget deficit when we discussed our 5-year forecast. And right now we are projecting a very modest deficit of around $100,000 should the shelter-in-place order change significantly by this month or next month. But should the economic impacts grow and the shelter-in-place order continue for several more months, that deficit could grow to between $2 to $4 million. So this is where there is a lot of uncertainty ahead, and it is really dependent on what happens with the economy, what happens with our sales tax, what happens with the hotel tax, and really what is going to happen over the course of this summer, and in particular these next 3 or 4 months. We do have a budget, all funds, that is $342 million. So part of that is our general operating fund, which covers all of our operations, and that amount is $144 million. There is a new item for City Council consideration that has come up since June 9th, and that is to rebudget the balance of $600,000 that was allocated from the general non-operating fund for COVID-19 emergency costs. So we just want to make sure that anything unspent could roll over into next fiscal year to rebudget whatever the balance is of that amount. There were changes that the council made to the proposed budget on June 9th, and those changes are detailed here. The changes are in the police department budget, and those changes amount to around $125,000. So the patrol rifles, parking enforcement overtime, towing fee, and drone equipment was postponed and removed until mid-year or consideration at some future time frame. And I know that there has been a lot of discussion, and clearly in this meeting and in June 9th, we have heard from the community, and we've heard a lot of comments about the police department funding and ideas for the future. And so what the recommended next steps are essentially starting with the council subcommittee on race, equity, and inclusion. And the idea is for this subcommittee to help engage the community in meaningful dialogue, working with staff in the city manager's office. So myself and the assistant city manager and a couple other city manager staff really helping think through to plan events that we want to hold in the next few months and identify community leaders that we want to make sure that we are talking to and engaging with, and stakeholders. And the big piece of this, I think, is to make sure that we're hearing all voices in the community and really make sure that we are talking to the various, as we say, stakeholders, but just the various perspectives of our residents and understanding all of the diverse perspectives in our community. So it would start with that. And then the idea and intention is for the subcommittee to work with the Human Relations Commission. And the Human Relations Commission is already going to be planning a civility roundtable on unconscious bias and working with staff to think through other ideas and ways that we can convene the community and listen to the community. So we do plan on working very closely with the Human Relations Commission and the council subcommittee to really think through and be very thoughtful about what we're doing over these next 3 months or so. I think the important thing about this, someone said earlier that we can't rush this, and that's right. We should not rush this. This is something that we need to be very thoughtful about, that this is going to take time. And I think that it is really important for us to really understand and hear all the different perspectives. Another piece of this next step and part of the plan would be to review our policing policies for alignment with best practices. So there's been a number of recommendations that have been made by various organizations, including, I think we've all heard of the 8 Can't Wait campaign, which also stemmed from Campaign Zero. The California Attorney General has issued recommendations. The National League of Cities has issued recommendations and a resolution. And we are also expecting quite a bit of legislation that's going to be happening over these next few months this summer, not only federal legislation, but state legislation and perhaps movement from the governor. So I think that just taking all of that holistically and looking at what is coming down the pike, that is needed to really make sure that we are doing our due diligence and that we are really looking at what is being recommended and what the best practices are. I said on the 9th that we see ourselves as a leader, and part of being a leader is being open to continuous improvement. And so part of that is just making sure that we are aligned with these best practices and things that we're going to be learning about over the next few months. Another thing that staff is really going to be exploring, when I say staff, I mean city manager staff, really looking at alternative service delivery models and thinking through how it might work with the police department, and also working with regional agencies. So this would include the county in particular, and also other cities in our region to really think through what the community needs are. So we know that mental health and substance abuse and homelessness, a lot of those calls for service, as many people have noted, are not necessarily, I guess, if you want to call it kind of segments of calls that police respond to, where there's other ways of doing it. And I think the biggest thing to understand about this is that those 3 areas, mental health, substance abuse, and homelessness, those areas are primarily serviced by the county. And any changes that need to be made, or any thinking of innovation and thinking of how we deliver service, really needs to be conversations between agencies and really working collaboratively and in partnership and thinking through how this could be done differently. And we are absolutely open to this. I think one of the things that is a hallmark for us in Mountain View and will be in the future is thinking innovatively and thinking differently and how we can really strive to achieve better outcomes. So looking at these alternative service delivery models is also going to take time, and working in these partnerships will take time. But that is also a proposed next step. And then essentially after we do all of these things, and there's also a number of other steps that I think we will be taking that we can report back to council in the fall on next steps and other recommended actions. So that would be the intention just in terms of these next few months and thinking through some of the ideas and comments and feedback that we've heard. So that concludes my presentation. There are a number of recommended actions that are included in the staff report. I won't necessarily read all of them. I think it's actually on 3 slides, but council will have to make motion as the city of Mountain View, and then also make separate motion for the Shoreline Regional Park community and also for the Capital Improvements Financing Authority. And I am open for any questions at this point.
Thank you, City Manager. Any questions from council members? I don't see any hands, so, oh, yes I do. Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. So on the slide that ended with update the council in the fall on next steps, did that mean everything before that would happen over the summer?
Thank you, Councilmember Matichak. So yes, we're going to start this work this summer. And we certainly don't think it will all end this summer, but the intention is to do a lot of this work, create a really robust action plan, but also that action plan will be developed based on feedback and information that we're hearing from all members of the community and all segments of the community. So once we listen and learn and do our research and talk to people and talk to leaders in the community and talk to our partners and other community organizations, then we'll come back to council in the fall with an update on where we're at so far, and then also recommendations for next steps at that point, because this definitely won't be finished just over the course of the summer.
And would you envision at all having groups other than the council subcommittee or the HRC, like take an issue and have a group work on it? Similar to, what sort of comes to mind for me is when we were taking a look at, or when the police department was taking a look at policies around immigration, and it was a group of residents who got together with the police department, because the council usually does not get involved in police policies. But it did come to the council, and I felt like we had a good discussion at that time, and modifications were made to the policies. Would you kind of envision something similar to that? Or is it everything sort of goes through the council subcommittee? Or have you even thought about all of that yet?
Yeah, it's a great question. I've had a lot of thought. I think this has really moved so fast. You might have heard me say that we want to get this right, and I think making very quick and rash decisions is not what we want to do with this. And so I have thought about what you've mentioned, and my lights just went out on me here. So I have thought about what you mentioned, and I do think there will be opportunities to have some sort of like a special committee or a special group that can look at different areas, whether that's different community health or wellness or safety efforts. But I would envision basically that funneling through the council subcommittee, and then also working with the HRC on that, and staff in conjunction with each other, and then figuring out how we'll basically roll that out.
Okay. Let's see. That's all my questions for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Hicks.
Well, I may be asking the same question, but I'll ask it anyway. So I'm trying to clarify the process for public input. And it looks to me from the slides like it's first with the council subcommittee. Under the HRC responsibilities, it says civility roundtable on unconscious bias and other assistance in community convening. So it sounds like the public would first engage with the council subcommittee, and maybe that committee would clarify more what the HRC might do in terms of other assistance in community convening. Do I have it right, or can you further clarify?
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Hicks. So I think the intent would be to really think through what sort of forums and events that we want to have. So I know that council members individually are having conversations, and those conversations are happening not just in the subcommittee, but really any council member having those conversations. Also, staff is intending on having conversations with community leaders and stakeholders. So myself and other staff that are working with the subcommittee and HRC on this. So I see us really planning these events and planning the forums and planning meetings and thinking through who we need to talk to and who we're going to meet with, and really doing that over the course of the next 2 or 3 months. And then basically the subcommittee giving direction and working with the HRC on maybe helping plan these events and helping us do this. And I'm sure, they might have other ideas too, but really kind of funneling through the subcommittee to help us make quick decisions. And then just basically holding these conversations in terms of meetings and forums and events, and really thinking through how that might work.
And then have you talked to any, I don't know that you've actually had time to do this, but have you talked to any other local cities on what kind of process they might be going through in this area?
Yeah, so thank you. That is a great question, and everyone is talking about it, to be really frank. I think we are in a situation where there are various different models out there. There are, well, first of all, there's many different sizes of cities, and different cities, depending on their structure and their history and size, have different sort of models with how they engage with the community and how the community may or may not work with the police department. And so I think right now what we're seeing in the region is everyone is kind of grappling with what the next steps are and what that means for their city, just because everyone is different. But at the same time, I think we're all looking to kind of figure out regionally what might be happening. So this is why I'm talking about best practices and seeing what unfolds over these next couple months, not just in our region, but just really statewide and nationwide. I think there's going to be a lot of changes coming down from the governor and the federal administration and perhaps the legislature. There's a lot of talk on looking at different policing practices and use of force. And I just think that, this is something that we have really just started talking about in the last 2 or 3 weeks. So if you think about the time continuum with how we make decisions in government and how long things take, we're moving really fast on this, but we need time to get it right. So I think just really the foundation of your question is, yes, I have talked to other cities. We are having a constant dialogue about it. And this is why we need these next few months to learn and listen, so that we do get it right.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the council? I don't see any hands. So I will go to public comment. Again, if you are in the attendee box and would like to make public comment, please click on the raise hand button at the bottom. And let's see, we'll do 1.5 minutes, City Clerk, as we've been doing all night. And we'll start with Guy Wassither. Please unmute yourself.
Hello. I wanted to highlight some of the pieces of the proposed budget that are most concerning to me as a taxpayer. The Mountain View Police Department is asking for a 5.2% increase and says this is, quote, primarily due to normal inflationary cost increases, end quote. But the inflation rate for the Bay Area is well below the 5.2% the Mountain View Police Department is asking for. The U.S. national inflation rate last year was 2.3% and is much lower so far this year. The CPI for the SF Bay Area is down 2.9% from this time last year. The MVPD already claims the largest percentage of the city budget. The numbers don't support their reasoning for an increase. Last year, the city was on the hook for $675,000 for 2 lawsuits that were brought against the Mountain View Police Department. And this is being paid for by the taxpayers. This shouldn't be coming out of our pockets. It should be the responsibility of the department. What's even more is the fact that the budget includes a 50% decrease in community development, which includes managing affordable housing. I realize that drafting a city budget is a months-long process and that we're now in the final stages, but the recent 0.03% reduction to the police department budget proves there is time to make further changes. Thank you.
Let's see, we'll move on to John Lashley. John Lashley, please unmute yourself.
Yeah, hi. So McCarthy said, we need these next few months to learn and listen so we get it right. Listen up. We're on the line telling you what to do. Your constituents. Who are you going to listen to in the next few months if you're not listening to your constituents? Jesus. Okay, so thanks. You're going to do a civility roundtable on unconscious bias. You think George Floyd would still be alive if Derek Chauvin had gone to a civility roundtable on unconscious bias? Yeah, thanks for that. Okay, so listen to everyone who's saying what to do. This budget falls short of what we're demanding as residents, which is a transfer of power, money, and authority away from the police to civil servants who don't have guns. The police are not the institution who should be responding to mental health emergencies or the unhoused residents or RV dwellers who Matichak and Abecoco want to kick out of the city. You shouldn't send the police on them. You should send unarmed people who are trained for these crises. Listen to the Black Lives Matter movement and defund the police. What are you trying to do here? What do you want? Okay, I'm done.
We'll go to Roheen Ghosh. Please unmute yourself.
Hey, City Council. You guys passed a resolution, to my knowledge, earlier tonight affirming your support for the Black Lives Matter movement. You guys have repeatedly, in the lead up to this budget proceeding, talked about how you want input from the people of Mountain View on how to rethink policing and public safety in Mountain View. But let's be clear. The public of this city has absolutely no reason to put that trust in a city council subcommittee on which 2 out of 3 of those members on that subcommittee are people who've received campaign contributions from the police union. We want this budget and the practices of Mountain View policing and the entire idea of how we do public safety in Mountain View to be rethought by an independent commission that is run by the citizens of Mountain View, independent of this city council. That is what the residents of Mountain View want. It is a simple ask. Just as we want a responsible budget that protects the most vulnerable residents of Mountain View and does not fund a police department that abuses them. Thank you.
We'll go on to Johannes Munsell. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. It's ridiculous. Okay, my name is Johannes Minzel, and I'm a co-chair of the Silicon Valley chapter of the Democratic Socialists of America. I urge all of you to disarm, defund, and ultimately abolish the police. That is what it's going to take, right? George Floyd should be alive today. Breonna Taylor should be alive today. Sinead Okobi up in San Mateo County should be alive today, right? Like, this is about people's lives. If we have armed white supremacist gangs patrolling the streets, you know, with badges and stuff and guns, it's not conducive to keeping people alive. So this is not something you can paper over with use of force policies. You need to take their money and their weapons away, right? You should listen to the people who have spoken up tonight. You should do the reading, right? You should look into the long movement for police and prison abolition. Who do you work for? I mean, are you the City Council of Mountain View, or you know, should we be calling in to the police? I don't know, like, to give public comment. Anyway, I yield the balance of my time. All cops are killers. They should quit their useless jobs, and so should all of you. Wait.
All right, we'll go on to Ellie Green. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, hello, City Council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I really just want to start off with, I can't really think of a time in my life when I've been involved in politics and I've been so disappointed and almost heartbroken by an organization that I'd once put so much trust and faith in. You have stood here at the past 2 city council meetings, looked at your constituents, or, well, I guess you haven't really, and ignored them. You have heard the demands of your people, the demands of people who have voted for you, who put their trust in you to represent them, to defend their right to live safely in our community. And you have said, no, I don't need to address this. You have said police reform isn't the issue. Police reform obviously isn't what we need to address. The MVPD is perfect. They can go review themselves. They could already do that, Mayor, City Council. They already had that power. You telling them to do that means nothing. Your words are worthless here. We are calling you to use this community that is fired up, that is ready for change, that is ready for action, that is calling on you to make a change, to protect our youth, to protect my peers. You don't have 17-year-olds calling into city council meetings because everything is fine and dandy. You have them calling in because we fear for the lives of our friends. You have us calling in because you are clearly not doing enough to protect your community and your future generations. I'm so just disappointed in all of you and doing nothing.
Thank you. We'll go on to Kelsey Josen. Can you please unmute yourself?
Okay, y'all. If your budget process takes so long to complete that it cannot respond to the changing political climate, it has failed. If you're looking to shirk your duties off to the county instead of addressing the things you can address, you have failed. If you're not listening to the hundreds of people who've been calling in the past few weeks, you have failed. Defund the police. This doesn't mean something like the 0.3% that's been cut. That's a rounding error. There's no conceivable reason for the police in a city the size of Mountain View to have a budget of $44 million. As Councilmember McAllister said, money is not infinite. We need to be judicious in how we spend it. He was talking about a much smaller amount of money than this. This current budget is not judicious. Could the city more effectively use all of our money for community safety? Absolutely. According to an overwhelming amount of available data and everyone, literally everyone who was called in tonight and last week. We need a line-by-line review of the budget by people who are not biased, not the cops, not the council, who are clearly influenced by them. And we need this now.
We'll go to Bruce England. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, this is Dana Peedy. It looks like you unmuted me on accident. Okay. Would you like to go to Bruce or go for me first?
Yeah, go ahead, Dana.
Okay, thanks so much. I have to admit, I am so disappointed to hear that what was in a presentation ostensibly about the budget, this is the time that we hear response and council's opposition to the citizen leadership that MVCPRA has proposed. I'd like to respond directly to City Manager McCarthy's comments about funneling through the subcommittee to make decisions. Respectfully, were you listening at the beginning of this meeting to the public comments on item 8.1? The public clearly does not trust this city institution to lead the conversation. To continue to protect your power in direct opposition to what the public is calling on you to do is really starting to look like a rinse and repeat of the subcommittee process that got us Measure D. Respectfully, the op-ed published by the mayor and Chief Bozell demonstrates a complete lack of understanding and visionary of what we need in this moment. Furthermore, you talk about taking the time to get this right. I agree that this will be a long process with many moving parts and it deserves time and attention. And yet, San Francisco is much larger than we are with a much more significant budget. They already came out to say that SFPD would no longer be responding to nonviolent calls. If they can act boldly and quickly, I know that Mountain View can do better than this. Mountain View doesn't look like a leader or an innovative thinker in this moment. The city looks cowardly. It doesn't look like you're taking the time to get it right. It looks like you're taking the time to stall and wait for the public outrage to die down and hope that we don't come back as strong after summer break so that you can host a couple events and call it a job well done. You've heard countless times this evening why we don't trust the subcommittee, why Civility Roundtable is not sufficient. Please let residents lead or else leadership may look different in November. Thank you.
We'll go to Bruce England now. Bruce?
Yep. Hi. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi. Okay, I do think that you need to take some tangible steps tonight. It's clear from the comments and all of that waiting for a few months is not gonna, it just isn't going to be acceptable, and I completely understand that. And then listening to the last agenda item about the Magical Bridge Playground funding, which is, you know, a very small amount of money compared to the MVPD budget, I think a good faith move on your part would be to say, you know what, we know that we're going to be reducing funding to MVPD. That's just a given. And that we can take part of the money that we've saved on that and put it into funding for the full Magical Bridge Playground. And if it can be backfilled later by other funding, fine. But pledge it tonight, along with a pledge to make some tangible steps towards addressing the issue with MVPD. Thank you.
Thank you. Go to Tim McKenzie. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
So the budget presentation earlier explicitly stated that the budget is designed to maintain the status quo. And the whole point of this ongoing new wave of the civil rights movement is that the existing status quo is untenable. There's overwhelming public support to make real, concrete, meaningful change to back up the words you said earlier of a resolution saying Black Lives Matter. Back that up with action. Saying the words is more insulting, more harmful if you don't follow it through with action. Defund the police, demilitarize, take services away from the police so that we don't have people with guns showing up for as first responders for nonviolent things going on in our community. Listen to the overwhelming public support asking you to make real meaningful change. If you won't do something tonight as we stretch into the wee hours of the morning, as you've mentioned that you're not as crisp as you might be if you start with it, put it off till next week. The city attorney just said that we can wait until next week. You have another week to actually listen to the comments that have been made over the past council meetings. Listen to your constituents. Defund and demilitarize the police. And if, as I suspect, you will just go forward as is, I suggest you listen to the immortal words of LA resident Jeremy Frisch. I yield.
We'll go to Anna Marie Morales. Please unmute yourself.
Hi there. So the community of Mountain View is overwhelmingly saying the Black Lives Matter and that you must defund the police and demilitarize the police. Does the word defund offend your sensibilities? Let me rephrase and say that Black Lives Matter and you need to listen to our voices and reallocate funds from the outrageous police budget to areas that will better serve the Black community and our community at large. The budget should not just be passed because it was started 7 months ago. Things have changed, and these changes need to reflect that budget. A 0.3% cut to the police budget is not enough. Why are we having these frustrating meetings if you don't take any sort of real action? Your words and superficial proposals are meaningless. Do better. Police should not be policing themselves. We need an independent, non-biased committee to instead do this. Citizens should be leading this committee. I am angry, frustrated, and incredibly disappointed, and I don't think that the majority of this council really wants to do the right thing and defund and demilitarize the police because they're afraid they won't get monetary support from the police department any longer. Stop thinking selfishly and act on what your constituents want. Do not approve this budget. Thank you. I yield my time.
We'll go to Jessica Matthew. Please unmute yourself.
Hello?
Hi there.
Hi. Okay, so yeah, hi, my name is Jessica Matthew again. I'm with Silicon Valley DSA. This has certainly been a long meeting. Hopefully it doesn't go till 3 a.m. again, but we'll be all here regardless watching you. So you passed the Black Lives Matter resolution earlier tonight in which you said Mountain View is a leader or wants to be a leader in equitable treatment of all people. Well, we've been seeing every city in the South Bay do the exact same thing with regards to this issue, which is not listening to the people who are overwhelmingly saying that they want you to defund the police. And it's not like there's a question about like what we're saying here. We're saying it over and over and over and over again. It's pretty simple. We want you to defund the police, which is exactly what the Black Lives Matter movement is calling for due to the history of systemic racism and violence towards Black people at the hands of police. So you have a real opportunity to be a leader here like you claim you want to be. Listen to all the speakers. We are demanding police defunding. The budget falls short of what Mountain View residents are actually demanding. Again, if you cannot do this, feel free to resign. Seriously, we will gladly work to find someone to take over your job. It is your duty to represent your constituents who overwhelmingly want you to defund the police. You should completely revise this budget. It's that simple. Black Lives Matter, I yield my time.
We'll go to Alex Brown. Please unmute yourself.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Okay. I mean, if you say so. I'm not going to ask you to do stuff that I know you're not going to do. I don't think that's useful. Instead, I want to note again that a budget reveals your priorities, and the things that you question, that you take the time to consider and ask, like, should we be doing this? Shows a lot about you, but also the ways that you want to solve problems reveals the depth of your imagination. If you think that everything should be solved with more funding for patrols of armed security forces, and that's the brush with which you paint everything, then that says something about you. If you think that a little bit of money going towards nature or a bridge or a bike lane, that needs to be scrutinized down to the penny, but a line item that is several $1,000s for weapons, that's fine. That's, again, says something more about you than anything else. And if you spend 2 hours debating, the angle of streets or the amount of tree canopy within the next 5 years, instead of looking long-term into how we want to structure our society and who we want to help and in what ways, again, it says a lot about you. I yield my time.
Go to Yuan Liu. Please unmute yourself.
Hello. First of all, I would really like to thank Director Takahashi. You responded to my question really quickly, and that gave me an important piece in the puzzle that I was trying to put together. And the puzzle is how imbalanced this budget is. Like I said earlier, Mountain View Police Department is the only department that has a communications and outreach officer, and it has not just one, not just two, and I made a mistake in saying 3. It had actually 4 police officers on this role. That is roughly $1 million. and that is roughly how many percent? 2% of the police budget. And 2 of these officers, more than $500,000, were added recently. Does this say that council members, you approve that budget that added these positions that does not necessarily contribute to the community? Does that say that you already failed?
Thank you. We'll go on to Connor O'Brien. Please unmute yourself. Yep, Connor.
Hi. Yeah, this is not a budget the city of Mountain View needs, and it's not the budget that the people of Mountain View are demanding. In the middle of a local and nationwide protest movement against racist police violence, the city should be moving to defund the police to fund our community, not passing a status quo budget to increase the police budget to more than $44 million. 2 weeks ago, you asked staff to remove a few of the most embarrassing line items from the police budget, like spending thousands of dollars on police drones, but those cuts, as other folks have pointed out, represent a reduction of less than 0.3% from the original proposal. Defunding doesn't mean that. It means taking whole functions away from the police and handing them over to workers who don't carry guns or handcuffs with them on the job. I'll be more specific. The city's contact with our unhoused residents should never be handled by law enforcement, because we shouldn't be criminalizing our neighbors. With a smaller police force, maybe we could afford to connect them with housing services and supplies in a way that doesn't make people wonder if they're going to be cited or arrested or worse. The police should also never be the ones responding to mental health emergencies. Introducing armed police officers in those situations makes them more likely to escalate, not less. We should follow the example of cities like Denver, Colorado, that are sending trained social workers and medics into these situations instead, and our budget should reflect that reduction in police duties. Earlier tonight, you passed a resolution saying Black Lives Matter. Show that you actually are going to follow that with your actions. Start defunding the police. Take a real step toward meeting the demands of the movement. Thank you.
Great. We'll go to Eva Tang. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Great. Okay, Eva Tang, Mountain View Coalition for Police Reform and Accountability. Good teaching practice tells me that I need to repeat myself, so I guess I'm going to do that tonight. Kimber presented 4 items that are the next steps for the City Council. I want to reiterate that the Race, Equity, Inclusion Dialogue and the Human Relations Commission Roundtable on Unconscious Bias does not directly address policing in Mountain View, and it's insufficient to address policing in Mountain View. A review of policing policies by the police department does not give credible accountability. And a review of alternative service delivery models needs to be done by the citizens. My pearl-clutching neighbors may be worried about defunding the police because they think that so-called thugs are going to come into our neighborhoods and rob us all. Well, I'm going to let you know that crime does not exist in a vacuum. Crime happens when people do not have their needs met and they need to do anything they can in order to get those needs met. So by funding the police and not funding community needs, what you're really doing is funding mass incarceration. I yield my time. Thank you.
We'll go to Brian Parkman. Please unmute yourself.
Hello, my name is Brian Parkman. I'm with Silicon Valley DSA. The budget as it currently stands only reflects a moral failure of the council and political cowardice. The only way forward is through defunding and demilitarizing the police. If I felt any of you were capable of feeling shame, I would ask you to reflect yourself, but I know that's really not possible at this point. I yield my time. Fuck all of you.
Go to Anna Z. Please unmute yourself. Actually, I might have, I think I unmuted Sharice V. Sharice, are you online? Sharice? Right, I'll come back to Sharice. We'll go to, let's see if I can get to Anna. Anna?
Hello, I have 3 things to say. 1, withdraw your consent. There is still time. 2, we are talking about people's lives. 3, listening is an active practice. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Good is Sebastian.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm with the Mountain View Coalition for Police Reform and Accountability. And I want to reiterate something that other people had said, but just really stands out to me is, why did you say Black Lives Matter earlier, but then proceed to ignore the movement? You clearly don't care what the movement is actually advocating for if you just want to push this issue off into the distance, into the future. Cutting things like drones from the budget is quite a low bar to set. There needs to be more. Also, 2/3 of the Race, Equity, and Inclusion Subcommittee have had large campaign support from the Mountain View Police Department. That is a clear conflict of interest, hence the need for an independent citizen-led commission for policing issues, including the budget. It shouldn't have to be said, but the police cannot review themselves for obvious accountability issues as well. I look forward to voting out those of you who are up for re-election and do not make actual changes to improve Mountain View. Stand up for Black lives, not the interests of the police. Black Lives Matter. I yield my time.
We'll go to Nina Trusso. Nina, can you unmute yourself?
Hi. Mountain View is not immune to police violence. We just haven't gone viral yet. We need to defund our police. Mountain View residents spend 12% more per capita than California averages on police budgets and 50% more than national averages. For what? This is unacceptable. Black Lives Matter. I yield my time.
We'll go to Megan Fraley. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, Megan. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Megan Fraley. You all know me. I'm a clinical psychologist, and I also am, as I said before, really amazed, and I would, by all of the people that are coming out. I've never seen such progressives. I want to say on this that I would appreciate if we could have video links, because we all see that you're looking at your phones throughout the meeting, which I understand, we all do it. But I feel very dehumanized right now, and I think when you're hearing all of these voices, you might be saying to yourselves, oh, these are just radicals. I don't know what you're saying, but there's a way that it's very clear that these voices are not being heard. So while you may have been progressive in the past, right now, I feel like we have a very Republican, very conservative council that is pulling all of the things that happened during the civil rights movement to silence. Putting this subcommittee Black Lives Matter agenda hidden in the budget is so a power move. And it's just such a clear power move to silence a lot of people that I don't know why you don't respect. Please be one thing or another. If you're going to be progressive, actually be progressive. Actually be progressive, like the people who have been speaking to you, hundreds of people are. And if you're not, then be honest about it. Don't use Black Lives Matter as some kind of thing to hide behind. Choose whether you're going to be conservative or progressive. But we all see what's happening here. I yield my time.
We'll go to Annie Karuga. Please unmute yourself.
Yep, I am Annie Karuga with Silicon Valley DSA, and I want to speak on the topic of refunding the community services through the lens of all the important programs that are suffering while the police have money for ridiculous equipment and ridiculous pensions. Last week, you sat through hours of the community calling on you to defund the police, and then you voted through a budget that did not, in fact, defund the police, and you seemed so proud of yourselves that you put off buying rifles and drones. I'm unsure if there's anything I can say at this point that would make you listen to your community and do your job, except that when people do bad jobs enough times, they lose their jobs, and elections are coming this November. You still can vote to defund the police and refund the community like they did in San Leandro, where they set aside $1.7 million and will be working with the community on what to use it for. You could be like LA, who reduced the police budget by $250 million. You still can create a budget that puts the community first. Frankly, the role of police is way too wide, and it's unreasonable to expect somebody to be a mental health counselor, drug addiction expert, and know how to deal with unhoused people. These other services that do these jobs better must be prioritized and adequately funded, and the scope of policing must be reduced. Being unhoused or having a mental health crisis is not, in fact, a crime, so cops should not be involved.
Thank you.
Defunding, I urge you to defund the police. Black Lives Matter.
We'll go to Brandon Henriquez. Henriquez, please unmute yourself, Brandon.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hello, I'm a member of Silicon Valley DSA, and I'm here to stand in solidarity with my Mountain View comrades. Well, first I have a few questions. Who do you serve? Why did you run for office? To represent your constituents? To represent the residents of Mountain View? Or harmful constituents like corporations and police departments? The residents of Mountain View have come time and time again, staying all night with City Council. Even half of y'all were falling asleep on camera last time at around 2 a.m., while the rest of us showed up and were wide awake with rage and disappointment with your negligence to our comments and the dismissal of our concerns. But with that being said, I would like to say congratulations on passing the Black Lives Matter resolution, but that's not enough. Actions speak louder than words. Black Lives Matter is a radical movement. Calling our demands too radical shows how out of touch you are. Put your money where your mouth is and listen to the demands of the Black Lives Matter movement and defund the police. Thank you. I yield my time.
We'll go to Laura PD. Please unmute yourself.
Hi there, this is Laura Petey, and I have several questions. Vice Mayor, how did you meet with several groups of Black communities in order to quote-unquote support the Black Lives Matter movement and resolution earlier this evening, and then support this budget proposal? How much time did you spend with those groups really discussing what they need, what they want, and what will empower them? How much time have we been discussing bike lanes and trees for 5-year future planning, even just this evening? Thank you. I yield my time.
We'll go to a cab driver. Please unmute yourself. Hello? Can you unmute yourself, please? A cab. Are you on? It should be able to unmute yourself. Oh, he disappeared. I'll go to Liz I. Please unmute yourself, Liz.
Hi, I'm also here to stand in solidarity with all those who have spoken out about defending the police. It is a shame that you all can even utter the words Black Lives Matter without also saying defund the police. The organization itself is saying defunding the police. You utter these words like they mean nothing to you. You say it to our faces like we're not going to follow up on this. The whole system around imprisoning people, incarcerating people is just an extension of slavery. It is modern day slavery. We shouldn't have to keep coming to you and talking to a wall and performing this fake democratic system for you all. This is a shame. You're all a sham. And if you don't support Black Lives Matter, then just be honest about it. We are asking for full transparency. If you cannot reach or meet up to our standards, then just admit it. Stop hiding behind Black Lives Matter like it's going to save you. We can see through everything. It's not just something you can tote around. If you can't acknowledge how racism is also part of class, then you can't join this discussion. If you can't realize how racism and gender and class all stem from the same issue, capitalism, poverty, then you can't join the discussion. Your voice doesn't matter, actually. You're wasting our time here. Thank you.
All right, any other members of the public wishing to speak? Raise your hand, please. I don't see any, so close public comment and bring it back to the council. Any comments from council members? And no, I can also entertain a motion. Councilmember McAllister?
Yeah, I have a few comments. First of all, I want to thank the participants from today. They were able to hang in there for 3 different items, and that's a commitment that I appreciate and respect. I also respect that they continue to come up and advocate for a position that they care about. And so that's very encouraging that hopefully this new group of committed people will continue through their lives to look for injustice and inequity. But I have a couple of comments on the other side, that where you've been all these years. Why in the last 2 weeks have you come and tried to bully us, intimidate us? And I have listened, and I've listened to all of you respectfully. But I have a perception that you're trying to bully us into doing something. But if you felt so committed to this cause, where have you been to help guide us? Now, I'm not saying it's too late. It's never too late to correct something that's wrong. And I'm glad that we're getting these discussions going now and reviewing everything. But look to yourselves to say, I'm part of the problem because I was quiet for so many years. We've all been quiet. We've all should have spoken up. But don't come down here and demand that something gets done that should have been done before, and where were you? I've heard a lot of questions about how there was a bias, that we're biased. Well, if you could find a neutral party within your group that's not biased, I think that would be helpful too. I've heard from some of you that have been coming to councils for every week, and I think you know that this council is a dedicated, conscientious group, that we're pragmatic in our approach to solving problems, that we want a solution that's sustainable. And if you're coming in and saying, we demand that this gets done, do you think that's sustainable? I'm not sure. I've been doing this for 8 years, more in my whole life here. And yet, when people said, I made the comment that I talked to a lot of people, and not the police, I think you got to give council members a little bit of credit, that if there's a concern, we're not going to go to the group that's really concerned. We'll listen to their side as we listen to your side, both sides, because that's part of our job, is to listen to both sides. But I listen to a lot of people. You are a segment of our constituents. There's 80,000 residents in Mountain View. You're a part of it, and you've been heard. But from my experience of being in this town, there's another segment of the community that may not agree with you and not agree with your approach. So I represent all of them. I'll take my time, I will listen, and then I will work for a solution that I think is best. For those who know me, I don't just jump out and try to do something. I try to find a win-win for everyone. And so I find it a little disheartening that you don't give the council the credit, or you don't take the time to find the research and get in there and see the track history of what the city of Mountain View done and get your information, because there's a lot of false information being talked about tonight, that if we took the time to sit together, and Dana, I'm going to reach out to you again. We didn't connect last time. but so we can listen to each other. And that's the thing, big deal. It's very important to listen. I have a perception that you're not listening to us, and yet you're saying you're not listening to you. So there's a disconnect. We got to work together to make sure we listen to each other. The act of the police department, a lot of what you guys say is true about police department and all taking on social issues. But it's a society that has forced the police department to take on mental issue, drug overdose, those, and the criminals, because we were not stepping up with, as you say, the social workers that needed to do that. There's an analogy that fire departments, they used to do 90% fires and 10% medical, and now it's flipped. Well, it's similar with police department. They used to do criminals, and now they're doing social work. And why? If you think, I don't know why. Maybe we didn't put it as much credence as it was due, and now's the time to talk about it. I think that would be great. I'd talk to someone that says, hey, if we get an ambulance, you put a paramedic, and a social worker attending to some event. But if we can get the police from going to these nonviolent things, I support that. But you got to do it right, and you got to take the steps to get the right people in there. There was a comment about someone said, hey, Mountain View has a SWAT team. And you go, okay, call the sheriff. Well, are you guys familiar with active shooters and how quickly something escalates? And how would you like to be the person that your child is in a school and there's an active shooter, and you're going, well, I told you to call the sheriff. Well, the sheriff says, I'll be there in 10 minutes. You know what carnage can be done in 10 minutes with an active shooter? So there's a balance to your request to what actually what has to be done. I don't usually carry on like this or talk like this, but this is of all the issues that I've had on this council, this is one of the ones where I'm torn between being overcautious, and I want to make sure that I get everybody's voice heard. But coming in and asking us to do something overnight, I think you do it disjustice, and that's what we're going to do is correct. So I'm going to go with the budget as it is. You just don't defund a police department. And I think when people look at the amount of what we do, and I'll be glad to sit down with any one of you and explain logically and factually without a bias for me. And I did that with Caitlin. I met with her. We sat and chatted. I can do it, but we got to both listen, and I'm afraid you guys aren't giving us the due diligence of listening to you, or you're listening to us. So I'm sure I'm going to get some heat for it, but that's okay, because I think I'm doing the right thing. I got a lot of people that elected me, and I think, election or politics, I'm doing the right thing, regardless of the outcome of an election. So that's my sequelae for tonight, and I love to hear from my other council members and how they feel.
Thank you. Councilmember Hicks.
So I'm interested, what is are there unfilled police positions, and how many of those are there?
Councilmember Hicks, yes, there are vacant police positions. I don't know off the top of my head how many vacancies we have right now, so I'd have to get back to you on that.
Okay, because I'm thinking we could resolve to not fill those immediately.
We are currently in a soft hiring freeze right now, and we are only filling critical positions. Those have been some of the sworn positions, and I think part of what we are committed to looking at in the future with these alternative service delivery models is whether some of the vacant positions might change for a different recommendation with the next budget. But that is something that we would need to look at, but there are vacant positions.
Okay, so that would be my proposal, to start off by not filling the vacant positions so that we could fill them with alternative kinds of staff in the future. So that's my comment for now. Thank you.
Any other comments from council members? And again, I'll entertain a motion as well. Councilmember Clark.
So I think based on the city manager's comments, I'm confident, with our oversight and the conversations that we're going to have over the next, we aren't just punting to the fall. There are going to be a lot of conversations that are had starting in the next few weeks and over the summer. I think it's, I trust that any unnecessary positions aren't in, whether it's the police or in any department, aren't going to be filled. So I know there's multiple parts to this. So I'll go ahead and make the first part, and then I can do the subsequent motions, and then we can discuss those if we'd like. So the first set of motions is acting as our capacity of the city council of the city of Mountain View to, one, adopt a resolution adopting the fiscal year 2020-2021 city budget and appropriations for the adopted fiscal year 2020-2021 capital improvement projects, including amendments to existing projects, but excluding the Shoreline Regional Park community, to be read in title only, further reading waived, attachment 1 of the council report. 2, that we adopt a resolution adopting the fiscal year 2020-2021 appropriations limit, to be read in title only, further reading waived, attachment 2 of the council report. 3, that we adopt a resolution amending the City of Mountain View Master Fee Schedule, to be read in title only, further reading waived, attachment 3 of the council report. 4, that we commit $1,635,000 of parkland dedication funds to the adopted fiscal year 2020-2021 capital projects, including amendments to existing projects shown in attachment 4 to the council report. And 5, that we adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager or her designee to amend the classification and salary plans for regular and hourly employees for fiscal year 2020-2021, to be read in title only, further reading waived, attachment 5 to the council report.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Councilmember McAllister?
A second.
All right. Councilmember Matichak? Yeah, comments?
Comments, yes. So I have been listening to everything folks have said tonight, as well as 2 weeks ago. I might be looking down because I take notes. I want to go back and see what people said in preparation for meetings, and so I take notes at every single council meeting. I am also listening to all the folks who have emailed us, or some have called me, and they might have different perspectives than the folks here tonight. And I think it is our responsibility to listen to everyone who contacts us. And, I appreciate our city manager's comments about, I do want to do this thoughtfully. And I don't disagree that, some activities might be better placed in a different organization. And I think since I've been on council, I've been a little bit frustrated and surprised at, things that are really within the county's jurisdiction that I feel like the city steps up to do to sort of fill a void, because the county also doesn't have enough resources. And so the 3 items that we've mentioned before when it comes to mental health, substance abuse, and homelessness, I don't want to say we're going to take money from this bucket and put it into those buckets, when in fact I feel like there is more that the county can do in those areas. And it's worth having those conversations with the county before we make some changes like that, because if the county doesn't pick it up, then it's like, we do have to fill that void, and then we're sort of overlapping and it's more coordination. And I don't know, I just feel like I'd rather have the conversations with the folks whose jurisdiction it is about these areas before we, make changes. But I'm very willing to have the conversations about that, because I do think over time, as folks have said, we've been asking our police department to do things that maybe others should be doing. And absolutely, we can revisit that. So I'm struggling a bit with the proposal for the council subcommittee. And I did talk to the mayor about this a little bit, at least one aspect of it. I do think it's important to have our residents involved. And I would like to see, if we do go forward with the council subcommittee, to have maybe, I'm not sure what the term is, like a subcommittee of residents, and could be council members and others, experts on these topics, to have very meaningful conversation about how things should change. I know a lot of folks, do have strong feelings about things. I do want to hear what they have to say, but I also want to have the conversation about, well, here's why, it kind of is the way it is, and let's talk about that. As Councilmember McAllister said, it's a two-way street here to educate each other and work together on these changes. So while I can support the motion about the budget, because it's limited to the budget, and because we did say we're going to have the opportunity to talk about that budget every quarter, and as we talk about other changes and we put the plans in place to make those changes, then I think we can make the appropriate budget changes to support that. But I don't want to do it in out of order. So, I'll support the budget because we can change it as we progress. But I also would like us to sort of rethink how we approach listening to the community, working with the community, bringing in experts, and not just for one meeting or a forum, but in-depth conversations as sort of a team working on these issues is kind of more what I envision. So I'm hoping we can incorporate that into how we approach this. Thanks.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. There we go. I wanted to just respond really quickly to a couple of points made by Councilmember Matichak, which I agree with pretty strongly. So I'd never seen the subcommittee as being mutually exclusive with the creation of some kind of citizen-involved panel or whatever public participation component might look like. And I think that part of the frustration I can imagine many members of the public might be feeling is the subcommittee has not yet had an opportunity to discuss its mission, its scope, its work plan. We haven't actually had an opportunity yet to figure out what role we want to play. The particular items of interest, which probably which I think are intended to include, matters related to MVPD, but also broader matters, right? Because these are things that, if we're looking at systemic racism and inequity, it extends far beyond just the police department. And I think that's part of the intentionality and even the selection of the name is we want to have a broader conversation. So I would agree very strongly with Councilmember Matichak that we do have meaningful opportunities for public participation. And I think I would just say, the subcommittee needs an opportunity to talk about that, or even in the context of the full council. But that's been one of the recurring themes in the public comment, and ordinarily we wouldn't have that particular discussion about creating some kind of citizen panel or committee in the context of the budget, but we certainly have that opportunity in the discussions that we're going to have about this issue within the context of the subcommittee and elsewhere. And then the other thing that Councilmember Matichak mentioned that I think is very important to highlight for the public is we're going to have probably very frequent reviews of the budget, in no small part because there's going to be a lot of uncertainty in whether the expenditures and revenue projections will make sense, depending on how much more severe the economic impact of the pandemic ends up being, how sustained that damage is. We're using, I think, some fairly optimistic assumptions in our budget. And I think that will mean that we're going to have some harder conversations down the road about, what is it that we're going to fund. So the process does not end with this meeting. There's going to be a lot of opportunity, as soon as next Tuesday, I think to think about what some of the public process will be in the context of the budget, in the context of policing, and in a variety of other subjects too that have relevance to the topic that the subcommittee is going to be taking on. So I appreciate sort of the highlight of those concerns. I share them too, and I think it's important for the public to know that the process does not end tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Hicks?
So I'm sorry, I'm still unclear. With the frozen positions, the budget that we're looking at tonight, does it include them as if they're filled or as if they're not going to be filled?
Thank you, Councilmember Hicks. So the budget does include funding for all of the city's positions. And so when there is budget vacancies, there is salary savings. And so right now we have a number of vacant positions. Just off the top of my head, I think it's somewhere in the 60 to 70 position range citywide. And so some of those positions are in the police department and other positions are in the other departments. So we do build that salary savings into our budget assumptions also. So every organization has this turnover and people leave and there's vacancies, and that savings is part of what helps with the cost. Basically, it decreases the cost. So even though there's funding for it, when they're vacant, there's savings.
So if we wanted to tonight, we could count those police positions and count out of the budget and thus take a first step in some reductions. Is that true?
I would need to find out for certain how many vacant positions there are. But yes, should that be council's desire to pause all of the vacant positions, that is something that the council could do.
Okay, because that is what I would propose.
So we do have a motion and a second with the budget. So that's what we're discussing, and we'll need to dispense of that before any other motions are made. Vice Mayor Kamei?
Great, thank you. So as we're having this discussion, I did want to share that today the County of Santa Clara declared racism a public health crisis in conjunction with the adoption of their Black Lives Matter proclamation. And while I know a lot of the comments the last 2 weeks or last 2 meetings have been related to police reform, for me personally, I feel like this is about fighting systemic racism, and that police and policing is one part of that, which is why, I think for myself personally, I'm interested in the items that we are not funding tonight. We are defunding some items tonight as one step, but also in conjunction with that, it's policy. And it is about demilitarizing police, yes, I think. It's also about talking about police use of force, as well as, crowd control measures. And another portion is transparency and providing accurate data up front related to all of our departments, I think is important, and providing that readily accessible for residents, for folks to be able to see and understand the reality behind the data being put forward. I believe 2 weeks ago I did bring forward equity-based budgeting, which is something of interest of me. And so when the discussion of an ad hoc subcommittee on race, equity, inclusion came forward, I felt like that was an avenue, another step towards addressing the issues at hand. And so while I appreciate the comments about scope and purview, I think that these are all incremental steps on how we move forward as a community so that they last. And I feel like this also needs to be led by our Black community, which is why I reached out to Silicon Valley Black-led organizations and nonprofits. And they, in my conversations, recognized that this was a step and that this needed to continue, and they wanted to see what else we were going to do. And we both agreed in my conversations that adopting a proclamation or the county declaring racism as a public health crisis is not enough, and that we need to do more going forward. And I'm committed to that. I feel like we have a council that's committed to that. And it isn't in name only. And to make these lasting changes, we truly need to have the opportunity for public input, but also the opportunity, I think, to provide further transparency. So the budget to me is also one component. And these are ongoing conversations, and I understand the frustration. I also understand perhaps how we might view the subcommittee just from its name, just as we're judging the members who are comprised of it. But if we're really talking about tackling systemic racism, we also need to let go of our own biases and give things a chance. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Oh, I feel like I should say a few words, and I will be supporting the budget. The budget is something, and we've said this before, that takes many months to put together. And the fortunate thing that hasn't really been discussed is the fact that we are able to actually balance this budget, and that is something that other cities are not really able to do, given the recession. And part of that has led to some major cuts in some neighboring cities. And so I feel very fortunate that we are not in that situation, that we can continue to provide the services we've provided. So I want to thank staff for their hard work in getting us here. I believe this is a result of, frankly, decades of fiscal responsibility in this city. And so I'm very proud of that. In regards to the comments that have come in, and I do appreciate the interest and the concerns that have been raised. Frankly, I got involved in public service because of my own personal experience and my interest and desire to work towards equity, to diminish discrimination and racism. And I've worked for close to 30 years on these issues. And so as someone who has spoken up when my colleagues on the council, previous council, received anti-Semitic comments by a former advisory committee member, I spoke up then. I've spoken up time and time again when we've had discriminatory comments made. I've been the subject of that over and over again. So I think I understand racism. I know that this is the time for Black Lives Matter, and I understand that if Black lives don't matter, then no lives matter. And I very much respect that. But given my experience of others on this council, I think we are really being sincere in trying to address these issues. And I agree with the vice mayor. For me, this is not, I've said it before. Yes, we should review our police procedures, but it goes beyond that to me. This is about systemic racism. I've seen a lot of emails saying our police departments are rooted in white supremacy and Black slavery. And frankly, this country was built on those two principles. And so to me, this is bigger than just the police department. We have to really reflect overall on our procedures and practices as a government, as a society, as a community. I do agree. I thank you, Councilmember McAllister, for your comments as I've listened to the public, and I've heard from many different voices over this past week since the virtual town hall meeting we had on Friday, when and I've always said that I will meet with folks who want to meet with me. I was actually surprised that it seemed like that was a big shock for folks. And then I had over a dozen people in groups and couples contact me since Friday, and I've done my best to meet with them. And so I've actually heard from a lot of different voices in this issue of policing, defund the police. There's actually various definitions on what that means. I think the key for me is that, yes, it's time for us to relook at how we do things. And city manager has said this time and time again since she arrived, that we should look at how we deliver service to the community. If there are ways to change that, I think, given also COVID and sheltering in place, we've seen that we do need to revisit how we deliver services. So that's my interest in this, and the police issue is a part of that. But as has been said, it doesn't happen overnight. This cannot happen overnight. This is a very big issue. Defunding the police, and I've heard Black leaders say that it's not about just getting rid of the police department. It's about looking at resources, seeing where we can reallocate those resources to better serve the community. So I am fully interested in doing that. In regards to the subcommittee, I will say I wanted to respond in some form as quickly as possible to try to make a gesture that we we have heard the public, and we are sincere about this. And the subcommittee, to me, was really just a vehicle to start the discussion and the conversations. And I appreciate, Councilmember Matichak, your interest, and that's always been my interest. It's really for me, and Councilmember Ramirez talked about it too, but it's a way for us to just start the discussion. And my hope is that we will cover many different aspects, whether it's mental health or policing in schools, or as mentioned, there's the healthcare aspect, homelessness. All of these are tied to the issue, and I want to at least have a survey of what the issues are, and then also what the resources out there are. I agree with Councilmember Matichak, and I'm learning this myself too. Let's talk about mental health first responders. In fact, on Saturday during my call with the county, I learned that there is a mental health first responder mobile van that the county puts out. And this Campbell mayor had mentioned, and we are supposed to discuss this on Saturday, but in Campbell, they actually get the van. It comes out, the police go out first, and then the van comes in later. And her concern was the van comes too late. And when I heard that, I thought, well, we don't even get the van here. So there are, these resources that we haven't even been able to tap into. And so we need to figure out all the pieces to the puzzle and then figure out how they fit in. And so this is going to be a long-term conversation, examination, and I fully want the community to be involved in all of these examinations and then discussions about how we move forward and how we change things. So to me, frankly, tonight, I don't feel comfortable saying, let's cut positions, let's freeze positions, because I think we just have to look at the model as a whole and really figure out what's most effective, and just, taking bits and pieces. We did, defund those items per the request of certain community members. And, that seemed like it was fine to do. But I don't feel right now that I have enough information to know what else we could potentially defund or reallocate resources from. And that's also a discussion I think we have to have. So that's what I expect the subcommittee to do, is just to have those forums, to have these conversations, have, experts come in and discuss it. If we could determine that maybe this piece should go to the HRC or some other body. I've been going to the community or advisory boards and talking to the members there, and there have been ideas like, how about from performing arts, a poetry slam, or from visual arts, an exhibit, an art exhibit. There's things like that we could even do. So that's what I'm hoping, is that at our first meeting and subsequent meetings during the summer, realizing that we are going to be on break as a council, that the subcommittee can flesh out more of those items and then come up with some suggestions. But I fully intend the community to get involved. The folks that I've spoken to, many of them have offered to get involved, and I want them to be. So this is really, to me, the start of this examination, this exploration of how we can change our service delivery. So with that, Councilmember Matichak, did you have further comments?
Just one quick question. When the subcommittee meets, and maybe this is a question for the city attorney, I really like to hear things firsthand. And so, I'd like to be a member of the audience at those, if that's possible. I don't know if that means they have to be noticed. I don't know if all of them are going to be recorded, but I'm interested in hearing firsthand.
Yes, I think, there are different options how subcommittees can be administered. And even though it is an ad hoc committee, committees can always elect to follow the Brown Act, for example. And also we can look into what attendance by other council members as an audience member could be permissible. We would just want a little time to get the parameters of that for you, but we'll get you those details.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other comments? If not, then I will ask for a roll call vote on the budget.
If I could just confirm that the motion on the floor currently is for the City of Mountain View actions. And Councilmember Clark, did that include item 4, which was not required to be read? I just wanted to make sure.
It did. I went ahead and read it anyway.
Thank you. I
apologize.
Thank you.
Items 1 through 5 for the City of Mountain View, and then I'll proceed to the other portion.
Thank you very much for the clarification.
Also, I'm sorry, Clerk, point of clarification too for council. We'll need to make sure that you all include the carryover, the 600,000 carryover for the COVID, anything unspent into next fiscal year. So you just would need to mention that you approve that carryover, the rebudget.
I see. If that wasn't indicated in the motion, then I'll certainly include the carryover if the seconder of the motion will agree to that.
Secondary.
I think it might have been you, Mayor. I can't remember.
Councilmember McAllister.
Yes, that's right.
Yes, a visually and a verbal okay.
Thank you. All right, any other discussion? If not, could we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks.
I'm going to vote no in hopes that we can come up with the second motion freezing.
Councilmember Matichak.
Yes.
Councilmember McAllister.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kamei.
Yes.
Mayor Abikoga.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you. So motion carries 6-1 with no abstentions. Councilmember Clark?
So then my second motion is acting as the Mountain View Shoreline Regional Park community, that we adopt a resolution adopting the fiscal year 2020-2021 Shoreline Regional Park community budget and appropriate for the adopted fiscal year 2020-2021 capital improvement projects for the Shoreline Regional Park community, including attachments to existing projects to be read in title only, further reading waived attachment 6 to the council report. Including amendments to the existing projects to be read in title only, further reading waived attachment 6 to the council report.
Second.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this motion? If not, can we get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Clark.
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Matichak.
Yes.
Councilmember McAllister.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kamei.
Yes.
Abikoga.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0 with no abstentions. Councilmember Clark, did you have something else?
One last motion, acting as the City of Mountain View Capital Improvements Financing Authority, I move that we adopt a resolution adopting the fiscal year 2020-2021 budget for the MVCIFA debt service payments to be read in title only, for the reading waived attachment 7 to the council report.
Second.
Thank you. So motion and second, motion by Councilmember Clark, second by Councilmember McAllister. Any other discussion on this motion? If not, could we get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Matichak.
Yes.
Councilmember McAllister.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kamei.
Yes.
Mayor Abikoga.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0 with no abstentions. That concludes this item. Thank you very much to everyone, staff and my colleagues. We'll go to item 9, Council Staff Committee reports. Does anyone have a report from council members? Councilmember Clark, I think I saw you first. Actually.
Just very briefly, since a few of you have asked me, an update from ABAG. We received the regional housing needs allocations from the total for the Bay Area from HCD, the state. The number came in a little lower than we expected, which, depending on how you view that, is either good or bad. The but it was a little lower than anticipated, and so the next step there is, and we could appeal. The ABAG Executive Board could appeal it, but we don't have a meeting scheduled, to my knowledge, before the appeal deadline. So unless a special meeting is called, I don't think that would be something that we could do, because we just received the information at the last meeting. But just so you all know, the next steps will be to take that number and determine how those allocations are distributed throughout the Bay Area. That'll be the next step that'll occur in the fall. So I just wanted you all, in case you're getting inquiries about those, I'm happy to answer questions offline, but that's a really important number that came down just in the last week.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Kamei.
Great, thanks. I just wanted to update colleagues that earlier today, the council's youth subcommittee met to discuss youth mental health.
Was that it? I'm sorry, Vice Mayor. Did you get cut off, or was that it?
No, I think I'm not sure. My connection hasn't been good today. But we're going to be meeting over the summer to continue the youth mental health item, and the advisory body members were appointed and approved. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
I just want to report that last week we had a meeting of the legislative committee of the Santa Clara, Santa Cruz Airplane Noise Roundtable, and we put together the activities we would like to do in the near future for approval by the full roundtable. And we also prepared our input to the Quiet Skies Caucus that is going to be having a meeting later this summer. But staff members were getting together prior to that, so we wanted to make sure we provided input on what we'd like to have our congressional representatives discuss with the FAA. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McAllister.
Yay! Okay, so VTA had a special meeting on Friday to discuss BART and Measure B funding. You know that we were very lucky to get a lot of money from VTA Measure B on highway and various other projects around. But the discussion came up is that we're talking about phase 2, and phase 2 seems to have a little bit of a budget gap. And that with the Measure A from 2000 and Measure B 2016, that sales aren't anticipated as much. And if you recall, Measure B had a they were given $1.5 billion for that, or a 25% cap on how much they were going to get. And that I brought up that discussion because I was reading it, and how anything that goes to BART really affects North County and us on our transportation needs. And it was interesting conversation they had. In fact, it evolved that we're going to have a workshop on the funding of phase 2 and how it affects the Measure B money. If you think Measure B money is not important, look at our grade crossings, look at all the grade crossings, look at all basically our transportation, look at our roads getting sealed, bridges, etc. So it's very important that the money is properly allocated so that we get what we contribute. So I'll keep you in tune when we get that part of the study session from VTA, and hopefully someone will continue to advocate that we get our fair share from Measure B.
Thank you. Any other reports? I would just report that I continue to have my Saturday morning calls with the mayors, with county supervisors, Cindy Chavez and Joe Smidian, on testing. And as you know, we are fortunate we have a permanent testing site here. There is the pop-up sites that are being put on throughout the county. I'm going to try to reach out to the county and see if we can get the pop-up sites for as Councilmember Ramirez mentioned, that was a great point. I'll ask about the off hours, or not middle of the day hours, to see if we can get our essential workers tested. Perhaps we could set up a site downtown. So I will be making those requests. And the other call that I participate in is the commute-free work task force. And we will be bringing a resolution forward next at our council meeting next week on supporting telecommuting past COVID, as well as we've also crafted a pledge that we hope to get companies with more than 50 folks to sign on to also pledge that they will continue to include telecommuting policies in their work policies. So it's been actually a really good and interesting group. We've had a lot of speakers come in, and recently had someone from ServiceNow talking about the corporate world and how telecommuting has been embraced by their workers, and their ideal would be to be able to work 1 or 2 days from home. And so companies seem to be looking at that. And all of this is really in hopes of being able to lower our traffic congestion and therefore our lowering our GHG emissions. So, and I just wanted to share, I serve on the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, and as we talked about Black Lives Matter, and we passed our own resolution this evening, we also did so at the Air Quality Management District this past week. And some of the work that we did, and this is, again, we talk about racism in all aspects. And when we talk about air quality in the environment, there's definitely, again, systemic racism that's been involved. It tends to be that the neighborhoods, the areas that are most polluted, air pollution tend to be the neighborhoods that have people of color living in there. And so a lot of our work has been in the Oakland, Richmond area. That there is a state bill called AB 617 that now requires health assessments of those neighborhoods that have high pollution indicators. And so we've been advocating to get state funding to do the work, and looks like we're going to get some more funding in this current state budget to be able to do that work. And so again, it's just a reminder that this issue of racism really permeates throughout many sectors, and so we have to be vigilant in all arenas. So with that, City Attorney, do we have a closed session report?
I do. Thank you, Mayor. The council met earlier this evening in closed session on item 2.1 and authorized the city manager to participate in the Employee Homebuyer and Relocation Assistance Program in accordance with Council Policy D13, including a reduction in the property equity requirement from 10% to 5%, and an extension of the relocation assistance reimbursement period beyond 1 year from the date of appointment. That's the announcement.
Thank you. And with that, I believe we stand adjourned. Thank you very much. We adjourn at 1:33 a.m. and we will reconvene at our next City Council meeting on June 30th. Thank you very much, everyone. Take care. Have a good week.